Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I would request everybody to please take their seats. We're going to start today with recitation from the Holy Quran.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad. له كفوا أحد.
Ladies and gentlemen, request to please rise for the national anthem of Pakistan. तर्जुमाने माजी शान हाल जाने इस्तकबाल साया खुदाए जुलजलाल. Interpreter of our past, the glory of our present, inspiration for our future, symbol of the Almighty's protection. Our anthem speaks of the nation's ambitions of progress. It mentions the importance of past events, the glory of the present, and inspiration for the future. If we try to draw parallels, that is exactly what Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you who are present here physically and to several others who are joining us online from across the world. We are delighted to have our worthy speakers, panelists, and delegates at Day 2 of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit 2022. I'm Rabia Ahmed, Chief Operating Officer, Nutshell Group, and your host for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 5th edition of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. Nutshell Conferences Group and Martindale Group, in strategic partnership with the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry, are thrilled to have the movers and shakers from the business and corporate sector, public sector and government, and the intelligentsia from Pakistan and around the world. Leaders in Islamabad was started in 2017 by Nutshell Conferences Group and Martindale Group. With the exception of 2020, when the COVID-19 outbreak prohibited hosting large gatherings, Leaders in Islamabad has been getting together thought leaders, strategists, thinkers, innovators, and practitioners every year. This year's theme, Imagineering the Future, is a complete expression that very aptly summarizes the journey from imagining to engineering the future. This year we have 20 international speakers from all parts of the world. I would have mentioned the countries, but I've realized as I've interacted with our speakers that everybody is so truly global that it actually does not matter where their country of origin lies. We also have 20 plus eminent speakers from Pakistan's corporate sector, 3 honorable ministers yesterday and today, and 2 4-star generals. So all in all, a stellar lineup of speakers and panelists. Yesterday was a star-studded event. We had 5 sessions comprising 13 addresses and 2 CEO dialogues, one on reimagining leadership, productivity, and the workplace, and the other on talent in the new normal. The inaugural session yesterday had the Minister for Finance and Revenue, Dr. Miftah Ismail, and Federal Minister for Climate Change, Senator Sherry Rahman. We had some amazing and inspiring talks by our international speakers. I'm going to name our speakers, and if I mispronounce the surnames of some of our speakers, I'm sure they will forgive me. Although I was doing the rounds yesterday, confirming their surnames, how they were pronounced. All right, so we heard from the amazing Ralph Simon, founder and chief executive, Mobilium Global Limited, UK. We heard from Jimmy Nguyen, founding president, BSV Blockchain Association. James Michael Lafferty was brilliant, CEO and board member, Fine Hygienic Holding. Bu Hok Hu, chairman, Infrazamin, director and co-founder, Green Guarantee Company, UK. Malak Al-Akili, CEO, Golden Wheat for Grain Trading Limited. Francis Davis, Professor of Public Policy, University of Birmingham, Visiting Professional Fellow, University of Oxford, UK. William Baubin, General Partner, SOSV, Managing Director, Orbit Startups. Ron Thomas, Managing Director, Strategy Focus Group, USA and UAE, and Zain Jeevanji, CEO and founder, Zain Jeevanji Insurance Agency, USA. From Pakistan, we had 13 top corporate leaders, including the co-host of Leaders in Islamabad, Ali Akai, Chairman, Martin Dow Group, Dr. Amjad Waheed, CEO, NBP Funds, Zishan Shahid, Country Manager, Pakistan and Afghanistan, IFC, Hatim Bamatraf, President and CEO of PTCL Group, Amir Ibrahim, CEO, Jazz, Vion, Marcus Troma, MD and CEO, Siemens Pakistan, Saqib Ahmed, Country Managing Director, SAP Pakistan, Fatima Asad Said, CEO, Abacus Consulting Technology Private Limited, Mujib Zahoor, Managing Director, S&P Global, Ghazanfar Azam, President and CEO, Mobiling Microfinance Bank, Mohammad Shoaib, CEO, Al Mizan Investment Management, Ayla Majid, founder and CEO, Plenitive, and Sajid Aslam, Regional Lead Public Affairs, Asia Pacific, ACCA. So, like I said, all in all, this was a stellar constellation of our brightest stars. So before we formally begin day 2, I would like to let this August gathering know that the summit is being live streamed across the world. We are currently live on Nutshell Group's YouTube channel and Facebook page. We are also live on the Facebook and LinkedIn pages of our knowledge partner, ACCA. So yesterday, all day, the hashtag Leaders in ISB was trending at number 2 and number 3 in Pakistan. So a round of applause for all of you who kept tweeting about the events. So keep up the momentum today, keep updating your status, keep on live tweeting, and keep using the hashtag Leaders in ISB. Our digital media team will also keep us updated about the performance of our hashtag. So you have tough standards to keep up today. So let's formally begin the day today. We will start with our first session of today, which is the 6th session in the overall sequence in the summit. I would like to briefly introduce our first speaker, who will join us virtually from Indonesia. Douglas Corley, founder, DHP Global, and CEO, Elonius Technologies, as well as global partner member, MIT Technology Review. His company, DHP Global, is a healthcare consulting firm that has worked for more than a decade with leading multinationals to bring new cancer treatments and R&D projects into China. He also works with hospitals and research institutions in America and across Europe. Since COVID started, Douglas has been part of a World Economic Forum task force working with 35 governments and ministries of health to source COVID response equipment. His topic for today is reshaping the future of public health. So a very warm welcome to Douglas Corley, and over to you, Douglas.
All right. Apologies. Can everyone hear me now? Okay. Apologies for that. So, it's wonderful to be with you all digitally. I wish that I was there in person. Unfortunately, I had a couple of things come up, not the least of which being I actually have COVID. So perhaps best that I'm visiting with you remotely this time. So if I cough a little, my apologies. I was just diagnosed yesterday. With that as the background, let's talk about how the future of Pakistan's healthcare industry is going to be changing over the next, hopefully, 3 to 5 years. And again, first and foremost, COVID has been significant, and it's taught me that we need to be able to accept the things that are brought to us, not just the items, but the people. And it requires that you, whatever you're focused on, that you do it with all of your heart. So sincerely, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with all of you, and I hope that this speech brings you some value. Now, I'd like to begin by saying to Pakistan, I know it's been very difficult, but here's the good. WHO has identified Pakistan as a country from whom the international community should learn from in dealing with the pandemic. World Economic Forum endorsed Pakistan's handling. Bill Gates noted that the NCOC's performance, quote unquote, blew him away. Forbes and The Economist appreciated not only the government's handling, but also the efforts initially to move the economic stabilization forward, as well as economic growth. And indeed, The Economist recently ranked Pakistan amongst the top 3 countries in Global Normalcy Index. And what that means is now we're moving into all of the sort of historical issues. So there's a lot of good, and now we're moving back into some of the legacy issues that the health system has dealt with. And really where we start is with chronic disease, or NCDs. As you can see, amongst this top 10 list, this accounts for nearly 60% of all deaths nationally, causes of death, I should say, and 23% of them are NCDs, focusing specifically on heart disease, cancer, stroke, as well as diabetes, the other major NCD in this space. So again, this is truly phenomenal that Pakistan handled itself so well compared to any health system in the world. But then the foundation that it is getting back to is one where there is a lot that can change. And hopefully we'll be able to outline some areas in how this can happen. Now, the numbers. There are 220 million people in Pakistan, as we all know. The current value of the pharma industry is about $2 or so billion. I believe maybe it's closer to 3 in 2021. And it is forecast to be worth up to $5 billion by 25. And currently, GDP spending on healthcare in Pakistan is 3.4%. Now, the average federal spending is about 6.8%. So Pakistan is lagging behind a little bit here. We can talk about what some of these issues are. These are the major areas of infrastructure and industry focus, where I believe there can be a considerable amount of improvement. And here are some of the implementations that I believe can lead us in that direction. So first and foremost, Pakistan is very dependent on imports for medicines, imports for medical devices, you name it, right? There's not quite enough domestic capacity for the chemical industry to purify and formulate the medicines, or what are called the APIs, as they're brought into country and then turned into FPP, or the finished pharma product. Essentially, all the raw inputs that are required to make the finished outputs. Pakistan's done a good job of identifying some sources for those initial inputs. There are some geopolitical risks around this. I believe that the former PM was very poignant about identifying how there's a lot of dependency still to this day on India for API imports. And with Pakistan's historic relationship with China, trying to shift a lot of this from India manufacturers to Chinese manufacturers has been a point of emphasis within the industry. And indeed, when I first arrived in Pakistan in 2017, 2018, this was a conversation that was being had every minute that I was there. What do I mean here by a consortium? So it is my understanding that there has been a large, we'll say, shift in the pharma infrastructure and dynamic in the market. Many multinationals have either left or are planning to leave the industry. And a large part of this is because there is now an import tax on APIs. So again, what I believe should, and I have heard some inklings that this may be happening, is a domestic consortium. Let's say the top 5 or top 10 pharma companies can agree on terms. And I believe that there's one indeed in country that has already done a IPO listing to be able to create its own API. But I think one is a good start. We need more. Pakistan needs to be self-sufficient and self-sustained as a initial phase 1, and can hopefully grow beyond self-sustenance and be able to export some of these goods. And how that happens in every country that my company has worked with is you get buying power, you then work with local government to improve the standards. And this is a very, very pivotal part. Joey will talk about this more at length, and you're very fortunate to have him able to speak in detail. So I'll only touch on, thinking about how is it that quality assurance, quality control can happen within the manufacturing, and making sure that as raw materials come in, as the goods are processed and the final formulations are created, how can we make sure that there are checks and balances to make sure what we say is coming out is indeed what is coming out. The scientific side of this, the biological side, we can start with the simplest products, which are what are called small molecules or biosimilars. Start with the very low value medicines, low cost, high volume medicines, like a biosimilar that you would take for heart disease or for diabetes, many, many issues. These are the essential medicines. And the goal ultimately, I believe, and in discussing with CEOs in Pakistan, is a shared goal, is to move from making these high volume, low value medicines into making biologics, so vaccines and medicines like insulins. So this is one major area where the value of the pharma industry can grow considerably. And I put a rabbit here because I think this can happen fairly quickly. I think there's enough political will and economic incentive to do so. The next, which I'll talk about more in length, so I'll touch briefly here, is chronic disease, specifically diabetes, heart disease, and supply chain. So there needs to be more competition. That's the theme really on my for my speech. There needs to be more competition for manufacturing, for importation, and there needs to be more capacity building. What I believe Pakistan could position itself to be is indeed a regional factory. I think with the strategic relationships Pakistan has with CPEC and with some of the Chinese groups that have worked for a long time in Pakistan, there can be a considerable cost savings for the public side and quality increase on the private health side, whether it's for insulin or it's the oral tablets required for it, or it is what are called the consumables, so the daily things that you must use to monitor your diabetes. A complete cardiac solution, again, have a long slide for this, but essentially there has already been put in place a very long-standing and deep relationship for Belt and Road members to improve the medical education and medical output within Pakistan. Those are the three that I believe can be implemented in the next 1 to 3 years. Implemented meaning these solutions already have a framework in country. There's a political will, and there's certainly strong economic incentive. The two areas that I'm most excited about would be focusing on electronic health record improvement. There's a huge amount of value that can be created. This will take more time, however. You need to build this locally with either a venture building team, or you need to do it where there is, for instance, a blockchain solution and a technical team that really knows South Asia or Middle East and the local culture and the local dynamic between patients, industry, as well as the clinics. Why is this so important? One, it helps the patients better understand what their diagnosis is. And the other large reason is there's a strong economic incentive, again, both for the public and private side. If patients access to their data is improved, their access to clinical trials as well improves. Now, this requires more. There's currently, at my research, I could only find one major CRO in the Pakistan industry. We can talk about this perhaps at the next talk I'm able to give. So as I mentioned, the cardiac relationship. The CCA, or the China Cardiac Association, in 2018 with Belt and Road Initiative created a partnership with Pakistan. And this is the wonderful photo that was taken. This is the Idailu Xinzhuang. This is for the Pei Shun Xiamu, which means the training project, the training program. So in 2018, there was an agreement between the establishment of doctors in China, of which there are 4 million, and the doctors and medical schools in Pakistan, to send doctors from Pakistan to China, either for training or for upskilling. For training, meaning they'd actually go through medical programs, receive a PhD, or do what's called a secondment. So they'd receive really specific training on how to do, for instance, the cardiac cath labs. We can use this immediately. These relationships have already been established. I'm more than happy to talk at length about how this can work. And this program, just within China per year, saves 10 million patients in rural China from heart disease. So this isn't a super high-tech or even a medium-tech solution. This is a low to medium-tech solution. And I believe that this is a solution that can be acted on very quickly. That would address the largest cause of health burden currently in Pakistan. The second one is very near and dear to my heart, and it is still in the top 10. And in terms of economic burden, I would argue it's maybe in the top 2. 15,000 Pakistani rupees is average monthly spending. There's 7 million diabetics in country that require, I'd say of those, 4.5 million require insulin. Keep in mind the 7 million is actually double, because typically if you have one patient that's diagnosed, there's at least one more that has not been diagnosed. So this is a large economic burden. Again, importing from China and being able to improve the competition in this space. So with that, I'd love to say thank you all so much for the time. Azfar, my apologies for being able to be there in person. Again, I wish everyone that's there a wonderful visit to Pakistan. I've seen some lovely updates, photos, and heard just nothing but great things about the talks and the people that are there. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much. If you would like, please feel free to connect with me. Here is my WhatsApp business accounts. Otherwise, you can find me on LinkedIn. And I believe it's important that we find something that we're all passionate about to work on together. So with that, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Douglas. First of all, best wishes from everybody in Pakistan for a speedy recovery from COVID. So Douglas pointed out a lot of opportunities that are available for Pakistan to grab. And as a wise man said, that a wise man will make more opportunities than he can find. With that, we come to our second speaker of the day. She's a very special woman. She's also a good friend of mine, Dr. Serena Milanovic, Strategy Consultant Healthcare at Siemens Advanta Consulting. So Serena is young in years but highly accomplished. She's listed in Forbes 30 under 30. She holds a PhD in biomedical engineering from the University of Oxford. She contributed to a human-centric COVID-19 recovery plan, for which she won an award from the World Economic Forum, where she is currently a global shaper. As a result of her achievements and her leadership experience, she was awarded the Next Generation Women's Leaders Prize by McKinsey & Company, and also received a royal family invite to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a young leader in healthcare. Today, Serena will be speaking about walking into the digital future. So welcome, Serena.
Fantastic, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. So, as many of the speakers, I of course prepared this presentation originally in Urdu, but then was asked to switch it to English. So, I hope it's fine for everybody. Aside from that, when I was invited to this conference, I was incredibly thrilled and absolutely knew that already I wanted to talk to you about digitalization and the great potential. Accelerate digitalization across a variety of industries and geographies. And so, as I mentioned, I really am a strong believer in the collaboration between high-tech companies and businesses as well as governments to propel change, which is why I engage also with institutes such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Research Foundation, the World Economic Forum, etc. Because ultimately technology is here to improve our lives. If we look at history, humanity has been striving to find ways to sort of get shortcuts to labor and just make life a lot easier, which we see, for example, in the 17th century with the Industrial Revolution, where we started using water and steam to make our lives and labor easier. On the other hand, about 100 years later, we went into mass production. As everybody knows, in the automotive industry, that was a radical change. Later on, we're basically already starting to look into IT and electronic solutions. And then we reach the 2000s where everybody is talking about connected devices, IT, technology, cybersecurity already is popping up. And then 20 years later, as in today, we're talking about the future where there's a human and machine interface that is sort of getting blurry because we're really talking about AI all the time. We're talking about big data. And what you see in this transition, however, is not only the strive towards constantly investing in technology and engineering, but also this is not a linear curve. We're not gradually being interested in it, but it's an exponential interest. And to the point that only about 7 years ago, we were talking about Industry 4.0, and already today, we're in 5.0. But what does that really mean? So both are digitalization concepts, but in Industry 4.0, we're sort of more focused towards automizing everything. Everything should work on its own. We should have these factory floor plans where everything runs smoothly and without manpower. And today, we're already talking about human interfaces in the way that we're looking at how AI and humans ultimately can further detach themselves from this constant automated system. And radically, we're really moving from a one-size-fits-all kind of model where you're producing hundreds and thousands and millions of the same product towards a present where we want personalized solutions. Just think about it. Everything needs to be personalized today. If you think in the clothing industry, from the very simple things like having personalized bags or jackets with your, although being at fixed brand, you want some personal touch in it. In the medical sphere, we're looking at personalized care and personalized drugs. And so what we can ultimately see in the market is that there are three key dimensions that are along with market growth that are pushing this digitalization forward. So the markets are growing with the populations rising and with the people's ability to instantly purchase things. On the other hand, there is the constant rise of new products and therapies in the medical segment. And with that, there is also a rise of uncertainty. How are we going to do things? How do we prioritize causes? And also there is, of course, the cost pressure. With more and more competitors arising, both not only in the large industry space, but also in the startup space, we're forced to act quickly. And primarily, the industry, I would say, has these four key pillars of activity that needs to face. On the one hand, industry needs to be very flexible. We need to be able to adapt, we need to be able to personalize, we need to be able to shift our ways of working. And to do that, we also need to be very fast. So speed becomes essential. With that, the rise of the need of quality. We're moving away from a model where we buy things today and we throw them away tomorrow. Because as we heard also from Senator Sherry Raham yesterday, we have a focus on sustainability. We need to make sure that we're living in a more sustainable world, so quality is becoming more and more important. And finally, also, we need to get more efficient. And so you could see, wow, there are all these names popping up, 5G, blockchain, big data. We've heard them also during this conference. Can we just ignore all of that and move forward? Technically, as industries and as companies, you could, and also as a country, you could. However, the progress over time and your footprint over time and mark ultimately in the world would be a linear steady growth instead of an exponential one. So there is really a critical need to act today when it comes to digitalization, and particularly in Pakistan, precisely for the reasons mentioned in the beginning, because you have the user base that are interested in digital technology. You have the right talent to achieve all these things. So I would really, really urge you to really get very interested and very engaged in these topics to ultimately reap the fruits of it very soon. And one could think, wow, all these changes seem like a lot. How should I suddenly digitalize my entire companies? It's a huge investment. It's going to take time. And of course, you can't sort of have an approach of trial and error because it's very expensive. And this is where the concept of digital twin comes in very handy. So digital twinning is basically about creating a digital copy of the real world. You can do it either for a specific product you're producing or for a process. And ultimately, you follow a circular path then. You create your digital twin, you optimize a solution in it, you realize it, and then you sort of do a trial and error only in the digital space. And this technique, while it might seem very fuzzy and distant, is actually a very well-renowned and very well-accepted way of proofing your innovation. Now, of course, being an expert in healthcare, I will draw some examples from the health space of what this digital future could look like, where digitalization and the real world sort of are merging. And let's look at a complex of hospital buildings, right? But you can, of course, translate it to research facilities, to smart cities, etc. So these are just examples. What you can achieve, for example, with investing in this dual nature of infrastructure is, on the one hand, when it comes to sustainability, it's a lot easier to monitor, let's say, air quality or waste management. Again, very critical factors in every country today. And as we also heard yesterday from your government speakers, something that the governments themselves would be very eager to incentivize and support. And this is something we see in countries over and over, that the funds for these innovations, if they match the government's ultimately requirements and promises for the future, can also be supported financially. Again, one more reason to really propel in this change and be the first in the runner-up in these changes. On the other hand, when we're talking digital hospitals, of course, we're talking also about clinical efficiency. You're monitoring patient flow in and out, you're optimizing surgical cycles, you're of course increasing security with the fact that everything is monitored, trackable, both when it comes to the patient experience as well as for the devices themselves. It's of course an experience for the employees as well, because processes are streamlined, but also for patients themselves, who ultimately get a much easier and smoother process and experience. And so with all this being said, you think, okay, now we're ready, now we're set. Now we know how to, what the aims and the potentials of digitalizations are. And then, as usual in our world, by the time you figure something out, something new comes along. The metaverse. The metaverse came into our lives and we're all sort of confused. What does it really mean? How do we do it? How do we integrate it? How do we become hip also as a company by introducing it in our slogans and in our innovations? So with this, I just want to shed some light, really a couple of minutes, on what it actually means to integrate a metaverse. When it comes to healthcare, but this is also, of course, very translatable, what you have is suddenly a continuous flow of information that is synchronous, which ultimately means that there's a constant flow where both the real world and the digital world interact and influence each other. This is a really key aspect of it. On the other hand, you're enabling transactions, as discussed by many of the speakers yesterday, and ultimately it is also interoperable, which ultimately means that multiple sources of data can be integrated in one, which is, I'm sure any of you who are very active in the tech space know that is a critical issue usually, to combine software knowledge and inputs from multiple sources. And in the realm particularly of healthcare, the integration of the metaverse brings many advantages. When it comes to R&D, which is usually the most expensive part for pharmaceutical companies, especially the smaller ones that really rely on constantly having new products, you could have really a much more cost-effective way of doing research because of all the data that is available out there. When it comes to personalized care, you would be able to, of course, improve that as well, because you would have access to all the patient data with like simple healthcare cards that can be scanned and that hold everything in an integrated way. When it comes to diagnostics, you could rely on data of patients you get from other countries to improve diagnostics in yours. And ultimately also this applies both to treatment and infrastructure. But with all of this sounding so exciting, you are certainly thinking, okay, let's do it, let's jump on the train. And when we look at the opportunities in the digital space, there are so many, and there have been on the rise. Think about it and really look at some data really quickly. You could see that just about 20 years ago, in 2003, we had about 0.5 billion devices connected to this IoT network. 20 years later, we have 100 times more. We're talking about 50 billion devices, all connected. We're talking about the network that is rapidly, incredibly rapidly expanding. And while this creates immense data opportunities for us to learn from, to interact, and to integrate in our systems and processes, we need to be aware of the risks. And when I mean risk, I mean usually cybersecurity. So with the rise, of course, of multiple ways of connecting devices, of multiple types of devices connected, some being more vulnerable than others, some being more vulnerable than others, you have an increased risk of cyber attacks. And this is something to be aware of. And we see that in companies. In companies today, there is also a shift in a focus towards cybersecurity, simply to ensure, of course, the safety and the usability of this data. So while you could have a growing risk of cyber attacks, so you could have it because of the rapidly changing technology, there are also more and more laws that are being implemented, both locally and on a global level, to ultimately help promote digitalization, however, in a very responsible and conscious way. And this, again, just an example from the healthcare space, is critical because let's talk about patient impact If we're talking about cyber attacks and you're thinking of the small, tiny devices like pacemakers that really set the rhythm of your heart, and talk about cyber attacks, somebody could have basically the ability to alter it. Of course, it's a huge risk, and this is why medtech companies are, of course, investing a lot into creating secure devices. When it comes to data protection, needless to say, data needs to stay personal on a certain level. Same when it comes to medical regulation and ultimately the infrastructure legacy. So with all of this being said, I really hope that one thinks, wow, this is a fantastical opportunity and we certainly want to engage in it, but there are so many aspects, where do we from? And this is why ultimately at Siemens in the consulting space, we have a broad range of over 8,000 experts across the globe to really help our clients in different segments of digitalization, be it in energy, mobility, smart infrastructure, or even healthcare, to ultimately achieve their goals in an efficient, effective, and sustainable way. And because ultimately our experiences lie, on the one hand, we're basically a very well-founded engineering company, so we have all the technical knowledge necessary to implement these huge transformations for companies across the globe, but also have the breadth of the business and financial understanding and the vision of trends in these segments. So, what do you say? Are you ready to accelerate change and digitalization in Pakistan? As I hope you've seen, I certainly am. So if you want to get in touch either during lunch, a tea break, or even later after the conference, feel free to scan the QR code and connect via LinkedIn or via email. Thank you so much, and looking forward to talking to you more about digitalization in different realms. Thank you. Thank you.
So we're living in times where every industry, every domain needs what Serena termed as integrated solutions. And of course, its importance for the healthcare industry cannot be overemphasized, as we have just been reminded in Selena's very well articulated presentation. We've heard very intelligent, very interesting concepts about an intelligent ecosystem and how the metaverse can benefit the entire value chain in the healthcare industry. So thank you, Selena. We really enjoyed your presentation. I'd like to take this opportunity to just shout out a big thank you to all our sponsors and partners for Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit 2022. We have SAP and Siemens, Faisal Bank, Habib Bank Limited, Mobilink Microfinance Bank, PTCL Group, Abacus Consulting, S&P Global, TCS, Al Mizan Investment Management Limited, NBP Funds, UBank, Shield, Farmivo and Ehad, Hilton Pharma, our strategic partners OICCI, our knowledge partners ACCA, and our hospitality partners Serena Hotels. So on behalf of Natural Conferences Group and Martin Dow Group, I'd again like to thank all our sponsors and partners for standing with us solidly through all seasons and all editions of Leaders in Islamabad. So now coming to our third speaker. He's also a global shaper at the World Economic Forum, Joey Wilson, senior consultant on EY Parthenon's life science strategy team in Germany. Joey is a firm believer in cross-disciplinary knowledge. He pursued his formal education in 3 fields that he's passionate about in the US, China, and UK. And these 3 fields, he believes, govern our modern world: science, business, and policy. He's worked with the US President Joe Biden to address social issues. He's also patented a medical device simplifying the diagnosis of breast cancer. So let's put our hands together for Joey Wilson as he sheds light on healthcare and pharma, post-COVID, and emerging opportunities. All yours, Joey.
now. But there are also challenges, as we remember, in manufacturing, which still exist, supply chain logistics and storage with cold chain. And those are things that still have to be worked through to some extent. But really, this opportunity emerged. Now, everybody knows what mRNA is. Before COVID, nobody would have known what a PCR test is, which makes me laugh as a scientist because we would run those all the time in the lab to test different things. But now people know what PCR is. People also know mRNA. They may not know all of the science behind it, but they know the verbiage. So there's a huge opportunity here, and it's in fields not only in infectious disease, but especially oncology, rare disease, etc. So what's happened since? There have been mega deals with Sanofi buying Elevate Bio for $3.2 billion, and most recently, Pfizer investing in Beam Therapeutics for $1.3 billion. And all of these are in the spaces that I mentioned. So this has come to fruition. Secondly, I talked about the 3 Ps of the future of medicine, and other speakers, Doug and Selena, have already mentioned these. There's precision, prediction, and personalization. So in terms of precision, cell and gene therapies, we've seen lots of approvals in the past years. These are emerging, and these are actually here. They have arrived. In terms of prediction, Selena talked about it in terms of digital health. You've got the Internet of Things, AI, blockchain, all of these technologies coming together to integrate data and make real-time analyses to help you understand how to be healthier in the long term and what actions you can take now to be healthier. And then lastly, there's personalization. We understand so much about the makeup of ourselves. It's not just genomics anymore. It's not just about your DNA. It's the whole omic landscape. There are all kinds of things we can look into and understand about people. Companies like Google are collecting data and trying to make sense of it, and honestly, we're almost there. So I still think strongly that these 3 Ps are what's going to drive us forward. And then lastly, I gave 5 predicted future trends, and I think we can look at some of these briefly. So is data ubiquitous? Yes, it's everywhere. We're using all of the data still, bringing it together using these technologies. 2, are medical devices integrated into daily life? Who's wearing an Apple Watch right now? Lots of people in the audience are wearing Apple Watches, Fitbits. Even just your cell phone collects so much health data, and it's ubiquitous, it's integrated. Maybe at some point it will be even more integrated inside of us, but currently it's external and it's there. Thirdly, doctors and tech uniting. These things are happening as well. In the clinic, AI and these digital technologies that Selena mentioned are used to try to understand what's going on and assist doctors. I don't think that doctors will disappear. Never. That's not going to happen. But doctors will be supported by technology. Fourthly, Medicine is becoming more preventative. As we understand more and more about ourselves, we can try to prevent things from happening based on our genetic makeup, our family history, and all kinds of things. So people are really, especially after COVID, pursuing preventative health care. And lastly, caution with innovation. Yesterday, the senator talked about climate change and all of these trends that are happening nowadays, and it's scary, to be honest. I'm a little terrified about the things that are ongoing now, and a lot of these innovations in science that are coming have to consider sustainability. They have to consider ethics. They have to consider all of these things. So all of these things are still relevant. But what's happened since we've gone through COVID? I put up two quotes, one about Pakistan, one about the rest of the world. From the chief digital and tech officer at Pfizer, the healthcare industry is being rewired across the entire patient journey. The pandemic acted as a catalyst, making people more fluent in using digital technologies and more receptive to virtual engagement. So that's one trend I'll mention that Selena already touched on. And then secondly, Pakistan. The pandemic has shown that Pakistan can prevail when faced with any challenge. This reflects the diligence, commitment, and capability of the entire chain, from top to bottom and in all directions around. So COVID has proved Pakistan's mettle. COVID has proved the rest of the world's mettle. So let's talk about what's happening nowadays. So there are some global drivers I don't think I could have predicted in 2020. The huge global economic uncertainty that has emerged, the conflict between nations, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the disruption of value chains. At the time it was emerging, but now it's become a huge, huge issue, supply chains being disrupted. Fourth, we knew about it, but it's become even worse. We've seen in the past year in the UK, temperatures reaching 40 degrees. Pakistan has seen torrential rain. Climate change is an emergency, and it's coming faster than I guess we thought at the time. And lastly, of course, aging populations. In the next years, 10% of the world's population, or currently 10% of the world's population is 65 years or older. So chronic disease is on the rise, which really impacts our field. But what does this mean? So there are healthcare trends emerging from COVID, and I would point out specifically 7 things, which I'll each briefly touch upon. So firstly, alternative care delivery models. Companies like Amazon, for example, in the United States, are buying out kind of pharmaceutical players and pharmaceutical delivery. Things are moving into the home. Care delivery is moving into the home, and this is revolutionizing the way we interact with our systems. Secondly, digital engagement tool deployment. Nowadays, you're really comfortable with telemedicine. You're happy to see a doctor when you're at home or anywhere, and this makes care accessible. It's something that people can get always, no matter what. Thirdly, we're transitioning from this idea of volume to value. This is a really trendy thing in healthcare. In the US, and I believe also in Pakistan, hospitals are compensated based on fee for service. This means that you go to the doctor, they perform something, and then they're compensated. But nowadays, we're bringing value into healthcare, which means it's not about the services provided, it's about the outcomes that patients have. And this is really starting to transition systems in an interesting way and revolutionizing the way care is thought about and delivered. Fourthly, the capability of regulation to be agile, which maybe makes people laugh a little bit, but really, during COVID, we saw all of these things, like the FDA, for example, approve drugs at an unprecedented speed. And this was really amazing, and we can expect our systems to be better. Regulation and government and bureaucracy can be good for the pharmaceutical industry, and it can be good for all of us. So we have to find the balance. Fifthly, the critical nature of supply chains. We all know about it. I won't talk too much about it, but you really have to think about domestic production. When you can't import things or things are disrupted, it really makes you think about what you need as a country and what you have to create yourselves. Sixthly, there's a push towards holistic health and wellness. Basically, people are more concerned about their health now, and that impacts the way they interact with themselves and interact with the environment. So this will come into play a little bit later when I talk about nutraceuticals and vitamins. Everywhere around the world, I believe people are really pursuing this. And lastly, there's the relevance of larger societal issues. COVID really unmasked how these things are happening and, the dynamics behind them, and equality and things like that. They're very important in our industry. So these are all things to think about. So based on that, let's talk about Pakistan briefly. Doug talked about this, but I wanted to give a few numbers. Firstly, the median age in Pakistan right now is 22.8. 60% of the population is under 30. 65% of the population is under 35 years of age. People may think that chronic disease isn't a relevant thing in Pakistan because of that, but in fact, chronic disease is super relevant. If you ask anybody in the pharmaceutical industry, things like diabetes, heart disease, there are things that the system has to consider. So even though the population is young, and that's great in terms of industry and work and production and the economy, it's something you still have to be cautious in terms of healthcare. People really have to watch out and make sure they can pursue preventative care. In terms of exports, Pakistan's export currently in the pharmaceutical market is roughly 200 million. Doug mentioned the whole industry growing to 5 billion, but right now it's a very small export industry. But McKinsey predicted with full potential, this could grow to 1 billion very quickly. That's a 500% increase, and that's something that you should consider. Internet penetration is 54%, so digital technologies, as Serena mentioned, could be good. And a really big problem right now is the reliance on imports. 95% of APIs, which are active pharmaceutical ingredients, excipients, etc., are imported to Pakistan. Most of these from India and China. And this is a huge problem right now for the industry that has to be addressed. So what are the challenges right now that really Pakistan has to overcome? It's not an easy road, but it's something that I truly believe Pakistan's industry can overcome and be a leading, I mean, it's already a leading industry here, but be really cementing itself globally, not only domestically. So there are 6 problems I see: the sourcing of APIs, price control policies, the speed of new medicine approvals, lack of IP protection, bulk packaging regulations, which hurts generic and biosimilar manufacturers, and external regulatory compliance, meaning if you want to export, you need FDA labs, and currently Pakistan doesn't have these. So let's talk about the 3 opportunities I see for Pakistan's industry right now. 3 main things, going from most realistic, in my opinion, to most difficult but still realistic. So first would be vaccine fill and finish or complete production. You may wonder, what is fill and finish? Fill and finish is when you import something that's finished and then put it in packaging. So Pakistan could become Pakistan by packaging lots of pharmaceuticals. Or you could completely manufacture vaccines. Why? Because currently you're a part of Gavi's international program where you can import vaccine. Immunization is a super important topic in Pakistan, and the programs here are absolutely amazing. COVID showed resilience there, and a lot of great things happened, not only for the COVID vaccine, but also for general vaccines that everybody should take when they're young. But that's coming to an end. There were some international opportunities that showed your ability to manufacture things at a high scale during COVID, like Renovavir you took and you were able to manufacture here for the US. But it's a little complicated. There'll be close collaboration needed with the government, including DRAP, your agency, and you're going to need increased capabilities and capacities. Secondly, off-patent drugs and nutraceuticals. Currently, India and China are moving more into the value-added pharmaceutical space, meaning they're manufacturing more complex products. But for low and middle income countries, there's still a large need for other generic products, off-patent, and also, as I said before, with a focus on health and wellness, nutraceuticals. Martin Dow, the local pharmaceutical company, which is giant, does produce nutraceuticals and does do some of this work. But as an industry, this can really grow and fill a global demand, which is still high. The market is booming, and this is something that Pakistan can, and I believe will do. And you all can compete on quality and cost. Once again, it takes some increased capacities and capabilities, but you can do it. Lastly would be the production of APIs domestically. This is a bit challenging. This is a bit difficult, but it would be really important because when you're importing the raw materials, it's really tough to, be resolute when the supply chain is down, and you don't want to be reliant on other countries. So you could build capacities and capabilities in API production. There are a lot of challenges here, though. It's a lot of investment. It's hard to compete on quality and on price and in terms of policy because there have been so many people in this industry, in the region, producing for a long time. But I still believe it would be great. And this has already started to happen. A company called City Pharmaceuticals IPO'd here to try to start to build factories producing API locally. But it hasn't really taken hold so far. So there needs to be government investment there. That's something you could definitely pursue. But the problem is, who watches the watcher? How do you know for sure it's produced here? How do you know for sure it's used here? That's one of the main issues I see, but this has emerged. But these are the three opportunities I see for Pakistan, and I'd love to talk more with everybody about it. So just wrapping up here, I know I'm running short on time. Forces are gathering steam now, but we must add in human agency. People can choose which direction they want to push themselves, their societies, and their world. In fact, there is more leeway now. In most eras, history proceeds along a set path and change is hard. But the novel coronavirus has upended our society. Things are already changing, and in that atmosphere, further change becomes easier than ever. So just wanted to wrap up with one quote, which is, Tu shahin hai parvaze kam tera. Tu shahin hai parvaze kam tera. Tere samne asama or beyond. Which means, you are the great falcon, your passion is flight. Look ahead, there are more skies to transcend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joey. So this marks the end of our first session for the day. And now we're coming to the 7th session overall and the second session of today. Throughout the day, we'll be hearing from our brilliant international speakers and some of our very eminent local speakers. So stay tuned, all those who are watching us online, and don't go anywhere, don't leave the hall, everybody that's already here. Please keep tweeting and retweeting. A number of influencers have tweeted yesterday. Senator Sherry Rahman tweeted, the Ministry of Climate Change tweeted, the Ministry of Finance tweeted. So please go to their Twitter handles, get those tweets and retweet them with the hashtag Leaders in ISB. So coming to the next session, the first speaker is Nick Van Breda. He's the co-founder of Virtual Neufel and he's also a premium coach at ExoWorks. He's a change maker, he's a consultant, he's a virtual reality development specialist, and he's a hackathon organizer. Between 2014 and 2022, he helped more than 230,000 individuals to become entrepreneurs. And with social impact. So he's in effect promoting and nurturing social entrepreneurs. He has over 150 articles to his credit. He's reached over 1.6 million leaders. Today he will be talking about harnessing technology for the deep rise. I went through some of his presentation slides yesterday, and I'm very, very excited, as is everybody else in the hall. Nick, the podium is all yours.
Thank you. Check, check. Is it working? I think so, eh? So we're talking about technology over here, but I always bring some technology. I'm Nick van Breda, and I'm here to show you like what kind of things you could use to actually revolutionize your business as a company, a corporate, a bank, your operations, but also internationalization. And I brought a few items here. This is a virtual reality glass. How many of you have actually tried it before? Raise your hands. Not even 10%. And a 360 camera. How many? Even 10%. Well, those things are actually now accessible for everyone. They're actually so cheap at the moment, that I've been researching and helping individuals, a lot of youngsters, to use these technologies to make a change. And today I'm going to talk about the latest developments, so I'm going to give you a deep dive on various different topics, like very different verticals, where these technologies have been cheaper and cheaper for people like you and I, for individuals, to start using them. So I'll give you a lot of business use cases today, where you can actually start implementing them in your own organization or in your own life. So I'm very happy to be invited again by Azfar after the Future Summit in 2020 as well, to talk about, well, back then I was talking about digital twinning, but now actually giving you the exact examples of how things like digital twinning can be incorporated into your organization. Today I will be talking about a lot of different subjects, but I'll just give one or two examples of each and how they have been changing the way we look at the technology and how it can influence our lives. So, for example, the energy crisis that have been emerged in this year, and the European Green Deal, and how they can actually create an exponential growth when they are occurring together. So once you set a target and then have to execute it, it can ramp up with a crisis, and that is actually happening right now. Learning and development, how it's changing to go more remotely, and how recruitment is also done in a more global and inclusive way. After that, I'm going more in deep into like sectors like health, and how we can see things like virtual reality actually being used for more and more different applicants. So how can you use it for innovation development and product design, or how can you use it for treatment or aftercare? There's a lot of different things that have been happening last 2 years, and I just want to give you a grasp of that, also from a sales and marketing and e-commerce perspective, and how can we, like in our daily lives, use these technologies to, for example, increase our food systems. So without further ado, I'm going to give you a deep dive. It's going to be a lot, so be well prepared. You can have the slides afterwards, but I'm going really quickly into those topics. The energy system in Europe has been looked at, and there's a lot of countries like ours in the Netherlands that have no solution to have like one energy source for all our energy needs. But it's not an issue. If you see on this global map or like this European map, there is focus points per country. And that means that if we create an infrastructure that the energy is connected to each other, the energy wires are connected to each other, we can actually exchange what we have in overconsumption, while there's too much wind in Denmark or too much sun in, for example, Spain. So we can actually exchange and have the energy needs we need, and we can no longer have to rely on the gas and the oil we are very dependent on right now in the Russian invasion. So what we have seen now in the last year is actually almost a doubling in solar energy in Europe alone, a doubling. There's actually a 12-month time to implement solar panels in some of our region due to the logistical problems right now, even with energy water pump systems that people were not even interested in last year. So there's over 12 months of delivery time now, and this is ramping up. The cost of production of these products is going down really quickly. Here you see how the European Union is like trying to create a bottom-up approach. They're actually saying, if we are creating systems like a subsidiary program for solar panels, like you don't have to pay taxes for them, we can actually influence individuals to make their own house self-sustainable. And then they can help us with the smart grids. So our energy problems with the grid right now can be forced by giving them all smart IoT measurements on their solar panels. So from next year onwards, every household that gets solar panels has to have a smart sensor to measure when they collect energy and when they consume energy. And the next step is that you actually plan your washing machine or dryer on the right time when you actually produce energy. So the problem with the energy grid right now, to upgrade it, can be solved with individuals. And that's, I think, a very promising thing, that you co-create this this deeply with an individual household. The next step is then the batteries, of course. Can you charge those batteries to use the energy in the evening? Those kind of small things, they are subsidized after each other. When we all have electric cars, we have a battery of like 60 kilowatts, and we can actually use that 60 kilowatts to energize our household needs. And then we can uncharge it again. Now you see complete cities and their parking lots being that smart grid. They're going to work, they discharge the cars during the day when there's a lot of peak, then there's a lot of need of energy, and they charge them again when there's a lot of solar energy input. And then the cars are full, they come back home, and then they're discharged for the washing machine. So there's a lot of things that are happening with these technologies that give me a big uptake. And I wonder how many of you think that in 2050 we are able as individuals to have a circular economy in our own lives. Like we don't have to use any new materials, any new products anymore in 2050. How many people think that it's possible? Raise your hands. I can see the young people are actually positive here. That's good to hear. But if you look at energy prices, like the production of solar energy or wind energy, it came to a point right now already that it's only 2.5 cents to 5 cents per kilowatt to have that energy source. And that's almost 3 times cheaper than fossil fuels right now. So it's actually a no-brainer to not use these energy sources. If you have a house and you don't have solar panels, it's really weird. It pays it back in 4 years right now in the Netherlands. I just implemented mine last year, and I probably have it back in 3.5 years because of the high rise of energy costs right now. So it's actually a no-brainer to not have them. They last for 25, 30 years. After 4 years, they are making cash while I'm not at home. And it's really weird to see it in my app, to see the solar energy coming up. And I just make like $10 a day right now, just having them on my roof. The next thing I want to talk about is education. In the COVID time, people had education from home, and there was this school that actually said to their students, can you build our school in Minecraft? You all play Minecraft? Probably you can do it. After 1 week, they rebuilt the whole school in Minecraft, and they had all the classes in Minecraft. So the teachers were actually using it as a teaching space. And I think it's really promising. If you look at 91% of the young kids are playing video games, and we can actually have them create for our teachers the best learning environment. Like, I'm really enthusiastic because I was a game addict back in the days, and I always wished to have games in my curricula. I never had the opportunity because all my parents and all my family around me, they were saying, like, gaming? That's a waste of time. And nowadays you see that gaming is actually simulating people to learn skills. And on a safe way, like, for example, becoming a mechanic or working in military or becoming an engineer. There's so much uptake on simulation games that it's actually a no-brainer to not use simulation experience anymore. It's used for hard skills, but also for soft skills. For example, learning how to manage a conflict as a consultant. It's very hard to mimic that training with a group of people, a group of colleagues. But now it's actually possible with creating a simulation and having NPCs. They are like avatars that you give them an instruction, like a training manual, and they perform it every time again with speech recognition today, giving you a score on how well you did. You were too aggressive at talking to the person, you were too slow, you were, police actually is using that today to give parking tickets. There can be a big conflict giving a parking ticket to someone, and they are being trained in virtual reality right now to handle that on the right way so they don't have that much conflict. And I just want to show you a few examples of other organizations, like Hilton is training their staff, like as a hotel they're training their staff and their management to have some more empathy about clients and dealing with people in their hotels and restaurants. If you are hired as a manager, it's not common sense that you're in operations, so it's hard to think about your personnel and what they should do if you don't know what they are doing in their daily lives. So they only needed 20 minutes of training in VR to understand the situation of room service, of front desk employees, of doing reception, and they have actually been able to bring the learning environment to the managers really quickly. And it took them only 1 day course with a company called Sweetrush They designed the script. They started with this camera. They filmed everyone in their role working. For example, the receptionist, they filmed them. And then they made them short enough to understand, like, okay, this is kind of situations they are coming in. So now we understand, okay, what to do in our governance and not what to do in our next implementation plans and upgrades. And you see that those technologies are becoming so accessible now that healthcare is actually leveraging that and AI and robotics. I'm just going to give some examples of how home care has been improved over the last few years. There's VR being used for meditation, not just for the nurses in their work field that have been helping people to fight corona, that were so stressed and traumatized in their work, that needed 10 minutes of VR break, VR meditation in their work, to get relaxed again, to get out of their workload. You now see like AI pill dispensers giving you the pills on the right time for people with dementia. Or we are actually working on this little doll that the kid is wearing here that is helping them develop social skills so that they can actually communicate their needs and problems faster, also without having a doctor at hand at all time. So they can actually know what is needed before a doctor actually comes in. And there's also robots doing help in integration. For example, Ukrainian learning Dutch with a robot, learning the language. So there's so much applications being used now, but it's also because of the shortage in our healthcare workers in the Netherlands. There's so much shortage that they are taking every opportunity, every robot that can have a big meaning. Of course they have to assess that, but it actually helps them out a big time, as I see. And here you see how a hospital in Corona times was not able to onboard new personnel. And they have looked at, okay, what kind of technologies? You guys probably have an iPhone here. There's a camera on the back. It's a 3D scanner on the back of your iPhone. And that 3D scanner helps you digitize the world around you. You can actually scan 3D objects and place them in virtual reality or in augmented reality. And you can create trainings yourself with them. And with a glass or without a glass, you can use your phone to actually put the AR model in front of you, and you can start creating trainings. And this is now done on onboarding a lot of people, not just for patient care, but here is actually how we made a scan of the whole hospital, and we helped people do the onboarding at home. And this is actually all a game now. So it's 3D scanned with a smartphone or a Leica camera. Then it's turned into a game environment where all the tools that you need for your onboarding are implemented in. So you're going to test those, you're going to practice those. You see that here. So those games are actually now serious games. And you're being onboarded in virtual reality, and then afterwards, after one day of training at home, you can start. So you don't need any employees anymore to do the training. And this hospital is having their own academy where they are developing more and more of these trainings. So it doesn't really cost them a lot to have this business unit, this side business unit, where they're experimenting this, and they see afterwards that they have created something for the long run. They can use it for a long time. Other examples in that hospital is how we can do aftercare when people have to go to the intensive care. Like 90,000 people go to intensive care in the Netherlands alone every year. And a lot of percentage of them, they have a post-traumatic trauma afterwards. And it takes them over 2 years to overcome the trauma of going to an intensive care. And they are thinking like, okay, what if we can simulate with the 360 cameras? Here's a little bit more high quality 360 camera using. And we can mimic the whole travel towards the intensive care, what we are going to do on the intensive care. And we do it as a pre-exposure therapy. So this is going to happen with you. So you can prepare mentally already that this is going to happen to you. And after the treatment, you come back and do it again. And it actually is so effective that they are now doing it with everyone they can that have been through an intensive care process. And they prevent depressions, the suicide attempts, lots of things that happen afterwards after people have been through this traumatic experience. So it's a new product they came up with, a new service they come up with that has been implemented now successfully in that hospital. let's dive more into the business side of things. Like, you're a global company or you want to expand, but how do you global onboarding? How do you get people in your culture in there? There's Accenture, it's a big consulting firm with 600,000 employees, and they have looked at, okay, how can we actually leverage this new technology to get 60,000 new employees we hire every year onboarded. And it's really hard as an international organization to onboard that amount of people with a lot of people. They have looked at a day program and how this new technology can help them in a day program to get people working together, onboarded, like understanding the norms and value of the firm, and actually do some more things like preparations of presentations, co-designing products, reviewing them together with lots of different cultures that are tuning in, and they're all doing it as an avatar, and they do it with 3 founding pillars. Those pillars are the hardware, is defining, okay, what kind of hardware piece can we ship to 60,000 people. So they came up with this glass, and they shipped that to all the new employees. The second thing is like, okay, we need 1 or 2 applications that people can use without any technical background. And they choose to use Altspace VR, a Microsoft product, and they use Supernatural. And Supernatural is a fitness app in VR. So people do energizers experiences every day to not sit behind their computers all day. They do exercises in VR to have some physical activity in the breaks that they have during the work. And those 2 apps were used to actually onboard those people. And now you see that they've done a few different things with that. So they are actually onboarding all of the new personnel in virtual reality first. The second thing is that they have their own Friday afternoon meetings in VR. They are doing drinks and everything in there, and they do fun activities like playing basketball or bowling, these kind of fun activities together. And they have their own like dome where they give tours to new people that are they are consulting. So they give access to the platform to new people that they are consulting, and then they can onboard them. Thank you. So Accenture has a big strategy around it now. They want to be the best digital consultant, so they actually use VR as a tool to make them the best. Like they are so progressively taking 60,000 headsets that they made it a product that they are selling, of course. But also, it's not that easy. Like, we just take a technology and start it, and they listen to their people, like their employees, and their feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. They are almost addicted to it, that they love it so much that they actually come up with new products themselves. So their users are actually coming up with new services. And they're discovering it together with Microsoft in their free platform, Altspace, how they can further collaborate, like brainstorm together and co-work together and co-design together to make it more powerful than it is today. And there's another company that's in a similar industry, it's PwC, that said we are going to use existing content. And they use Tailspin, and Tailspin is actually creating simulation learnings about soft skills. They're actually creating trainings that are normally done in classroom. It takes 2 hours, but they're able to ramp them up to 20 minutes. And what they are trying to do now is actually create like the simulations together with content creators, and that more and more content is actually there already from the start, so companies can right away use them, like you and I. And this is what they've reached. They have reached a 4 times speed in learning. They have reached much more attention span because people are in the experience. Thank you. And they have actually simulated, like doing it in classroom and doing it in e-learning. They've simulated that 375 students can outperform the costs. So if you have more than 375 students, it's also like a no-brainer to not use it. So now they are having lots of content, like active listening and inquiry, physiological safety, inclusion. There are a lot of courses now there that they're using. And what I think is very interesting, if we can get that content open source for everyone. And there's an initiative called VO Content. It's a company, it's like a foundation in the Netherlands. 26% have joined the open education like I call it a revolution, but they have joined this platform where they are sharing all the learning materials from all the learning suppliers, and they can just click on the subjects and the courses they want, and they can create their own curricula. And then you can just have a lifelong learning platform for all of your employees to upskill them, and they are actually subsidized by the government now, and they are so good in getting a return on investment that going open source is not really a bad thing here. And I think that challenges like having refugees now from Ukraine all over Europe and giving them a quick way to a job opportunity is actually now done in VR. There's a company, Wiener XL, is a municipality helping 4,000 people find the right job within 6 months being in a country, by giving them a 360 tour of a company in the virtual reality. And I think that's really promising. So 92% actually enjoyed it, and they had a good representation of what the job will be. And that's groundbreaking, that when people are entering and you can use the technology on a quick way, it's revolutionary. So there's a lot of applications. Here's how you can actually do hiring together online. And I would like to see more and more of you trying out this technology. So today we will be in the lobby giving you a tryout on the VR headsets together with my next speaker, Doreen. And we would like to see more and more of you using it for lots of different reasons, like innovation development, designing spaces like cars, testing it without having to produce products, but also for example, safety trainings and onboarding. There's so much applications out there that defining which kind of strategy and which kind of problems you have a company. You can start with free apps like Gravity Sketch, like the design app BMW uses, and start to design your own experience. And if you're talking about climate change experiences, there's a great application called Pollinator Park. It's created by the European Union to actually simulate the world in 2070. Simulate the world in 50 years and see how the world looks like if we don't have bees anymore. Like 60% of the food we eat today is not there anymore. But you feel it and you're in that experience, and afterwards you are changing your life. So I think these simulations, and if we give those tools to a lot of young people nowadays, they can design the world of the future. And hopefully a good scenario, because the bee problem is actually a huge problem here. So these things that you can design with the technology now can be used for branding as well. If it's a social issue, or if it's an e-commerce product, like a new product that you want to sell, these things are done with NFTs, they're done with new cars, they're done with a lot of different things. So see these new technologies as a stepping stone for people with no technical background to actually get started with most of the modern technologies. And here you see having a group presentation looks a little bit odd today, so there's not like the metaverse is like realistically exactly the same as we are here together, but the technology is there, and most of the platforms are free to use, so there's actually no excuse to not try it out and just see how it works, how it can work with someone in another country. See if it feels like, oh, you're together. And here's like, if you're doing e-commerce, if you can already try out clothing and maybe shoes, you can try out your shoes in VR already, like Gucci and Nike are doing. And then afterwards you see that people are buying it faster when they had like this opportunity as an avatar, or with AR, with the phone, they are scanning like, oh, it looks great, or they're scanning a new furniture with IKEA app, and it fits in their room. And then 30% more of the people buy the product actually if they have this experience. So it's a big uptake. The last subject I would like to talk about is the food system. When we see solar becoming so cheap, and greenhouse, the glass houses that are in the Netherlands, like creating more export in tomatoes than Spain in total, you see that in France they are also incorporating the solar panels on these glass houses. So they don't need gas anymore. And I think because of the price drop right now in solar, it becomes a very good source of creating like a food system that you don't rely on import anymore. So Dubai and New York and China, they're all learning from us how we do the glass house practice to start using less water, use less pesticides, use clean energy sources, and set up a system, a security system that you do no longer rely on the rainfall, do no longer have the problems of the drought, because you can manage it. You can create a climate control system like we have here with the air conditioning, but then for your food systems. So I think it's there for everyone, and I'm working for the University of Vans. We're actually testing 3D print robots that can do the farming automated with 3D arms. They're harvesting everything, they're taking the weeds out, and they are actually making food together with the vocational school, Curio. They are actually able to do it already. So it's like an open source project. It's called FarmBot, and they're creating this glass house practice in the school right now to get started with creating their own food system. Like maybe individuals like you and I can create our own food system at home. Maybe the space is limited, but it might be a really cool scenario if we can not rely on the energy, gas, and fossil fuels anymore, and also not rely on all the import of food that we have right now, and lower our global footprint. So I'm curious what you think, like what is your next technology that you're going to apply? I was very happy to speak to you all, and I hope you enjoyed this talk. And if you want to connect to me, let me know. I'm always using all of these technologies and trying out stuff, experimenting with it. They are not always successful, but I'm actually using them and showcasing other young people how they can leverage it to set up their entrepreneurial journey. So I hope this will set up your entrepreneurial journey with technology as well, and I would love to help you all with that first step. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's Dutch. Great.
So, a very insightful presentation into the use of technology across many, many sectors. Of course, we have just heard Joey talk about post-COVID opportunities in healthcare and the use of technology for medicine. He mentioned that precision, prediction, personalization and prevention constitute the future of medicine. But he also reminded us that responsibility and caution is very important. And sustainability has to be kept as an integral part of our plan at all times. Nick has taken the technology paradigm over a wider range of industries, product design, marketing, education, energy, recruiting in HR, food security, and much more. But of course, it is critically important to keep into consideration the three pillars of sustainability at all times, which are people, planet, and profits. So now we come to another very, very inspiring speaker, a very interesting person. We've had a number of conversations with her over the course of the past 2 to 3 days, and she's a very unique human being. She is Doreen van der Week, founder and researcher, Swirls of Life, the Netherlands. She's an entrepreneur and a community builder who sees society as a collective entity. She believes in helping people and companies to grow naturally. Natural is what Doreen is all about. She's focused her research on how to achieve what she calls worldwide wealth. So we're also going to have flip charts here on the stage, which will help Doreen explain certain points during her talk, and I'm going to request our technical team to please keep zooming in on those flip charts to capture what Doreen talks about. So I welcome Doreen here on the stage. She will be talking about a path to flow, building a future based on enriched value systems.
Thank you, Rabia. So is this working? I think so. Great. Let's imagine near the future. I think this is a nice shot for you guys. So, Assalamu alaikum, as you guys say. Time's up. I think I'm just starting. So, I had the privilege to see your beautiful country the last 2 weeks. And I made a beautiful ride along the mighty Indus River. I went all the way where sea ends in Karachi to where sea is a strong, powerful mountain river in the Karakoram mountain range. And that was a journey at itself. beautiful to see all the raw beauty of your country. But, not but, and I want to highlight a couple of the experiences I have in accordation to what my message for you is, I guess, today. So we were driving in the Beast, that's how we call the Jeep of the friend of us. He was taking us along all the challenges we also had to overcome. And at some point, the time was up because we had to stop for the landslide. There was a landslide along the, I didn't even know where it was, but I think we came from Skardu to Gilgit. And we had to stop and we had to wait. And the Indus is there at its powerfuls. I think it was really like all the power was coming through to the mountain. And what we do is we sit and we wait. And we were sitting next to the Indus River. And I was observing, because that's my default mode, I observe, I like to observe what's going on. What was going on? So I was looking, I see that the heavy machinery are clearing the path. They're clearing the path by throwing the rocks into the river. And after, I think, 20 minutes of wait, we could continue the road. People were clapping because the road was empty, jumped in their car, trying to find a spot on the road because we have to make up for the time that we have missed. And the journey continues. So that was one part of the narrative. I sat in the car and I was thinking about the Indus. What was she feeling? What does she feel about throwing rocks in her? It's clearly disturbing her flow. I wondered, is it maybe because we are disturbing her flow that we are having these landslides? Because if you just look from a mathematical perspective, we put rocks in something which is now compromised, and she is strong, so she needs to go somewhere. So maybe this affects further. So I was just wondering what she was and tuning into in her energy. What is her perspective on this? So that was my experience of the Indus River, one of them. And thank you, Rabia, for introducing me, because river is actually a central theme in my own personal life. I literally been born in the water, on the water actually. I've been born and raised in the waters of the Netherlands, Germany and Swiss. My parents owned a barge, so water is actually really my home. I'm not here to share my whole source of life because that is another book, but I want to zoom into a couple of milestones I have dumped in my river and how it is related to flow. So I had, at a quite young age, a couple of milestones in my river, what we call milestones according to the measurement I have grown up to a successful company. I was 25 when I was running companies. I had 30, I owned my company. So I was from the outside, having it all, these great milestones, having a free life as an entrepreneur, flying around the world. I have been for 15 years in boardrooms like this, engaging with all the CEOs and entrepreneurs in the Netherlands. And it was a great community. And again, from the outside, it seems to flow. But from the inside, there was something rumbling. And actually, it was not even rumbling. I think my flow was stuck. So just to zoom into that part of my river, we are now in the timeline of 2017, 2018. And my measurement of success was by, I have this company, I am able to fly, I have friends all over the world. So I thought, why is it not flowing? Because I have everything. And as nature does, when it doesn't flow, it will give you a sign. And at some point, my body just collapsed and said, you know, this is done. You are not listening to what is really important, and that is your own flow and your own energy. So, forced by nature, I always say, I had made the decision to clear the river and put that, like still water, aside and let it stream above me and listen to what was going on. So, for the last 3 years, I have been, no, before I go there, sorry, I made one promise, so let me just give me the promise I made. So I left the corporate boardrooms with an intention to come back, but to come back with an insight and a perspective of how we can do better, because I had a great life from the outside, and I saw the same pattern in every boardroom. These entrepreneurs were trying to achieve the same thing, and I wanted to contribute to a society in harmony, and that's why I made the promise to understand first, because if we understand how we have come here, then we can change things. So Imagineering for me is also part of understanding. So the last 3 years, I dove into understanding humans, in understanding society, in understanding flow. So, what am I going to do here today? Today, we will experience flow ourselves. You are going to be an active participant in my research, and I have to do something really courageous, which not have been done in Pakistan before, so I'm holding myself together for what's coming up here. And I will give you some insights, and as a last, I will also give you a concrete tool how you can imagine your future. Before I take you back, or before you're actually going to be an active participant, I want to take you back along the road of the Indus River. And let me see if I have the right tools. Yes, I do. Excuse me, because my mouth is not flowing properly, so I need to have a sip of water. So let me take you back to the beautiful Karakoram mountain range. We were sitting there along the road, and as you just heard, I was wondering about the different perspectives. So if we just look from a human perspective of how we now measure success, it was quite successful. It only took 20 minutes, the road was clear, and by ego interference, it was done. So, we see two colors, so that's great. So what I saw, and I'm a visual person, so sometimes you have to make something visual, is the Indus River. So C is the ecosystem. And what happened is that we wanted to make a change in our own system. So we threw something in her and made it about us, about our ego system. I'm not sure if you guys can see it like this. Oh, I can see myself. Can you sliding? To make the pencil black. So as you can see, this is a flow. It's a ladder of a flow. And what we did was throwing in rocks because we wanted to continue our own path. So we interfered in the ecosystem and made it an ego system. Hello? Yeah. So the consequences of our actions is that we stopped the natural flow of what was nature. So my question for you and for us and for that's what I'm challenging myself, is do we have the courage to change this? And do I now have the courage to let you guys do something? Yep, I'm going to do it. You're going to actively participate now in the research. And therefore, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. And they're almost the same. But you need to get up now. So we all need to stand. Yep. Because we are going to give some flow in this room. And it's going to look maybe messy. And I know that leaving your spot where you already are is uncomfortable. Don't worry, you will come back to it, so just you can leave your purse and all of it, your phone. So we have 3 options. Let me explain the options we have. We have energy, we have time, and we have money. So why these 3? Because currently we measure, and in the boardrooms, I have been here, our success is down the line, is how much money do we have in our profit and loss account. Therefore, we use also time as a resource, so these 2 are familiar. But I want to bring in a 3rd. I'm bringing in energy, and what do I mean with energy? Not the clean energy, and it's our own flow and our own battery. Do we have the energy to do something? So, that are the definitions. And let me see. The right part of the room is the energy part of the room. So until Rabia, you are the line here. And so here the middle is the money. And so after this table, this is time. So what is for you most important? You can only pick one and find your spot in the room. Energy, money, time. How do you measure your success? Energy, money, time. So is time for you the most important indicator? Is money the most important indicator? Or energy? Move around, let's have some flow. I need to see the results because I need to see what is most important for you. All the answers are good. There is no wrong and right. It is important input for the research. Okay, did everyone find it? There's still some movement, so let the water clear up here. Yeah? Happy where you are right now? Okay, good. So it looks like that the group is pretty much divided. Yeah? But I would say, like, do a counting. 40% is on energy. A tiny, I think 10 is even too much, but let's say 10%, 5%. Yeah, and another 40 on. Hello? Yeah, time. Okay, great. It is recording, so I have this data for the research. Thank you. Really important for me to understand what is the preference. I'm going to ask you another question. It's actually the same question. And now we are in the landslide, and unfortunately, oh no, sorry, that's not working. Sorry, not a great metaphor. We only have now 6 months' time left, because the system is heated up so much, whatever is happening. We only have 6 months now. Would you change your position? And if yes, you can swap your position. So you have only 6 months left now. Would you change your preference? And if yes, swap it around. So if you are in energy, would money become more important or time? Or if you are in time, would energy or money become more important? And if you are in money, would time or energy become more important? I see some movement. So we have 6 months to live. I don't know. It's also to think about for you. And just look around who's next to you and ask each other a question, because I already see like, hey, and I think this is what's going on. That's great. I see a lot of movement. I see a lot of chatting around. So thank you. Thank you. You can go back to your seat now. Applause for your courage to move around. Thank you. You can have your discussions in the tea, and you can ask a question.
Why didn't you add love?
That's a good question.
Love in my life. Time, energy, money doesn't mean anything.
Okay, can we get a microphone here? Can I have one microphone? Thank you. That's all good. Whatever flows. I have no, it needs flow. Yeah, I know. And it's really good. Kesser, can you join me? Come. You can come here. I have enough light to share.
So, Doreen, my question is, you didn't add love. So,
Beautiful.
if I don't have love in my life, this time, energy, and money is absolutely of no use to me.
Great. So
how could you miss out on such an important element of life?
And that's
love.
Thank you for bringing it up, because I have not.
So can we have a corner for love as well?
Okay. Yeah, we can. Who wants to? Come here.
This is the love corner. Anyone would like to join? Yeah.
Love over everything else.
Beautiful. And this is the beauty. It's I'm just giving some flow, and you guys are helping. So who wants more love? Only you guys? Are you already in it? Do you want? Is it a dating session now or not?
No, it is not.
No, okay, yeah, no, I'm just checking.
Shahrukh, don't you need love? Don't you need love?
No, Shahrukh was
All
very
right.
clear he needs money.
Amir Khan, don't you need love? You keep telling me you need love.
Come on.
Thank you, Doreen, for listening. Thank you.
It's important to listen.
For the most interesting sessions of the day.
Thank you.
Go back. I'll do my job now.
Okay. What is your job, Rabia? Thank you. So that's important input. I think I should leave it just by love now. I think, in all honesty, and this is beautiful, I'm just going to skip everything what I wanted to say. I'm going to jump into the last part, is do we have the courage to see things differently and also embrace that we don't have all the answers. And we are, if you're talking about imagineering the future, what is the future? Imagineering is actually two words. It is imagining and nearing it. And we are just the result of the questions we are asking ourselves. And do we have the courage to ask hard questions or different questions or change our perspectives? And today you changed our perspective. We should add love into the research. So I think it's it. I'm not going to add anything more because we should always end on love. Thank you. If there are any questions, I have 1.1 left, so you can jump in. And otherwise, Rabia, it's all up to you. Thank you.
So I suppose in the end, it is love that makes the world go round. And I'm sure there's a lot of love in this room, love for the country, love for progress, love for people who are close to us, love for the passions that we believe in, love for the goals that we have in our life. So yeah, thank you, Doreen, for bringing that very important concept home. All right. So when I was listening to Doreen speaking, Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi came to mind. He was a very, very famous 13th century poet. He was a philosopher. He was an Islamic scholar. And he said, conventional signposts do not guide someone who, with every step, gets lost again in the desert. One who lives in union sees with the lamp of intuition. There is no need. There is no road for such a being. So with this, now we come to the end of 2 of our sessions. And at the end of these sessions, we'd like to have a combined presentation of a small token, a small souvenir that we have been presenting to all our speakers. This is actually a very carefully chosen souvenir. It's not a shield, it's not a pen, it's not a USB, it's actually a book. And that book also comes from a lot of love. It's called Pakistan, Beauty and Splendor. The author is Irfan Mirza. He's a writer and a photographer, and he specializes in capturing exotic images of the most beautiful sights in the world. During his journey to becoming a photographic artist, he fell in love with his own country, Pakistan. And from then on, he has been sharing and spreading its beauty with the world. And it was that love, Doreen, that gave birth to this souvenir that you're going to take from Pakistan, from us today. So I'd like to request founder and CEO, Nutshell Group, and founder Corporate Pakistan Group, Mohammad Azfar Ahsan, to please join us on the stage. And to present this token of love and gratitude, I'd like to request Professor Francis Davis to please come here on the stage. Is he in the room? Professor Francis? Has he just stepped out? All right, can I please take a pic? Azfar, I'd like to invite Ralph to please give the souvenirs, give the tokens of love to our other worthy speakers. So Ralph, if you could please join us on the stage, and as soon as Professor Francis comes into the room, we'll have him on stage as well. Ralph was one of the most inspiring speakers we had yesterday, and everybody who wasn't here yesterday really missed out. Okay, so we'll start with our speakers from the first session of today, Dr. Serena Milanovic. Selena, I'd request you to please stay on the stage. All right, so the next speaker, Joey Wilson, please join us here on the stage. So Joey, please keep standing on the stage. To give the next 2 books, I'd like to request Mr. Mohammed Shoaib on the stage, please. He's the CEO of Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. Ji? All right, so now I'd request Nick, you can come with that contraption on your head. And please come and receive this token from us. Does this make you more intelligent? All right, and Professor Francis, we missed you. Please come on the stage and join us. So I'd like Professor Francis to give away the souvenir to our last speaker for the previous session, Doreen. And a big round of applause for Doreen. So everybody, if you could please line up for the group photo. So everybody who came into this room a little tired, a little sleepy, I think everybody's wide awake right now. And to rejuvenate you even further, I'm going to announce tea. But you will only have 20 minutes because we do want to stay on time. If you want to bring in your coffee and your tea back into the room, please feel free. So we'll have a 20 minutes tea break, and after 20 minutes, we'll start our next session. See you in a bit. Come back inside the hall and take your seats. We're going to start the next session. The excitement continues, the energy continues, the learning continues. So please, let's have all of you back on your seats. You can bring your coffee, bring in your tea or your piece of cake or your sandwich so that we can start on time. Can I request all the volunteers to please guide the guests back to their seats? So we've been having some very interesting tweets from the Radio Pakistan. Al Mizan Investments, one of our gold sponsors, has also tweeted. So please continue to use the hashtag leaders in ISB. ISB stands for Islamabad. You can also use the hashtag Pakistan. Okay, so we're going to formally begin the post-tea session. This is the 8th session of the conference and the 3rd session of today. In this session, we will have 3 international speakers. One of them will be joining us virtually from the USA, and the other 2 are with us in this hall. So we're going to begin with our virtual speaker. It's Michael Kugelman, Deputy Director and Senior Associate for South Asia, the Wilson Center Services, where he is responsible for research and publications on the region. He is a leading specialist on Afghanistan, India, and Pakistan and their relations with the United States. He's joined us before. Nutshell Group, as most of you know, keeps on organizing various physical as well as online events. In fact, we were the pioneers for webinars in the COVID and post-COVID times. So Michael has joined us in a very important series of webinars which we did on Afghanistan because of his expertise and his very deep insight into the issues of Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, and the relationship between United States and this region. So Michael is the editor and co-editor of 11 books. He's published op-eds and commentaries for the New York Times, the Foreign Policy, the Foreign Affairs, CNN.com, Bloomberg View, Al Jazeera, the Wall Street Journal's think tank blog, and many others. He covers topics ranging from US policy in Afghanistan to terrorism to water, energy, and food security in the region. Stemming from the above, Michael's topic today is the emerging global affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Michael Kugelman.
Thank you very much. I am very honored to be a part of this conference. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to share some thoughts virtually. So I've been asked to speak about the geopolitical situation and really the broader state of affairs with the world order today. And so what I'll do in my brief allotted time is to identify what I view as 3 key trends in global geopolitics. And I will then take those 3 trends and link those to what I see as an opportunity for the US and Pakistan and for US-Pakistan relations on the whole. So the first big dominant trend that I see in global geopolitics today is what I would describe as the limits of US leadership. We have seen for quite some time, I would argue, that the US, which at least at this point in time remains the world's sole superpower, it has really been not leading from the front in ways that it used to. And I think we saw this begin to emerge during the Trump era when Washington deliberately tried to do less in the world and not withdraw from the world, but play a more low-key role in the world. And this did cause problems for the US and its alliances and its partnerships. And we saw, as a consequence, when the pandemic emerged several years ago, the US was not leading from the front in trying to bring together the world on the whole to combat this shared threat. And then more recently, with the new administration, with the Biden administration, we saw what can only best be described as a completely botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'm not saying that the U.S. decision to withdraw from Afghanistan was an indication of less U.S. leadership, not at all. But what happened the last 2 weeks of the withdrawal, in which we had a very chaotic situation where it was clear that there was no U.S. plan or strategy for how to deal with the scenario that emerged over those last 2 weeks after the Taliban took over. To me, that suggested, again, a failure of U.S. global leadership to work with Afghans, to work with allies and partners, with NATO partners, to come up with a plan or strategy to make that withdrawal more responsible. It didn't happen. That was another indication of failed U.S. leadership. And then finally, most recently, despite its best efforts, through pressure, through diplomacy, through inducements, threats, the U.S. was not able to prevent the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which I see as an indication of lesser U.S. leadership. So that's one. The second big global geopolitical trend that I identify is the centrality of U.S.-China competition. This has become, in my view, the big story for foreign policy these days. Certainly for many years, we had been seeing a growing competition between the world's two biggest powers, the US and China. But during the Trump administration, we saw it reach another level, in great part because you had an increasingly nationalistic, and I would argue at times provocative, Chinese foreign policy. Whereas at the same time, in the US, with the Trump administration, there was a very hostile, confrontational policy being taken toward China. Now, many had assumed that when the Biden administration took office, that the US government would sort of dial down that intense competition. But that really hasn't happened. And it's quite striking that one of the first moves that the Biden administration did, it invited the Taiwanese de facto ambassador in Washington to Biden's inauguration. It's the first time that it ever happened. And we've seen in recent months that the Biden administration has taken the same hard line toward China that the Trump administration took toward it. So as a result, we've seen some recent major tensions between the two, and of course the tensions around the Taiwan Strait. This all, in my view, highlights just how dominant U.S.-China rivalry and competition has become, and especially because you're talking about what arguably are the two most influential, dominant countries in the world. When those two countries aren't getting along, you really have to be concerned there. And the Biden administration has repeatedly identified its competition with China as its core foreign policy priority. It was one of the reasons why President Biden decided to withdraw from Afghanistan, because he believed that he had other bigger priorities elsewhere, including the competition with China. The third big trend that I sense in global geopolitics today is a positive. I've talked about two difficult challenges in global geopolitics, but the third one I would identify is opportunities for more global cooperation. I say that because if you look at the range of threats, global challenges today, I would argue that the most salient and most impactful ones today are borderless. Things like pandemics, climate change, cybersecurity risks, resource shortages, natural resource shortages. These are threats that so many countries face together, and in some cases equally. Climate change is something no one is immune from the effects of climate change, and so in other words, the whole world is impacted by any one of those borderless threats that I mentioned. So it's unfortunate that at a moment when there has never been a more important time for there to be more multilateralism and global cooperation because of these threats that the world is facing, we're not getting that. But that doesn't mean that it can't be there. It doesn't mean that there can't be more leadership and ways around that. And so that then brings me to the Pakistan side of this story, and I guess more broadly the South Asia regional geopolitics side of this story. As this audience would well know, the U.S.-Pakistan relationship has been a turbulent one over the years. It's had a number of good times and it's had some difficult times. I would argue there have been more difficult times in recent years than good times. I would argue that one reason why the relationship faces notable challenges today is that there are what I would describe as some geopolitical straitjackets in play, so to speak, in the sense that, first of all, both the US and Pakistan are deepening relations with the other's main rival, right? So the US is ramping up relations with India. We've seen increasing levels of defense cooperation and arms sales and things like that in recent years, whereas Pakistan, which has always been close to China, has been ramping up that cooperation as well, particularly through the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So that, I think, imposes some limits for growth and expansion in the US-Pakistan relationship. But I think one of the big questions for those of us that think about the future of US-Pakistan relations and would like to see that relationship succeed, despite the constraints that it faces, is how can the US and Pakistan operate within those constraints that I laid out? And specifically, how can the US and Pakistan operate within the constraints of US-China competition, right? The conventional wisdom is that there's only so much the US and Pakistan could do because Pakistan is so close to China, the US is so close to India. Washington's main broader Asia policy is the Indo-Pacific policy, which is all about countering China, Pakistan's ally. So that really leaves little room, one would think, for Pakistan to play a role in these US initiatives and policies in the region. But I would argue we should try to look at this with the glass half full, not the glass half empty, and think about some possible ways in which the US can not only operate even within those constraints of US-China competition, but also look for how the US-Pakistan relationship can be leveraged in ways that there can be ways to compensate for less US global leadership and ways to contribute to building much needed cooperation on combating global threats. And here I come to my punchline as I begin to wrap up. I think the issue of climate change is central here, right? I think that there's clear buy-in across political parties, across all key entities in Pakistan and the United States that climate change is a huge issue. China, I think, recognizes the importance of climate change and climate change mitigation. I think that we could perhaps look to this idea of viewing Pakistan as some type of mediator or go-between the US and China to cooperate more on climate change mitigation issues. Now, some may say, well, I mean, the US doesn't have any problems holding in negotiations and talks with China when it wants to. And indeed, the Biden administration had said on many occasions that it would be willing to it would be willing to pursue cooperation with China in areas where it serves US interest, including on climate change mitigation issues. But two key data points here. One, when the two sides have gotten together on high levels to meet, things haven't gone well. I mean, remember that during a meeting in Alaska some months ago, the US and Chinese sides actually got into a shouting match, which is very unfortunate. And then more recently, China has decided to suspend negotiations with the US on climate issues because of what happened in the Taiwan Strait with Congresswoman Pelosi's visit there recently. This is not good. This is not good. You need to keep those channels open for discussions between the world's two biggest powers and also two of the world's biggest polluters when it comes to the issue of climate change. Pakistan, I think, could be that entity that could conceivably try to mediate and bring the two together. In that, we know that Pakistan is one of the relatively few countries that has a good relationship with China and a workable relationship with the US. Not the best relationship, but it's a workable relationship. We've seen US-Pakistan relations show some signs of improvement in recent months. So I don't want to say that this is something that can happen immediately or anytime soon. And I do think that over the long game, the US may indeed prefer to engage directly with China on its own and would say it does not need any type of third-party mediator. But Pakistan can play that unique role. There may be an opportunity here. And I think that is one way to think about this. This sort of look at an outside the box solution to this constraint for US-Pakistan relationship, this constraint posed by the limits of US leadership, the centrality of US-China competition, and also tap into these opportunities for more global cooperation. So I think my time is just about up, so I will wrap up there. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you all the best for a very successful conference.
Thank you very much, Michael. It was really interesting the way Michael has pointed out the three major trends in global geopolitics, including the changing or the reduced role of the United States of America in the world, the constraints posed by the limits of US leadership, according to Michael, and the US-China competition, which has become the center of USA's foreign policy, and the possible role that Pakistan can play in bringing the two countries closer. Now, this was a very interesting perspective which Mr. Kugelman has given us, and how these pose opportunities for more global cooperation and collaboration. So with this, we will now come to another very, very interesting and a very versatile speaker. He's right here with us in this hall. Mr. Arif Anis is USA Today and Wall Street Journal best-selling author of I Am Possible and Made in Crises. He's also the founder of HumanX UK. He's a Pakistani origin professional coach, motivational speaker, leadership development expert, and self-help author. He has coached top corporate leaders, heads of state, movie stars, and CEOs in leadership, emotional intelligence, and influence. Mr. Anis was awarded the highest civil honor, the Freedom of the City of London, by the City of London Corporation in 2022. He was voted Brain of the Year by Tony Buzan's Brain Trust in November of 2020. He was also named Global Man of the Year in 2019 by Global Man magazine. In his philanthropic work, Mr. Anis supports His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, the British Asian Trust. He co-founded the 1 Million Meals campaign in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and he's a trustee of the world's largest interest-free microfinance loan provider, Akhuwat. So I would like to call upon the very versatile and the very interesting Mr. Arif Anis to come on the stage with his speech on Made in Crises. Welcome, Mr. Arif Anis.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Islamabad. And I understand we have lots of amazing friends, global speakers from more than 25 countries. Welcome to Islamabad. Made in crisis. We all are smart, intelligent, gorgeous, resilient, successful people until the life hits us with a crisis, until the life whacks us with a crisis. Crisis, a crises. Crisis is a time of intense difficulty, danger. Crisis is a time when an important decision has to be made. One decision that can turn around the course of life, the course of history, the course of action. Crisis, medically speaking, is a time when choices are to be made, and these choices can be life-altering. It could be a choice between the life and the death. Made in Crisis. Made in Crisis is one of the books that I co-authored with Kaiser Abbas, a great friend and one of the best coach Pakistan produced. He is present here. Made in Crisis. In Pakistan, we had a commercial that kept on running for a good many years. और वो आप सबको पता है, दाग तो अच्छे होते हैं, right? So this was a commercial actually that advertised a detergent product, advocating that when you get dirty, sometimes it's good because you can get it washed out, get it better. In this book, this is a $30 book, so I will save you money. I'll be actually giving you the gist of the entire thing. I'll be giving it away. So I move forward, and all right. Since morning, we have been talking about technology, and one of the great advantages using all those filters and Photoshop so that you could look good. So this man actually looks like me, using technology. This shows one of my area of expertise, that is influence industry. But I'll be coming this to later. Before going forward, I'll be quickly taking a test. I'm sure you guys understand what's in there, right? So we understand that Mandarin, Chinese is going to be a global language for obvious reasons. So who really understands what's up here? What's written on the screen? I have a special gift to share. Right, I have one hand up. Good. Anyone else? All right, here we go. Crisis. All right. Is it one word or two words here? That's one word? All right. So you half the answer is correct. Anyone else who could complete that? Right, good. What's your name? Brilliant. So two characters meaning one word. And this is Chinese. This is a crisis written in Chinese, but there are two characters. One means danger, and the other one means opportunity. Right? So in very simple manner, like I'm sure without taking a bit of liberty and on a lighter note, like without causing you the death by PowerPoint, I'll be keeping it simple, just getting to the crux of the matter. These two words, meaning danger and opportunity in Chinese language, spell this, these two characters actually, they spell the gist of made in crisis. Crisis is a time when there's danger, intense difficulty, and at the same time, crisis is the moment of great opportunity. In Chinese, there's a proverb and that says, there's a great chaos under the skies, and it is such an excellent time. Right. While we're talking about crisis, please raise your right hand if you have been in any kind of crisis any time of your life. All right. Good. 80% of you, right? And I'm aware that this is a business leaders conference, and we've got some of the best people from Pakistan and the rest of the world. And I haven't met anyone in my lifetime who is a successful person and has never been through a crisis. So welcome to the club, actually. So if you have encountered any kind of crisis, which is, and it can be any kind of crisis, it can be a relationship crisis or a financial crisis or any kind of crisis, then actually you've done something, you've learned something. And this is exactly the gist of the book, Made in Crisis. While we understand that crises are bad, and we shouldn't be actively seeking crisis, we have met people actually who are actively seeking crisis. But I'm not convincing you to actively seek crisis. But crises are good. Made in Crisis, in this book, Kaiser, and myself, we propounded a theme that all of us are those actually who matter, those who are successful, those who are changing this world for better. They are made in crisis. Nations are made in crisis. People, great leaders are made in crisis. How it happens? This is exactly I'm going to share with you. And before I go forward, I'll be quickly getting to the next question. But before even I move there, I was introduced and Rabia mentioned, I am possible. This is one of my book. And we have a mantra. I will go over there by the time we finish it when this is made in crisis. I'll be requesting you to have a pen or a pencil, and I'll be requesting you to write something. But before it happens, can you find your right hand? And if you can raise your right hand up in the air, and if you could kindly repeat after me. So you're going to say your name, and you'll say, I am, for example, I am Arif Anis. I am Arif Anis, and I am made in crisis. Right? So when I give you 1, 2, 3, please say your name louder and say that I am made in crisis. Azfar, you're also included. All right. Okay. So please say your name and say your name and say, I am made in crisis. Say your name, please. I am Arif Anis, and I am made in crisis. Thank you. It was just 2 calories after this heavy break that you had. Do you really think that you are made in crisis? Yes or no? Right? A crisis can actually make you, or a crisis can actually break you. It works 2 ways. What do you see on the screen? What do you see on the screen? Anyone?
The boiling point of water.
Wow, excellent. Brilliant. Your name, please?
Joey.
Joey, actually, I saw you delivering your presentation, and what I really missed is, I missed my bow tie. I should have done it. Brilliant. You looked great. So Joey cracked it. This is the boiling point. The boiling point. If I ask you, okay, this is the boiling point of water. Joey already kind of cracked it up. What is the boiling point of milk, for example? Any idea? Okay. 100.5. 100.5 Celsius, right? So this is not that much. Oh, I'm shocked. Now, honey. Any idea? What's the boiling point of honey? 70 Celsius to 110, right? What is your boiling point? What's your boiling point? A boiling point is actually when you're going through any kind of crisis and the life gives you a dip, you manage to come out of it, right? As I've been given a dip right now that I'm left with little time, I'll be quickly going through that. Skyfall, you're familiar? Mainly, apart from that hero looks like me, mainly Skyfall's message is, what would you do when the sky falls on your head, right? In the time of crisis, this is exactly, that's the most difficult question. Big Bang, this whole universe, all the galaxies were founded when the Big Bang happened. The Big Bang is the time of the biggest crisis that ever took place. So the whole universe has been made in crisis. Not only you. And over here, I'll quickly read this out. This is something that's a tribute to this nation where we actually stand, Islamabad, Pakistan. So this is a tribute to Pakistanis who just celebrated their 75th, or 76th rather, freedom anniversary. You're loud and messy and chaotic, but you are also the kid who dances in the street, in the monsoons. You are the beat of the dole. You are the 20 simultaneous games of cricket or any given ground. You are the only people who believe that Ludo is a game of skill. You are endless streaming of chai. You are makers of the best damn chapli kebabs in the world. You're a survivor despite tragedy, loss, and crisis. You are the I have ever seen. Happy birthday, Pakistan, you gorgeous old thing. A big round of applause for Pakistan and everyone else who is present here. I'm a storyteller, but I'm left a little time, so I'll be skipping it. One of the tests is that when you're looking at the screen, whether you are an egg or you are coffee beans or you are carrots, which one are you, by the way? Right. Cutting the story short, when the life gives you a dip and boils you up, or boils you down, if you're a carrot, you go soft. If you are an egg, you go hard. And if you're a coffee beans, then actually you do what? You totally change the aroma of the entire thing. Crisis quotient of the CQ. The Harvard Business Review tells that in the world of future, the CQ now is among the 3 most desired skills. Your crisis quotient. Can you handle uncertainty, particularly after what we just experienced, the pandemic, the 2020, coronavirus, and whatever we all experienced together? In life, if you are a CEO, if you are on any important position, your crisis quotient is going to be determining your success in whatever you do. How to learn about it? Buy my book. And this is the book, Made in Crisis. Made in Crisis is present here, and this is what we talk about, this is what we coach, this is what we train the rest of the world. Cass and myself, we actually interviewed hundreds of CEOs all around the world, and the list actually involves, as you look at the big names over here, you have Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Bill Gates and the likes of such people, and multiple organizations, 150 major global organizations which were included in this book. Its Pakistan version is also evolving, and it should be coming shortly. 2 minutes left, time of crisis. So its Pakistan version is actually happening, and we are interviewing around 200 organizations within the country who survived and thrived during the time of crisis. And as it was just reflected, amazingly, when in January 2020, they ranked the countries who are ready to face any kind of crisis in the world, So the first country was the USA. The second country was the UK, right, where I came from. This was the global crisis index in 2020, and you all witnessed how these 2 countries behaved. They totally crashed and crumbled in the times of crisis. And Pakistan actually emerged as one of the best countries in the time of crisis. A big round of applause again for yourself, you amazing people. The last 60 seconds, a story about Prince Charles and what I was talking about, his time in crisis. This is what we did in the times of crisis. We started 1 million meals, and was kind of awarded and recognized. Shackleton's story, okay? Read my Made in Crisis, it is present here. Shackleton is one of the best examples. If one thing you can take away from this particular talk, Google Alexander Shackleton. He is one of the best story of failure, right? And actually, the story of failure, this is taught all over the world to the best leaders, how you behave in the time of crisis. He wanted to conquer and explore Antarctic, and he spent actually years doing it, totally failed, but saved his 27 men in 2 years of time and came back. All right, this is Katy Perry actually talking about something that I said, but I don't know how it plays. We are already ending it. Oh, she actually can talk. Can we play this? No? All right. So I'll be actually finishing at this quote. This is a quote from the gorgeous, amazing Roosevelt, and this is a quote from the man in the arena, right? This is something, one of the most impactful one quote that I actually encountered in my life, and this is something I'll be leaving. But before we move out of it, I will be doing one mantra again with you, and that is with I am possible. One of my book is Impossible, as impossible is actually I am possible. So before we finish, can you once again raise your right hand up in the air, say your name, and say, I am your name, and I am possible. Please say your name. I am, and I am possible. And I am possible. Do it louder. Let's do it louder before we get to the luncheon facts. So please, let's do it louder. And I am possible. Thank you so much. I'll be quickly going through this quote, and while I'm doing it, please stay with me. I hope that will leave the impact, the desired impact. It's not the critic who counts. It's the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done. Sorry, I have to go. Come here. Or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man and also the woman, so it's not sexist. The man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually survive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasm, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who never know victory nor defeat. Roosevelt, and for me, you all are the men and women in the arena. Right? Have a great evening there.
You're a survivor despite tragedy, loss, and crisis. You're the place with the most heart I have ever seen. Pakistan, you gorgeous old thing. This really resonates on a very high note with all Pakistanis. Thank you, Arif. The very interesting word that you showed in the beginning of your presentation, the Chinese word comprising of 2 characters, was actually also referred to by John F. Kennedy. And another very interesting Chinese proverb says, crisis is an opportunity riding a dangerous wave. So thank you, Arif, for that very interesting talk. And with that, we'll move to the next international speaker, who's actually authentically quite global and completely European. Paul Papadimitriou. He's Swiss, Greek, and Finnish all at the same time. After a life in Geneva, Tokyo, Manila, and other places, he now resides in London, and hence I said that he's actually quite global. So Paul is a highly sought-after keynote speaker. He's a strategic foresight advisor with a global footprint. He helps answer the question, how to figure out the future, with a focus on the human experience, the new normals, and the geopolitics of disruption. His work has appeared in The Economist, The Financial Times, ABC, and the Japan Times. He's impacted audiences in more than 50 countries, shared stages with and live interviewed leaders such as President Barack Obama, UK Prime Minister David Cameron, and others. Additionally, he's the creator and host of critically acclaimed shows about air travel, fintech, and entrepreneurship. In his own words, you'll easily recognize Paul as he's tall. He always carries a camera, and he eats all the chocolate. So let's see if you recognize Paul. So Paul will share his views on the forever accelerating future, learning to embrace the uncomfortable. All yours, Paul.
Very much. I don't have my camera, and I don't have chocolates either, which is very unfortunate for me. Hi, I'm very happy to be in Islamabad. It's my first time actually being in Islamabad. Not in Pakistan. I've been in messy Karachi. God, I love Karachi. I've been in Lahore, which is a bit more, it's greener and more organized. And I was so surprised when I arrived at the airport the other day after having missed my flight. Thank you, Heathrow, for all the delays. And seeing how crazily organized it is. It was like, this is really almost 3 different countries in 3 different cities. Anyway, I'm very happy. So, Tokyo, she mentioned it. I don't know if any one of you has been living or visiting Tokyo. You cannot right now because the country is closed, sadly, still. I moved there like a long time ago now. And, I felt like a kid. Because this is the station, this is Shinjuku Station. This was my station, the station next to where I lived. It's one of the biggest stations in the world. There's between 2 and 4 million people that commute every day through that station. It's a maze. It's like thousands of lines, trains. They're all on time, though. That's great. And for me, not being able to understand Japanese at that time, not having, there was no iPhone at that time. There was no way to have mapping systems. I was lost all the time, and I became a kid again because I couldn't read, I couldn't find my way, I couldn't talk to anyone, and I was always lost. What's going on? I felt completely uncomfortable, and yet I loved it. Now I can actually do it blindly. This station, I know it by heart. It's a massive, Tokyo is a massive city. I know that Karachi, for instance, is a massive city, but Tokyo is considered as the biggest city in the world. But it's overwhelming. I was coming from a country that has barely twice the number of people that commute to that station every day. So obviously for me, my city was only maybe like 300,000 people. So it was really overwhelming. So what I learned there is that there's always new normals. That term, we heard it during the pandemic, there's a new normal. It's not true. We have new normals every single day. And for me, obviously, the new normals was just to try to understand where's the exit on that station, how to get to places. It was a daily new normal for me. The other thing that Japan has is, and it's a bit of a cliche, but it's true, it has this past and the future combined. We always have this idea of Japan of having a lot of a tradition, a lot of historical and tradition being built into the country to this day. At the same time, we think Japan as a very forward country, futuristic country, and both coexist. They coexist everywhere, by the way. But of course, it's very striking in Japan because of the cliches we have, and I believe in cliches. And the third is, it's both slow and fast. Cities like New York, for instance, it's always fast. Cities like London, it's a bit of both. It's slower, but it's still fast. Japan can be both at the same time. It's very disconcerting. Thank God I'm very tall, so I could go very fast in that station, actually. That was really fun. I could overtake everyone, and because I'm tall, I was seeing where were the gaps when there were these 2 million people, and I was trying to overtake them. So this is a little bit what I want to talk to you about today. The lessons in permanent discomfort. I do believe that the world is actually chaos. What we try as human beings to do is to organize this. We create countries, we create cities, we create governments, we create organizations, businesses, because we want to actually organize chaos. But chaos, the new normals, are always there. Crises. We'll talk about crises. This was mentioned earlier. My name, Papa Dimitriou. So, where I'm from, no, I'm not Greek. Yes, I am. I was born and raised in Switzerland, Geneva. My first tongue is thus French. Oui, je parle français. My parents were immigrants. My father was from Greece, hence the last name, Papa Dimitriou. A lot of people have imagined a Japanese trying to say that name, they couldn't. Here, actually, you're doing quite well. And my mother was from Finland, because she also moved as an immigrant to Switzerland and was born there. The joke, of course, here is that as a Greek, I can cheat my taxes very well. As a Swiss, I can hide the money in the bank. And as a Finn, well, you know, Santa Claus lives in Finland, so I'm basically financing Christmas with the money that I hid in the bank because after I cheated my taxes in Greece. The other joke is, obviously, that my 3 passports are locked in a safe in Zurich, and my name is Jason Bourne. No, it's not. I don't have the haircut. Maybe Jason Statham, more the transporter, or whatever. Just call me Paul. That's always also what I say in airlines. I was flying here, and you always can see the stewardess or the steward coming and saying, "Hello, sir." Like, just call me Paul. That's reassuring. So if you see me, just call me Paul. What I do, what we do, I believe strongly in the human experience. How do we think? First, who we are. Who are we? It applies to, of course, our sense of identity, where we come from. Obviously, with what I just said to you, I have multiple identities within me, so obviously I would be passionate about that. It also applies to businesses and countries. Businesses need to kind of define what they want to do. There's a bit of branding, etc., but they have to define who they are, the identity. So that we always start with that. Then, where do we want to go? Again, as human beings, do we have a goal? What do we want? Maybe it's just to feed our family. Maybe it's actually to create a vision for our company. It can be anything. And obviously, in the middle of that is how do we get there? Which can be technology, strategy, obviously, or for human beings, simply for us, ourselves, is having some type of idea of how do we get to that vision that we set ourselves to go towards to. In other words, I love myth and tools. I think we are built by myth and tools. Myth means basically, you know how in our very glorious and very ancient past, we were gathering around a fire and we were telling each other stories. This is how we survive as human beings. We told stories. The stories could be where the danger lied. You know, where is the danger? So that was a story you tell every night around the fire with other people. Thus, the sense of identity began and exists with stories, with myth. The same applies to businesses. We hear all the time companies saying, we need like brand guidelines. We need like a philosophy. We need to have these powerful sentences that tell the rest of the world who we are. That's the myth. The tools, obviously, is the technology. How do we translate these stories into something that other people can hear? How do we translate these stories into something other people can believe and follow? So that's what we do in our company, myth and tools. This is the bragging slide. This is just to assess some credibility. I need to do that because otherwise people say, what kind of clients do you have? You can see we have lots of different types. We have private equity, venture capital, travel, etc., etc. You recognize some names. So really wide array. My career actually started, and I'm going to date myself now, because my career started in the 90s, because I started as a startup person. I founded the first company in the mid-90s, a second startup at the end of the 90s that we sold just before the whole dot-com bust happened. So yeah, I'm dating myself. I'm in my mid-40s right now. But that's always also been an angle that I've been following. I keep working with a lot of startups, hence the venture capital angle. Because our company, when we do research for these companies that are on this slide, we are looking at what will the people do. We are product people. How are people experiencing something, the myth? How are they understanding a company? And how are they behaving, the consumer behavior, if you want. We particularly take a focus on young people, how young people are using technology, obviously. That's what a lot of companies want to know. Because if you imagine, if you look at any kid around you, how they use their smartphone, which is our remote control for our lives, it's perhaps very different from how you're using. But these people who are maybe 12, we work with people who are like between 12 and 18, when they reach the age of 25 and 30, they become your customers. They become the people that actually will use your services and products. So how are they behaving? How are they understanding you? Maybe they don't even like you. Maybe they don't even want to engage with you. So that's, of course, the crux of the matter, which is why we have all these companies reaching out to us. Today, this is just to set the scene. We have an energy crisis in the world, right? We know that. I live in the UK. Lots of problems with the rise of energy prices. Happens all over the world in different factors, in different ways. There's, of course, this hot conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And, of course, there's inflation. Everywhere there's inflation. Are we in the 70s? The issue with when we take little nuggets of information like this, we could be in the 70s. In the 70s, there was also an energy crisis. There were actually 2 oil shocks. There was also a hot conflict with a nuclear power because the US was in Vietnam, and there was also massive inflation. So you have to put a lot of stuff in context. That's also what we do. We try to understand, I try to understand the context. It's not enough to just talk about consumer behavior into how somebody uses their apps. You have to know where they're coming from, who they are, their identity. And identity are formed with the surroundings, with your context. If you are born like me, you're born in the 70s, by the time I'm a teenager in the 80s, the world actually is a nice place. The 90s are very hopeful for the West. I don't like that term, but I'm going to use it because everybody understands. The West was certainly very hopeful during the 90s, and thus that, of course, creates my sense of identity because I felt very optimistic. A kid who had to go through, let's say, a bit later, through, for instance, in his teens, the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, will have a different outlook on life, a different outlook of how to understand life. So you cannot separate consumer behavior, human behavior, from the context. And your context, for instance, is very different from the context a lot of other people have. I cannot compare my context to yours. You're born in Pakistan, some of you, most of you, I guess, and you have a different outlook on life. This is why we do a lot of research on the context, or the geopolitics, because it actually matters. And of course, the crises. You remember the Twitter revolution, the Arab Spring, right? It was a big thing, we talked about it. It was not a Twitter revolution, by the way. It was actually the price of bread. The price of wheat had risen, and thus the price of bread had risen, first in Egypt, and it created this whole movement. Of course, there was a lot of discontent, but the price of bread was the spark of the discontent that led to all this overthrow of governments in many regions. The thing is, if you think about it, and that's another thing we do, if you think about it, why was the price of bread rising at that time? Because the 2 main grain exporters, Russia and Ukraine, had issues. It was weather, there were droughts, there was a lot of issues, and at the same time, the administration, Obama, had decided to move towards biofuels. Thus, some countries, especially like Brazil, were redirecting their resources towards creating the kind of commodities that were used in biofuels. And suddenly we had a wheat shortage, and suddenly the price rose, and there was a revolution. I mean, today, we're having the same issue in a different way. It's again Russia, and it's again Ukraine. So again, you need to learn from history to know what could happen. And I'm not actually very optimistic on the price of food for the coming years because of what we are experiencing. So really, what we try to do, what I try to do, is to tell people, do not look at the bonnet of your car. Most people, especially in businesses, especially in publicly listed businesses, are looking at the next quarter, Yes, they have strategies, but they think about the next quarter. No, you have to look at the road. When you're a good driver, you look at the road ahead, you don't look just in front of you at the bonnet. And a lot of stuff happens. It doesn't mean, and I want to be very clear, that you can tell what's going to happen. I don't believe anyone can be a real futurist. You can actually I define myself as a nowist. You try to see the trends that are happening today, and you try to perhaps push them a little further to see what could happen, to be prepared. It's the preparation that matters. It's not actually the forecasting of the future. And this is something that is very human. We are the only species that can actually think of the future. We forecast things all the time. What are you going to have for food in about 45 minutes? What are you going to do tomorrow? Where are you going to go on holidays, maybe? We project ourselves all the time. This is how we are built. Hence, it's normal that if you are a business person, you will actually want also to know where you're going, because you goal is always in the future. You try to move with the future. It could simply be about how I'm going to feed my kids tomorrow. So we have this thing that we want to actually look very closely at what could happen, and we want to know what happens. The reality is we cannot. There's always chaos, always chaos. Myth and tools. So the tools I'm going to go very quickly, because it's very easy, and you've heard a lot of people, and fascinating people at this conference already. It goes always faster. Faster, faster, and faster. You have all a remote control in your pocket. It's a phone. You can do most of the things on this. It's been the last 15 years. It's been completely changing and reshaping a lot of the consumer businesses. It's still happening because we have that. And it seemingly goes faster and faster and faster. And you forget about technology. How many times you go in front of an oven? For the men in the room, an oven is something when you put the food on and you get the heat sit on, right? How many times you go in front of an oven and say, wow, that's an amazing piece of technology? We don't, right? We don't do that kind of thing because it goes faster and faster and faster. Disruption is speed. That's my only definition. Disruption is speed. And it will not go slower. It keeps going faster and faster, which is why when we become old, we try to think, no, I don't understand the youth, because it goes faster and because we cannot keep up. The robots are here. This is a car factory in Kia in South Korea. We know this is already happening. AI is not really here. It's almost here. I think it's overstated with algorithms, but it's coming. So we have a lot of augmented stuff around us that actually allows humans maybe, hopefully, to do their job better, to have like better life experiences, to have better healthcare, etc. That's for sure. But it's still the road ahead. The pandemic, which was just mentioned, and we just came out through, are we out? That's a big question. But the pandemic obviously accelerated a lot of things: faster commerce, faster data, learning, healthcare, transportation, etc. Everything went even faster. There's a bit now of rejiggling, of course, after this pandemic. Again, I'm not sure we're really over the pandemic, but there's a bit of rejiggling, but it went even faster. And we could see it, which is why a lot of people were using the word new normal, because suddenly you were stuck at home. I know that different countries had different type of restrictions and different experiences through that pandemic, but we could feel it for the first time. Usually we don't feel the new normals. We could feel it, and everything went fast, even faster, which was in a further acceleration. But if you ask, I know that a lot of people here have Android, but if you ask your iPhone, hey Siri, why do we get used to all this? That's the most important behavior that we have. And that's what saves us as human beings. Since the dawn of time, we normalize. We think something is crazy the first time we see it, and then we normalize. We normalize everything. The fact that you have, just mentioned the oven, you don't care about the oven anymore. The fact that you have a phone is now normal. It's something that you've normalized. The pandemic was at the very beginning was scary, and people were a little bit all over the place, and then we normalized it. We normalized stuff. We always do that. I used to work in Lebanon. You would go have a coffee while South Lebanon was being bombed. You normalize. You're like, well, we have to go get on with it no matter what. So you normalize the good things, and you normalize the bad things. It's a two-sided coin. We not only normalize the good things, we also normalize maybe the bad things. Well, it is what it is. We have to move on. We have to keep living. And that's the most important thing, actually, in human behavior. That's why I do not like, one of the reasons I don't like this graph that everybody uses. You know, the boomers and the Gen X and the Gen Z, and by the way, the guy who came up with the lettering is a bit stupid because we're running out of letters already. Well, we're going to call them after Gen Z. I don't know, we're starting in the A again. Because, come on, it's you have normalized the use of an iPhone, whichever generation you are. It doesn't really matter, these ways of describing the people. And by the way, this is very Western. Are there really boomers in China? Are there really boomers in Eastern Europe? Are there really boomers? Come on, in Bangladesh, there's no boomers. It's really so do not get stuck into that kind of description. It can be useful for marketing, but it's not true. Everybody normalizes. At different speeds, different culture have different speeds. And we work all across different cultures, a lot of emerging countries. And because we normalize, we expect more, especially from technology. Once you get used to, let's say, broadband internet that goes super fast, the next time, if the internet is slow, you're getting all angry because, why is it slow? I cannot do what I'm usually doing. And we keep having this, and we keep putting the bar higher, which, by the way, is a struggle for companies, because companies see that their customers are expecting more and better and faster, and sometimes they can't keep up. But that's because we're built that way. We normalize everything, not only technology, we normalize everything in our lives. And that's why the black swans, people, when they have something that happens, like the pandemic or the financial crisis, they call it the black swan. Wow, it's something that was unexpected. That's not true. They're actually very, very, very rare. The new normals, I repeat it, are omnipresent. This is what happens all the time. You don't see it, but you have new experiences every day. You integrate them, you might not even realize it, and then you've normalized them. This is what human behavior is based on. It's a game of 2020, in other words. I know that you love your cricket in this country. I still don't understand all the rules, I must admit. I've been living in the UK for 11 years, and I'm still like, not exactly sure. The good thing about 2020, for me that likes something that goes fast, is that for once I was able to see a game in its entirety, because before I was like, 5 days? What's going on? And I don't understand the scoring. But I went to see 2020 games at the Oval in London, and I appreciated it because in 3 hours I could see the beginning and the ending of it. The world is a bit like this. It goes faster, so we want to have shortened experiences to kind of understand what's actually going on. Pakistan needs to stand out, right? Before coming to Pakistan for my first time years ago now, thanks to Jihan, where she is somewhere here, the mother of all startups in this country. Before coming to Pakistan, I had no idea where the country was. I had no idea. My only relationship with Pakistan were my Uber drivers in London, because literally half of my Uber drivers in London are from Pakistan. Now they're all my friends, because every time they take me to the airport and I say, I'm going to Islamabad, they're like, oh, they cannot stop talking about Pakistan. I love it. But the thing is, most people do not know and do not understand Pakistan. They have the bad cliches about you. And you need to stand out. You need to be known. You need to be heard. The planet is becoming an everywhere planet. The era of the West is almost over. Not over, but almost over. It's being disrupted. When I got out of university, my competition was 500 million people, 500 million people. When a kid comes out of school anywhere in the world now, he has 7 million people to compete with. They didn't exist. We used to send from the West expats, people like me, they look like me, tall, and become CEOs and go living in the Philippines or in Pakistan and basically teach the others, right? It's a lot of bullcrap. That doesn't happen anymore. You have talent absolutely everywhere. And you have the youth. We don't make babies in the West anymore. We do, but we don't make babies anymore. And you have the youth. That's a huge energy potential that countries in emerging countries have. It's a risk as well. I'm not only saying it's a good thing, could be also a bad thing, but there's a lot of potential energy that can be uncapped, and that's already happened in the past 30 years. Every one planet, we have 2.5 billion people that became middle class, whatever that means, that emerged from poverty and became, a lot of them, of course, in China, but not only. There's 1 billion women that enter the workforce, right? So that changes the game, because men, we think we're taking the decisions. We're not taking any fucking decisions. The women are taking actually the decisions. The purchasing decision, where we do research, market research on any type of purchase decision, even a car, because I know that men love their car. 88% of the time, the women actually has the final say. Women actually take the decision. So when women become financially independent, they actually take decisions. And we see these movements actually in Africa very potently already, where there's a lot of independence and empowerment simply by the fact that people have had access to a mobile phone, for instance, to create business out of it. The planet is also superlinear. The center of the planet moves towards Asia. There's 5 billion people living in cities. Cities are becoming wider superlinear. Superlinear is simply a term, and we had a pandemic, we know what it means now. It means that there's an acceleration. When you cough, and you are in a room like this, the chances of everybody getting a virus, for instance, is higher the same idea applies to IDs. When you live in cities like Dubai, when you live in cities like obviously London, when you live in massive cities, you have a lot of people, a lot of smarts, and the IDs get accelerated. So that's actually a trend that is not stopping. When people were telling me, oh, the pandemic, the cities are over, no, that was BS. Of course not. That will keep happening, which comes with a lot of issues as well. The 17 trillion wealth transfer, I'm just putting it out there because what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of the old generation, and when I say old, I don't want to demean anyone by saying they're old, but people that made their money, and now they are transferring this money to their kids. And obviously the kids have different values, as I just described. Thus, they will make different kind of decisions about how they're going to use that money. Thus, the rules of the game will actually change again. But we are entering rough seas. I'm an optimist, but to be a good optimist, you need to be a pessimist. If you don't have a little bit of pessimism in the back of your head, you cannot be an optimist. Otherwise, you're just a dumb person. So, there's a few things that are happening. First, inflation. It's the end of free money. For how long, we don't know, but it's the end of free money. We lived for the past, since basically the financial crisis, in a very strange parenthesis where basically money was free. This is not happening anymore. The interest rates are rising everywhere. A lot of the tech companies were built on that idea of free money. You know, a lot of the gig economy companies, from Airbnb to Uber, etc., Kareem, were built on that idea of having access to very large swath of capital. It doesn't mean that there's no more investment happening. It means simply that it will become harder to build these type of companies. It will, of course, become, and for a country like Pakistan, harder to service the debt, which creates a new type of challenges. And I think this is not stopping. I don't think the inflation is going to stop anytime soon. I'm not making any forecast. I do not give any financial advice here, but it's going to be difficult. But it's an opportunity for Pakistan to engage in disruption, because when stuff gets more expensive, especially, again, in the West, there's a thirst for low-cost solutions. So low-cost countries offer a lot of low-cost solutions, or at least can. The supply chain is completely broken. We've seen that during and still after the pandemic. We have a lot of supply chain issues, which of course contribute to the idea of the inflation. The problem is that it's not only that. It's bigger than that. The world is actually separating. We're seeing it. We're seeing new blocks being created. And I think countries need to assess where they want to sit in those blocks. I'm not making any judgment, but the idea of, you know, the US as a kind of a unilateral power, which it was never actually, is actually over. And thus, it will become more difficult to create these dreamy global chains where a single country specializes in one thing and then the products gets distributed. And we see a lot of companies, Apple did it a few years ago, trying to set up different factories in different countries just to have redundancy in the supply chain. Not only, of course, because they want to sell phones and computers, but simply because the world is becoming more difficult to read. And I think there's a place for Pakistan here again, because of the low cost, but because it's a global chessboard. But you need to decide a little bit where do you want to stand, which side are you going to take. It's sad, but it's a fact. Of course, the high-growth planet still exists. You have, as I just said, you have a large labor pool. You have a lot of young people. I'm always saying that it's okay to copy. You know, if you talk to entrepreneurs in the West, again, they'll say, yeah, well, but they're just copying a business model we've just done. Well, but of course, we all do that. It's okay. Everything is a remix. It's okay to copy and to adapt to a culture and to an environment that is different. It's absolutely fine to do that. Of course, for that, you need capital. And by the way, if you look at countries from Japan to Indonesia to South Korea, they all did the same thing. Japan, when you think about Japan in the 50s, they were copying stuff, and you were like, oh, this is cheap products. I don't like something from Japan. And now they have Toyota, and they have Sony, they have PlayStation 5s, and whatever. And all countries do that. This is the playbook for growth. You start with copying stuff, you start with low-cost stuff, and then actually you grow, and you grow and grow. There's no shame in this. The fact that we've been having this flexibility of work and that it's still going on, of course, it's a big debate, working from home, working remotely, etc. But you know, there's one thing. Western countries have more and more restrictions on immigration, right? It's becoming more and more difficult to move to Western countries. But at the same time, Western countries require more and more labor, and they want cheap labor. Since they don't want want to come into the country, I'm talking here, of course, I'm overstating the fact, there's a big opportunity to have these remote services being offered in low-cost countries. So again, that's another opportunity that can exist for Pakistan. Web3, we had yesterday, Jimmy talked about this. I'm not going to go on this. I'm just thinking there's an opportunity because for the last basically 30 years, we've had one way of operating the internet. There's a new way, and I trust the youth always to pick it up. Basically, to put it another way, when the first time I got the internet in 1994, you know the main reason I was happy to have the internet? Is because my parents didn't get it. My parents didn't get it. And I was like, I'm going to build something that my parents will not get. And I loved my parents. They both passed away now. But it was not because I didn't want to like them. It's because it was something completely new. Well, Web3 could be also something completely new. And thus, I understand the attraction if a young kid wants to actually go and do that and work with that. And of course, well, the climate emergency. I'm not here to make a debate about it. I just believe sometimes that ESG from companies is a bit what CSR used to be, so it's a bit of too much of marketing. But there's clearly actually a lot of pressure on this because you have like huge investors like BlackRock that are requiring companies to align with the ESG policies. So my hope is not that. My hope is that the kids again, everybody is coming to try to figure it out. I know a lot of venture capital firms in London, the US, in Asia that are now investing in climate tech. Maybe the solution will come out of it. Our imagination never has any bounds, and I absolutely love that. In other words, what you want to do, whether you're a company or a country, you want to escape what I call the innovation inequality. This is just a graph, basic, there's on purpose no X and Y mentioned, is just to show you that if you invest in innovation and ideas in young people, you reach escape velocity, as in suddenly these kind of activities compound into a better, and if you don't, well, you crash. It's exactly the lines on below. And this is something we're seeing over and over between large companies. Those who don't invest end up crashing and being bought up or divided. The thing is, we mentioned crisis earlier. We tend to overstate crisis. I mentioned in the early times, when you were around that fire, you were telling your other people in your village where the danger was. Because that was the most important thing. You needed to know where the danger was. You needed to know where the predator was about to kill you because you had no way to defend yourself. We still do that. We're hardwired to do that. We're hardwired to think about the negative. Actually, we overstate crises. Global crises do not happen that much. When the dot-com bubble went to bust, that's where was sold our second company, this was the types of returns on the stock market. I just use these because they're simple to understand. Since what happened, if the slide would go on, oops, you didn't see it, I'm going to go back. They didn't go back, never mind. Basically, there you go, sorry for that. It really went far and beyond above. And actually, crises do not happen every day. Maybe in your private life, but they do not happen every day, but we tend to overstate them. Actually, the world actually accelerates and the world grows more than it actually stops, right? So you need to never forget about this. There's a Pakistan promise. I'm not going to mention all everything that is on this slide, but Careem is a very interesting example. Careem, has been bought by Uber. You all know it. I don't think I need to describe you. But I wasn't aware for years that actually Careem, 80% of the workforce was in Pakistan, right? Nobody knows that. Everybody knows that Careem is a UAE Cypriot company, of course for tax reasons, etc., etc. This is actually very important. This is a signal. Every single ecosystem I've worked with, startup ecosystem I've worked with, needs a story to tell, because that's the story that inspires. But also, the fact that people have worked at Careem in Pakistan, and then maybe some money out of it, especially during the sale to Uber, now they have the means and the will and the experience to try to do something else. In this, you create a movement which actually leads an activity. You need to talk to Jihan about that. I don't know where she is. I don't have my glasses, by the way, which I don't see half of you. I pretend I can still see because I want to be young, but I'm not anymore. So that's actually very important. It's the story that you need to have, and you actually already have it. And the last line is the most important to me. The mobile broadband penetration. You had maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 million people that were able to access the internet on their mobile phones. It's now more than 100 million, right? So I've read even higher number, 150. It doesn't matter. Is when you look at a country like Indonesia, it's exactly what happened 13 to 14 years ago. When they started having cheap internet and everybody starting to use their mobile phones to do, at first, it could be simply gaming, whatever, then you create opportunity for people. You have a market of freelancers, etc., that suddenly starts to exist, and this is a promise that exists as well here in Pakistan. I was also living in Manila. That was an emerging country experience that I had. And Manila told me about a tale of empowerment. Because, you know, before I was very comfortable. I was living in the West again. I mean, even Japan is not really the West, but you understand what I mean. Like in developed countries, whatever the term you want to use. And then I moved to an emerging country. And I fell in love with emerging countries because they're robust, because they have a lot of opportunity, obviously, and because they're more humane in many ways than the others. And that's the case of Pakistan. And I've seen what it means to uplift people, where they have economic opportunity. These are pictures I've taken over the years. I think this is probably in Indonesia, or Malaysia maybe. This is Malaysia, this is Indonesia, the next one. All these new jobs that were created that we sometimes in the West say, oh, they're just gig workers. No, they're freelancers that get access to economic opportunity. And this is actually, it's not perfect by all means, but this is happening. And I think this is something that, these pictures were taken in Karachi. This is something that uplifts people. People will and must have the opportunity to find ways to actually have hope. It's a tale of hope. This is also in Karachi, the market. You need to have hope because hope and economic opportunity lifts people up, and that's actually your mandate. You actually have to do it. Myth. When you think about what you need to do, because you guys are leaders in this room, you guys are the ones who actually are pushing people. You need to build that myth. You need to elevate others. If you want to have a chance, especially young people, you need to focus on what you can change for these young people, to empower them along the way, to pick the right talent, and to actually create forward cultures. You cannot allow yourself to just let things stand the way they are. You need to create forward cultures. You need to empower. You need to be absolutely good leaders, to pick the right talent. You have so much talent in this country, but they need, everywhere, but especially here, they need to rely on people like you. You know, all these trends of like working from home, all the technology trend, all these behavioral trends, they settle over a decade. No need to talk about them too much today. What you need, you have to create sustainable cultures, but with you as being leaders. You have to take the youth, not with a hand, it's not like direct them, but you have to empower them, you have to help them, because otherwise you will never go anywhere. And you have a huge talent pool in this country. You have a huge youth population that is just waiting. They have absolutely not a lot of idea how to get there. You can actually teach them a little bit of the way. You need to be inspiring. I know it sounds like very self-helpy, blah, 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 but actually, you know, I work with young people all the time. I go to schools all around the world to talk to kids who are like, you know, between 8 and 12. And they're never going to want to be like me. I hope that, by the way, they do not become like me because I'm old and dépassé. But they need still to have people to show them the way. She needs people to show them the way, right? She absolutely needs people to show them the way. And I've seen the results. They're actually amazing in countries that do that. Your values, your poise, will actually be the one that will sustain, that will counter whatever crisis happens. There will be crises. I'm not optimistic about the next 3 to 5 years. There will be a lot of crises in the world. But if you are strong enough, you'll actually give that strength to the people that you work with. You'll become that builder that we need. I started by saying we have daily new normals. If you believe that you have daily new normals, if you realize that there are daily new normals and that you're fine with it, that's your confidence. And that confidence translates to the young people that sees you. If they see that you're confident no matter the crises, they will be confident as well. You need to actually translate that towards a younger generation. And thus you need to embrace discomfort. And I said it earlier, and I will say it again. Emerging countries like Pakistan have a much better grasp of discomfort because you've experienced this crisis much more than we are in the West, where crises are more episodical, and we're too much used to comfort. Embracing discomfort is extremely important, and then if you show the way to a younger generation that you can do it, actually, they will actually have that confidence, and you become a navigator. I mentioned the past and the future combined. That's your experience. That's what I said earlier. Yes, when I was young, I wanted to change the world, of course, because that's what young means. You want to do things differently, but you need to have people like you that help them teach about the history, that help them teach about the culture, that help them teach about the values. Otherwise, they're going to be lost at the beginning of their careers. So that's your experience. You have to be generous with the young leaders of tomorrow. And then, if you want to become a true hero, you obviously, in the world that is both slow and fast, you need to have poise. Again, you need to stand. You stand tall. Okay, it's easy for me because I am tall, so I can just stand and I am tall. But you need to stand tall against everything. And that is also, all these things are very inspiring for younger generations. And I see that in all entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs that I mentor and coach around the world or I invest in. They need these from you. And that applies to corporates, that applies to governments, that applies everywhere. They need to see that poise, that things will be all right. We know it's not. We know there's chaos all the time. But we need to believe that things will be all right. You know what is a hero? The word hero comes from Greek. Of course, I'm Greek, so I'm going to use that. Hero was a she first. She was a her. And she was hero nowadays. We think about heroes. We think about Marvel. You know, it's Iron Man and Captain America and whatever. I mean, maybe you like it. I'm not saying you should. A hero. She was a she, and she just held the light to Leandros. That's all she was doing. She was showing the way. That's what a hero is. That's why I keep talking about inspiration. You need to show the way. Just have a light and show them this is a good way to keep on in your life and to have inspiration from you. So that's what you need to be doing. You need to be a hero. I'm no hero myself, trust me, but the only thing I'm going to ask you to do to finish is you need to jump. You need to take chances. I never knew how to transcribe that on a slide, so one day I decided to go to Macau, and I just jumped off the highest tower you can legally jump on bungee jumping. This is what it feels like to actually create a company. This is what it feels like to be an entrepreneur. You jump and you don't know where you're going. But at the end of the day, you'll be all right. And that's exactly how you should behave in times of crisis. That's exactly how you should behave as a leader of a company. That's exactly how you should behave as a leader of a country. You don't know what's tomorrow exactly going to be. There's no way to tell. You can try. We all want to. But at the end of the day, you just jump and you are happy about it. Basically, be the Pakistani heroes the world needs. And on that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Well, through his very interesting presentation and talk, I was reminded time and again of Alice in Wonderland, where Alice says, "Would you please tell me which way I ought to go?" Cheshire Cat says, "That depends a good deal on where you want to get to." Alice, "I don't really care where." Cheshire Cat, "Then it doesn't matter which way you go." So repeatedly I was reminded of that, and also what leadership lesson this holds. You really need to know where you want to get to. You have to figure out how to get there, and you have to take the youth along. So I think that was the crux of what Paul was telling us again and again. Thank you, Paul, for a very, very interesting talk. Before we go to the presentation of books, I'd like to just inform the audience that the keynote speaker for the next session is with us now, General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee 2016 to 2019. So a very warm welcome to leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. We'll be hearing from you very shortly. But before we end this particular session, we are going to present a small token of our appreciation to the speakers of this previous session. I'd like to request the CEO and founder of Natural Group, Mohammad Azfar, to please come on the stage. And to present the books, I'd like to invite Naz Khan, Chief Strategy Officer, K Electric, to please join us. A round of applause for Naz Khan. She's come all the way from Karachi and she's going to be a panelist in our session after lunch. So welcome to the stage, Naz. To start with our presentation, I'd like to invite Arif Anis, please, to come and receive his souvenir. Arif, please stay on the stage. The very inspiring, the tall, and the man who eats all the chocolates. Where are you? So if we could have a nice group photo, please. Right, so now we're going on to the 9th session. It is my very proud privilege to introduce the keynote speaker for this session, General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, retired, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee 2016 to 2019. General Zubair has had a military career that spanned over 4 decades. His key staff appointments have included, I'm just naming a few of them, Army and Air Advisor, United Kingdom, Director General Staff Duties at General Headquarters, Director General Strategic Plans Division, Chief of General Staff, Pakistan Army. In November 2016, he took over as the Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee. In recognition of his meritoriated with Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, he's also the recipient of the Legion of Merit of Turkey, King Abdulaziz Medal of Excellence, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Honor of Defense Staff Italy. Here I'd really like for all of us to give a huge round of applause for General Zubair. So after taking off his uniform, after 43 years of military service, he still continues to give lectures on geostrategy, nuclear matters and issues pertaining to defense and security. It is my privilege to invite him to the podium for his talk on the geopolitical backdrop, sir.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I'm delighted to be here in the Leaders in Islamabad Summit 2022. Thank you, Azfar, and thank you, Nutshell, for giving me this honor. I'm aware that yesterday you had brilliant sessions and also this morning, and I hope that today's in the evening sessions also will be equally entertaining and informative. Trying to lay out the geopolitical context or backdrop in 20 minutes is like trying to play a test match in T20, but I'll try my best. And what I intend doing is, as I said, is in 20 minutes give you my flavor of the geopolitical context, and then next about 10 minutes or so take 3 to 5 questions if you have any on the subject. So let me begin by just highlighting and cherry picking some of the key elements in the landscape of the geopolitical context. We are aware that we are passing through a pandemic of a proportion not seen in 100 years. 100 years. But we are also seeing and witnessing a war in mainland Europe after 75 years, after the Second World War for the first time. When I was doing my staff college, Camberley, United Kingdom, exactly 30 years from today, I recall that one of the fundamental talking points at that time was that Europe has buried war forever. Well, after 30 years, the history is back, and history is back with a vengeance. We have also seen clashes between China and India at the line of contact after 60 years, 1962 war. And so what you saw at Doklam or Galvam is not something that happens every day, every 10 years. It happened after 60 years. We've seen the United States Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, visit Taiwan for the first time after 25 years. We have seen inflation in the world grow at a rapid rate, and today the world has the highest inflation that it has seen in 40 years, and this includes the European countries. The 40 years war in Afghanistan, starting in 1979, just ended about a year ago, and we are just seeing the aftermaths taking place, because it has been exactly 1 year to Taliban takeover of Kabul last year on 15th of August. And only last night you saw a major explosion again take place in Kabul itself, killing more than about 25 people. And last not but the least, in October, after 2 years, notionally, the world will touch a population of 8 billion. And that's the highest population the world has seen since it came into being. Now, with this landscape, let me put up a framework. And the framework is very simple. The framework is a great power competition between two powers. That is between the United States and China. It is as crystal clear as it is. In this great power competition, there are to me two secondary players. One is Russia, the other is India. And there are other 20, I believe, nations of significance in this player, mostly in Europe, Asia, but also some now in Africa. And Pakistan stands amongst those 20 nations of significance. So therefore, a great reset is taking place. And center to this reset, as historically always, is the balance of power. Now, in this balance of power and the shift of it was clearly visible 14 years ago, because at a IISS meeting in Geneva in 2008, Henry Kissinger had said that the center of gravity of the world power has shifted decisively to Asia. That was said 14 years ago. Now, because the shift has taken place in some aspects, but has not taken place in two critical areas, one is military balance of power, and the other is political balance of power. Therefore, there is an element of chaos and disruption. And therefore, same Henry Kissinger, this month, while giving an interview to the Wall Street Journal, he has said that I am worried about disequilibrium. He said we are at the edge of a war with Russia and China. Who is saying this? Henry Kissinger. This month. He said we are at the edge of a war with Russia and China on issues that we partly created, without any concept on how this is going to end or what it is supposed to lead to. Therefore, it is no coincidence that the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, also this month, during the 10th NPT Recon Conference in New York, has said that humanity is just one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from a nuclear annihilation. Now, with this construct, and as I said, the primary contestation, as I said, between two powers, A, what I call as a status quo power, and B, what I call as the emerging power. So in all primary domains of political, economic, military, and technology, you see this contestation taking place. Now, as far as status quo powers are concerned, they are upping the ante. You have seen Quad, you have seen Quad Plus, you have seen Eastern Quad taking shape. In the military domain, you have seen NATO, expansion of NATO especially towards the east, and incorporation of nations which are in previous times were more neutral. You have seen a new AUKUS taking place. You've seen development of new commands, the Indo-Pacific Command. You have seen the African AFCOM coming up. You have seen Cyber Command taking shape. You have seen Space Command taking shape. And also you have seen development and deployment, both of laws, that is lethal autonomous weapon systems, and hypersonic weapon systems. So much is happening. But on the economic front, you see the status quo powers applying sanctions, and not to countries traditionally used to it like Iran or Venezuela, but now, more importantly and aggressively, to Russia and also increasingly to China. And last but not the least, the status quo powers are actually flirting with a new form of currency in the form of digital currency, which will move away from the traditional base, both of oil or gold. As for emerging powers are concerned, they are relatively catching up on political domain. They have a construct called the SCO, of which obviously Pakistan is also a member. But in the military domain, you can see telltale signs of increased cooperation in development of hypersonic weapon systems, but also development and deployment of ballistic missile defense systems called the BMDs. On the economic front, they have the biggest ticket in the town, that is the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. But they also are evolving their own banking system, the AIIB being the central part of that strategy. In technology, they are now competing, and therefore you see Huawei taking a leading role. You see 5G being contested, 6G now being deployed in China. You see artificial intelligence and cloud computing also in these powers taking place. Now, with this pursuit by the two powers, Europe, unfortunately, has lost its steam. And after Brexit and some other countries wanting to leave, and the two Central European powers also changing their strategic orientation, Europe is now increasingly leaning on the shoulders of the United States. Gulf, the bedrock of which was oil, because oil underpinned its political and its military and security context. Because oil is evaporating, maybe no more in next 30 years, but more definitely decreased relevance in next 10 years, the relevance of Gulf is under question. And therefore you see new constructs like the Abraham Accord or the Abraham Accord Plus taking shape. But as I believe that some things in Gulf have not changed, like its geography has not changed, its Muslim character has not changed, its history has not changed, its culture has not changed, and therefore it will continue to have its place of influence. Of more immediate concern to us is our neighbors like Iran, and you might hear news about the JCPOA in next about a week or so. If yes, it might unleash a different set of dynamics, and if no, it will again lead to a set of different dynamics taking place. But the way Iran has shaped up its relationships, both with Russia and China, is something to particularly note about. Now, a key word about India. And as I said, India I find as a secondary player in this great power competition. What India is trying to do is to evolve a new normal. India believes it has the power potential to do so. To me, that remains questionable. India is also trying to be the net security provider in the region. And therefore you see India flirting with notions such as surgical strike. What India is confronted with is a 1,000-year-old challenge in the shape of Hindutva and the RSS, the octopus that I call, that has engulfed the Indian state. It is no longer the India of Nehru or Gandhi. It is now the India of Modi and Yogi. And therefore we have seen how India has actually taken actions with regard to Kashmir, the 370, the 35 Alpha, and how minorities in India, more specifically the Christians and Muslims, are being prosecuted and pushed towards a genocide. India is also trying to position itself militarily, and therefore this concept of linking Pacific with the Indian Ocean, the Indo-Pacific context, in this it has already engaged in major agreements like the COMCASA, the COMCASTA, the LIIBS, the SISMOA. These are those foundational military agreements which India has actually crafted and has put on the table. But it is also acquiring massive arms. India has been the largest importer of conventional arms for the last 15 years. But recently it acquired S-400 from Russia and any other nation, Turkey is the only other exception, which would have acquired S-400 would have come under sanctions because of an American law, the CASTA. But obviously there is a waiver on that account, and India is the only country not only that has acquired, but has also deployed those weapon systems, the S-400. And interestingly, the deployment, initial deployment, is not against China, it is predictably towards Pakistan. So therefore, in this geopolitical context, the major underpinnings which drove the economies like oil, like gold, like human labor, they are on the recess. And new elements such as data, technology, and certain key materials are in play. So we are seeing the birth of a new world order. So let me try and conclude. And I ask 3 questions. Question 1, can the Thucyde trap be avoided? Question 2, will the things get worse? Question 3, and finally, how, when, and in what shape, but more importantly, at what cost will the new world order take shape? But for myself, I've always believed that when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Thank you very much.
If there are any questions, we have a Q&A session. So General Zubair, if you would, I would request you to please stay at the podium. I'll go down. And the floor is open now for any questions that you may have from Sir Zubair. Sir.
Yes, sir. Sir. Okay. I think the question that is asked is how well Pakistan is positioned to accept these new challenges. That's the question. You see, when I said Pakistan is a country amongst those 20 countries that are countries of significance in this new world order, emerging new world order, that means that on the set table, when you sit there or you sit in the room, Pakistan brings to the table many capabilities and many strengths. But Pakistan also possesses many challenges and many vulnerabilities. So therefore, it is for us to optimize our strengths and to play our cards and to guard against our vulnerabilities. So the ball is there, the game is up there, it is for us to play. If we play and play it well, we can do it and do it well. If we don't, we can head to a disaster. Yes, please.
So my name is Ali Jawad, and my question is that even after there is so much awareness all around the world that what are the harms of wars and violence, but still we see that all around the world there is so much hostility, the things going on in Ukraine, in Palestine, and other parts of the world. My question is that it breaks my heart to know that I feel helpless. I see these things and I want to ask you that what can I as an individual do to contribute to global peace?
Let me give you an eternal lesson of history. The best way to avoid a war is to be prepared for it. That's the eternal lesson of history. You see, even when there were 3 people, Adam and his 2 sons, they indulged in a fight. So if there are constants in human history, conflict is a constant in human history. While in a utopian world, you would wish conflict not to take place, but in the real world, you always have to be prepared for a conflict that exists under the corner. And because, as I said, the fundamental question here is the competition between great powers, and what is contested is the balance of power. Therefore, for me to say to you that what can you do, you can be a part of the nation and you can part of the humanity to make sure that you stand strong and you stand tall. But for you to think that there will be no war, I gave you the statement of Henry Kissinger, what he felt this month to say. Thank you very much. Please, sir. Sir.
The economies play a more important role than the military powers.
Sir.
So unfortunately, as we see today, where Pakistan is placed, one feels little depressed. So what are the way and what we can be the way forward to rise the economy of the country so that we are at par, particularly since that we are among the 20 important nations to play our role. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. My question, sir, my lecture today is not specific to Pakistan. I just gave a broader geostrategic overview. Obviously, I did cover Pakistan in that context. Sir, the geoeconomy, geostrategy, and geopolitics, these are three parts of the triangle. If you look at the strengths of Pakistan, which I spoke about during the questions, a country of 240 million people, the fifth most populous nation on the face of the earth. According to a survey, the fourth most intelligent nation on the face of the earth. The fifth largest English-speaking diaspora on the face of the earth. As far as digital, its connectivity is concerned, one of the largest digital connectivity which now matters for the future growth that matters. What you require is known to all. You require basically fundamental corrections. If you don't pay taxes, there are cartels which will actually hijack and have an extractive economy. So these are issues that are known. The strengths are there, the vulnerabilities are there. Per se, there is nothing wrong. It still has all fundamentals in place but never put together. That's the problem. Sir, man at the end.
So my name is Adil Hussain. Hello. So my name is Adil Hussain. As the Taiwan issue is emanating on the surface, China and USA are confronting each other. So what is the position of Pakistan? What do you expect that whether we will go toward the US bloc or the Chinese-Russian bloc?
Look, I'll give you a position on Taiwan. There is no ambiguity on that. Taiwan is an integral part of China, and Pakistan believes in and will continue to do so in one China policy. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Moin. My name is Moin Bartley. So this is a time of great change.
Yes.
And now as the whole world is going through an evolution, so we as a, maybe I guess you could say third tier country, part of the group of 20, we have to plan our own strategy, right, to best position ourselves. So should we sort of plan an independent sort of a strategy where we keep all our options open, or should we join one bloc or be more inclined towards being a part or having linkages with one bloc or the other? What would help us in the medium to long run in terms of what's happening in the world?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You see, Sahibzada Yaqub, whom I respect a lot, late, may Allah bless his soul, used to say that leaders are those who can not only foresee, but leaders are those who have foreseen. So this question, once looked back about 15, 20 years from now, in 2035 or 2040, people would have seen how the leaders of this country have played their card. What I did allude to, what Brigadier Sahab was saying, was that we have the cards. We don't have to box ourselves into a position of no return. And a country of a nuclear power, the ninth amongst the 9 nuclear powers, as I said, 240 million people, cannot be boxed, should not be boxed. For example, let's take energy and oil today. I mean, India today is buying 20% of its oil from Russia. Before this crisis began, India used to just buy 2% of its oil from Russia. Today it buys 20%. What stops Pakistan from actually going to Russia and getting not only oil and wheat on cheaper rates for our country? So we have the cards. We should have the will to play those cards. Thank you, sir. Sir. Good to see you, sir.
Name. I'm Naim Lodi, sir. Thank you very much for a very illuminating talk. You raised very pertinent questions at the end of your talk, the 3 questions. I'm interested to know your answers to those 3 questions, even if they are, temporary or whatever you feel like.
Okay. So the 3 questions that I did raise, and as a good instructor, General Lodi has leapt onto those 3 questions. He doesn't want me to leave it to the guests. The first question was, can the Thucydides traps be avoided? My strategic sense is no. Second, will the things get from bad to worse? My question is yes. And the final question was, how and when, in what shape the New World Order will take place, and at what cost? To me, the cost will be so immense that humanity has not seen since its birth. My answer, sir. Ji Azfar.
My name is Mohammed Azfar, and my question is about the Russia-Ukraine war and the future politics after this war and the impact on Pakistan. And my second question is, what is your personal view about the future of CPAC? I worked with the Chinese government, I'm still working with the Chinese government, and there are many hurdles, barriers, but yes, there is a huge potential for both countries, and especially for Pakistan. What is your view about the future, as well as what should be our roadmap to utilize this opportunity of CPAC in the interests of Pakistan?
Thank you. Let me tackle as for the second question first. I have always believed that CPAC is the future of Pakistan. And there are very cogent reasons to that. And in that, CPAC is a strategic project which brings immense strategic benefits to Pakistan across a spectrum of domains. And we require a national consensus, and we require a political will to move forward on that account. And on that account, we must. As far as Russia-Ukraine is concerned, you have categorized it as a war. That's not how Russia has categorized it itself. Russia has categorized Ukraine as a special military operations. Russia has not categorized it as a war. It is a conflict, most definitely. It will have repercussions, and we haven't seen the end of it. If Russia's security is endangered and continues to be endangered, we will see an enlargement of this conflict. But if Russia's security is guaranteed by means and other means, we will see an end to this particular conflict in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Ji sir, we'll come back to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for the session, firstly. My question is, so basically raw indicators of national power for Pakistan offer a poor reading of Pakistan's state's capacity and its viability. So torsion Pakistan to bound to experience if we allow ourselves to be driven and defined by a geolocation as a leverage in geopolitical, which is inevitably the emergent great power competition. So in your opinion, should Pakistan not humble up and signal humility and stop posturing its location as a leverage and take a more inward focus in developing human resource and resilience, which should be our prime national goal rather than a calculus of proposing a location for rent-seeking and or prominence?
Okay. You see, this is a school of thought. I concluded by saying that when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. What you are telling me is that when the going gets tough, the tough should just lie down on a bed. That's the two fundamental equation. You see, this great power competition is not of my making. I have not created it, and it will not be wished away because I don't want to be a part of a regime. And as I gave you the three players, one of the major players, which is China, is my neighbor. One of the two secondary players that I gave you was India, is again my neighbor. One of the secondary player that I gave you was Russia, which is a near neighbor, if not a neighbor per se. And the fourth major player, which is the United States, has been a constant player in this area. And as you can see from the over-the-horizon operations that it carries out in Afghanistan. So this is not something that I am making it up. It's a reality on ground, and it's happening. And as I said, as a country of influence, we need to actually secure our vital interests. That is a must. If you don't want to be a part of that, you will have to sacrifice your vital national interests. Yes, please.
We have time for just one more question, please.
One more question.
One more question.
There are 4 hands, so pick up yourself.
So you'll have to take a pick.
Hello. Who is the youngest?
Air Commodore Salim, the youngest.
I'm the youngest.
Excuse me. Young by heart. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm Shahzad Malik. Sir, I'm here.
Sorry, sir?
On your left side.
Okay, sir. On my right, sir.
Yeah. Oh. I'm Shahzad Malik. To take the benefit of your great experience, I just want to say, when our political situation will be settled, and every government knows, as you discuss here, issues of tax, FBR, etc. will be resolved, and when we will say goodbye to IMF.
I want to see that day in my lifetime. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Request to our keynote speaker to please stay on the stage while I request Azfar Ahsan, founder and CEO of Luncheon Group, to please join us on the stage. And to present a small token of our appreciation, sir, I'm going to invite Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman on the stage. So, Sir Sohail will be presenting a book on Pakistan. The name is Pakistan, Beauty and Splendor, and the author and photographic artist is Irfan Mirza, who fell in love with Pakistan on his way to becoming a photographer. Oops.
This was actually 4-star to 4-star. I'm very blessed actually because of my affiliation with my 2 seniors, my elders, and my very dear friends and brothers, General Zubair Mahmood Hayat and Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman. They both are outstanding Pakistanis who contributed for this country. And on behalf of all the delegates, I'm grateful to General Zubair Mahmood Hayat and Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman for your contribution for our Pakistan.
Thank you, Azfar. Thank you, General Zubair. Thank you, Sir Sohail. So I think everybody must be sufficiently hungry now, and we've catered to that. We're announcing lunch now, but we will assemble here again at 2:15 p.m. sharp so that we can start the next session on time. So enjoy your lunch and see you at 2:15. All the volunteers, please guide the guests to the lunch area. 5th edition of the summit. We've had a wonderful 1.5 day, and we're looking forward to the remaining sessions. Please continue to tweet, retweet. Do use the hashtag leaders in ISB. So this session is a panel discussion on innovating for growth. That's the subject. And I will now invite the panelists onto the stage one by one. Oscar Wendell, partner Metal International USA. If you could please make your way to the stage, Oscar. Dr. Shahid Mahmood, Chairman and CEO, Interactive Group of Companies. Mr. Asif Akram, Chief Operating Officer, Systems Limited. Ms. Naz Khan, Chief Strategy Officer, K Electric. Sardar Abu Bakr, Chief Finance and Digital Officer, Mobiling Microfinance Bank. All right, so you brought your fan club along, Sardar. Good show. All right. Then we have the moderator, Sajid Aslam, Regional Lead Public Affairs, Asia Pacific for ACCA. So as you can see, a stellar lineup. So in order to not eat into the panel's time, I'm going to hand it right over to Sajid.
Can we have some energy in the room? Assalamu alaikum. Can we have a big clap for everybody here? Thank you very much. It's important to really wake up everybody while we are coming back from the lunch. It's a difficult task, but we will try to keep you awake. And we do expect some questions after 45 minutes within the session. So we are keeping 10 to 15 minutes at the end for questions. So just make sure you write your question, and then we will try to use that one. Just going back to the fundamentals, in a 500 years history of the world, if we study, there are 8 key variables which define the economic growth of any country. And the baseline starts with the education. The second part, when the education leads to innovation, and then the innovation leads to economic output, and that economic output leads to the competitiveness of that country or that output or the products and services. Then it brings out the global share within the global trade, so share of that country in the global trade. And then it brings to the sixth one, which is a military power to really defend the country and create a deterrent so the people, other countries should not be taking over the resources of that country. And then the efficient capital markets, that's the 7th one. And if we achieve these 7 variables, or if we progress on these 7 variables, that's bring the currency of that country as a reserve currency. And that's where the game changes. Then you have got a liquidity available to really fund everything. So these are the 8 key economic variables, or these are the 8 variables over the 500 years of the history, the way it studies how the countries or the regions, they have progressed economically as well as from a human development perspective. So these are the variables which we have to evaluate where we stand today in terms of Pakistan. And the area which we are going to discuss is the innovation. Yesterday we discussed the talent, which is linked with the education, and how that talent can lead to the innovation for the country growth. So I'll open the session with a very open-ended question. So how the innovation is directly linked with the economic growth. So that's something which we would like to get some perspective. And I think we start from Oscar, and then we will move to the next, right? Oscar, if you can share your perspective, how the innovation is linked with the growth.
What is innovation and how is it defined? It is not just about doing things in a more complex way or in a new way, but actually making you more competitive, and that usually means doing more with less and using resources better. And the same thing with growth. In its essence, it is about creating more value in the marketplace that is transacted. I think this is often lost in buzzwords when you talk about innovation, that it's simply a new, more complex way of doing things, and there's going to be value delivered at the end of the road. But at some point, innovation needs to lead to more business and profits. And I think from a country perspective, this is very important to keep in mind, but also for organizations. I'll let you...
Oscar Scheitzer. I would take innovation in a manner that there are, like you said, the 7 variables, but the variables are now social, environmental, and economic. So if you take these variables and see how, like General Zubair just said, we will be 8 billion people. 8 billion people with the same Earth's resources, who better manages these resources and puts them into play as a supply and demand is where the innovation kicks in, for which they need the basic infrastructure, and those who have thought it through with the infrastructure, because technology doubling every 12 months allows you that pace to understand the content or the input that is coming from the 8 billion. 5 billion people are connected all the time. And this is where innovation comes. Who can manage his resources better so the demand and supply chain works in the productive economic way? This is the shortest way of defining it. I can elaborate more as we go along. Asif.
All right. So I'll give another perspective to it. We always try and match innovation with technology somehow in our minds, that innovation will come when there is technology. But for us as a country, we have to take innovation as a mindset and a culture. And unless we start addressing those things, innovation or innovation for growth is a tough ask. Innovation is also a perception about us as a country from others, from outside. Right now, unfortunately, we are not seen as an innovative nation when it comes down to this aspect. It's not because we are technologically weak, it's that culture and mindset and that people aspect that we are still lacking upon, and we need to keep working on it. We don't have a supply side issue. Our population, 60-70% is young population, and that's to our advantage. What we need to start seeding is innovation at an education at a lower level when we are coming out of colleges and schools, and then taking into organizations. And I'll elaborate that more, how we've done it at systems and how we see that this go. But I want to differentiate innovation from technology. I don't want us to say it's a technology that drives innovation.
Thank you. Abubakar.
No, I completely agree. I think first thing we have to do is kind of take the myth out of the word innovation. Okay, innovation definitely has to mean something really, really cool and difficult to understand. Or agar aasan cheez hai, that means it's not innovative. And you know, Pakistan is at a crossroads. I think you've probably been hearing this for several decades now. Various speakers come in at various points in time and they say Pakistan ek bahut crossroads pe hai. So we definitely need to be innovative now as we speak, and it can be simple solutions. So I'll just want to highlight 2 or 3 areas where I think we can really get to it. When we talk about innovation for growth, we can either play with the economy we have, or we can try and find new sustainable revenue streams. The average tax GDP ratio for any sector is 5 to 7%. So jitna wo sector kamata hai, uska 7% goes to tax. In agriculture, it's less than 1%. Now, I am not at all advocating that the common man farmer be burdened with tax. But come on, at the provincial level, if we were to take the agri income tax GDP ratio to 7%, that's ₹1 trillion per annum. Why can't we do it? Our curriculums now, they need to be moving at laser sharp speed. It's either up to us to accept things that are happening or deny it. There is strong evidence to suggest that last year Pakistanis made, ab to shayad paise gwa rahe honge, but they made about 100 billion rupees in crypto, in digital currency. Where's the capital gains tax on that? So we can either say that last year no one in this room was using Binance, or actually accept that a lot of people sitting in corporates day and night were using the Binance app to buy crypto and digital currency. It's up to us. And if we were to put a 15-20% tax on that, you would suddenly get to a much bigger figure. Just two more quick points I want to make, and then I'm sure we'll follow it up as we go along. It costs us about 20 billion rupees just to print cash every year in this country. Now, again, I'm not talking about fuel subsidies and our existing economy कि उसी में खेलना है, उसको टैक्स ज़्यादा लगा दें, उसको टैक्स कम कर दें. I'm talking about new streams. We must find ways to promote the SME sector to get into financial inclusion. नहीं आएंगे SME sector financial inclusion में, वो घबराते हैं टैक्स लग जाएगा उन पे. We need to answer that question. And if you look at the model that South Korea has done, where they were given tax breaks for 3 to 5 years, encouraging them to get into the tax sector, well, now SME is the backbone of any economy. And I think just the last point I'll mention at the outset is that when we talk about our curriculums and we talk about continuing education, the role we need to play as industry and working with academia is to talk about where are we investing in NFTs? Where will Pakistan be on the metaverse in 10 years? How will we monetize this opportunity? We shouldn't just talk about Web 3.0 बहुत cool hai. We should say, are we encouraging our younger generation, which is really our asset, to learn these new capabilities? And I would actually encourage कि हमारे जो BISP program है, SAS program है, नाम जो भी दे दें, वो मर्जी है आप. But that needs to also go into upskilling now and continuing development.
Thank you, Abu Bakr. Nas, innovation and link of growth.
Thank you. So, I think all the points made are all very appropriate. I would also say that I think the mindset is a really important element. And so to think that there are some people that are innovative and others are not, I think that's also incorrect. So, because then you sort of take the control away and say that I can't be innovative. And that's wrong. So I think educating people at a younger age to be able to see things differently, to be able to challenge the status quo. So I think Asif is absolutely right when he talks about it's not technology. It is even in your business process re-engineering. It's being able to see that how can I do this process separately, right? It's understanding the resources that you have and making the most of those. It's understanding that this is a company, deconstructing that and saying, so this company is, I have so much fleet, I have so much manpower, I have so much, just seeing what is it, what are those tangible and intangible resources that you have. And once you understand that, then you can, I think differently and try to make the most of these as well.
No, thank you, Naz. I have a follow-up question, but it's a yes-no question, right? It's a yes-no question, and that's very Pakistan context. There are two types of nations, the one which innovate, who create something. But there are people who adopt that innovation as well, right? And there is a third type which neither innovate nor adopt. Where we stand, are we the nation who adopt something which is innovated by somebody else? Shahid Sahib, we'll start with you. Oscar, we will just excuse you because it's a very Pakistan-specific culture.
I would add another option there. We are masters at jugaad engineering.
Yep.
I think we are very innovative, but we've not been streamlined in that process.
Structure.
No accountability, no standardization, but the amount of work, you call an electrician or a plumber to your house, complex wiring, complex plumbing, he has never seen it. In an hour, he'll fix the problem and go. You go to the Western nations, that'll require thousands of dollars to fix. So that is the brain we have. What we haven't done, it's streamlined. So I don't think it's a yes/no question. Sorry, apologies for that. I think it's that standardization and accountability that is missing.
Abu Bakr.
कहते हैं ना Sajid, just to take your point, they say there are three types of people. The people who make things happen, the people who watch things happen, and the people who wonder what happened. Right? So I really think that we have some of the most innovative people in the world, and I, because of this, see great opportunity if we're able to harness it in the right way.
No, thank you. Naz.
I just say a yes, we're innovative.
We are innovative. So I think if you look at the nation and the general consensus, and if you look at people in this room and in journal we work with, we are innovative people. And I think something which Shahid also alluded towards, jugaad, the word, like temporary fixes which we do, and not go for a structure or standardization, do not look from a scalability and repeatability perspective. We fix it, we move on, next time we go, we fix it in a different way, and we still move on. Oscar, you want to add something?
I like the comment there on the electrician. There's the Parkinson's law. It's not that commonly known, but it states that all work expands or expands to the resources that is available to the job at hand. And I remember when I was doing my military service in the civil services, there were more administrators than people that were actually doing the job. And I think that when you have resource constraints, you become very innovative in doing more with less. And in that sense, I'm sure that Pakistan is very innovative, and I've seen that with many examples.
No, very, very good comment. Scarcity is something which force you to innovate, and I think that's a very good comment there. Shahid, based on your background and all that, what options, and just following up on the Oscar as well, what options as a country or as a nation we may have for innovation given all the constraints and opportunity we see in today's world?
I was very pleased to hear the first two speakers, and I must compliment Nutshell and Azfar and Martin Dowd, who bring us all together every year so that we can have this brainstorming. So the two panelists in the morning from the government side, both were very practical. Miftah Saab said we should be exporting 10% of whatever industry we do, and then Sohail Aman was very focused on the environmental impact that we are having. Now, as a nation, when you ask this question and where innovation can come in, I think Pakistan needs to set its perspective. We may not be able to reach the 10% export, but what we can do is considerably subsidize ourselves from imports. Subsidize means reverse working on what we have on ground. We understand that the world population is moving. We are adding 1 billion people every 10 to 12 years. We understand that the resources that we have on the earth are limited. We know that Pakistan will have water shortage and crisis by 2040. We know where the energy stands because of the way it's being addressed right now. So when you look at sustainability, I believe that we have to encourage, and this is where innovation comes in from a technology perspective, because we have technologies today that allow us to do data mining in a different way, and we can do and improve on how we manage the Earth's resources that are available within the geographical bounds of Pakistan. Let me further elaborate that. For sustainable living, you're primarily addressing 6 things. First is food. So when we know that we are going to be water constrained in the next 30 years, we need to look at crops and urban farming in such a way that consumes least amount of water. We cannot lose the water, and so we need to look at its practicality and how we use it. And then we are the 5th largest nation of the world. We will be around 400 million people in the next 75 years. We are already 240. We generate a lot of waste. That waste has value. How you manage that waste is your next focus area. How we are blessed with energy resources, may they be from hydel to solar to wind, we need to go into alternate energy, because it is energy that will drive the future technologies where we are moving into the digital age. Once we have these 3 key areas focused on, we then need to look at mobility, because if we are to be champions on our exports, we need to be very wary of our carbon footprint. And that carbon footprint, under the prevailing thermal emissions and other emissions that we have, we need to work backwards. So when you put these 4 together, they have a lot of technology, IoT, data mining, whatever you want to call it, it's all there, and then they are regional specific. We are blessed as a nation where we have the plains of Balochistan, which is 44% of Pakistan, but 7 or 8% of the population base. with technology and things that are coming in, how we manage the water, how we manage the waste, how we manage the energy, how we manage products that are availing us to do sustainability, all of this becomes new clusters. So I give the next example. There was a question asked, are you inclined towards CPEC? I think CPEC is our lifeline, not just as a road, but CPEC gives us that opportunity that we have 1,000 kilometers of coastal area where 9 submarine cables are landing. So we are definitely connected in a manner that no other nation can be. And that CPEC pulls that whole cable up. I'm now looking at an optical fiber backbone. So if you have digital connectivity, where from the current 10 megabit use that we call as great bandwidth, we move to 400 to 600 because you will need 6,000 in the next 50 years. We move to energy that is cost effective, and we do urban farming and clusters on the CPEC, not like the GT road, but planned clusters where social living allows innovation. I think we can do it, and the numbers will dramatically change, and we really don't have to be dependent on exports, because when you will reduce your import structure, because what are you dependent on? It's food subsidies and other things that we're importing in fuel. If you take those out of the equation, we are positive, and we become that 5th market in the world for people to come in and try and be more innovative so that we can be more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid Sahab. So I think sustainability, approach, structure, cluster, we can't do everything. We have to really prioritize that and put a structure and accountability around it and take that approach, which is quite integrated the way you have really referred to. Now, there's a bigger question. So we can have a structure, we can have a cluster identified, we can have a prioritization. And that takes us to the next level, execution. Now, this execution, like we picked up, the innovation is not about the technology. Innovation is about the mindset and the culture which it's nurtured. So, Oscar, the question for you, and you are an author for the book at the same time, how this culture and organization design as an organization or at a country level, how that culture or design can help us to innovate and execute?
Well, I think that being aware of what the obstacles to innovation is very important, because there's always risk with change. Innovation always requires change. And who is incentivized to take this risk? It's rarely the people at the top, and even in organizations broadly, the ones that are suggesting it will be suggesting change that may not benefit those at the top. So this is something that requires a lot of awareness and how to go about having this in organizations, and I think that's usually why smaller organizations are more successful with innovation, because they don't have the same hierarchies that will be disrupted. And you find that a lot with technology companies. It's not random that the most innovative companies tend to be small startups.
So if I understand correctly, so we are talking about understanding the obstacle and the beneficiary of status quo there.
Exactly, yes. Yeah.
And then that's where we have to start working on to create a culture which can help us execute.
And this is extremely difficult in large organizations, because the status quo, it's highly incentivized to keep that status quo. Of course, and that's in all cultures.
And I'm sure that that's applicable to the country level at the same time. So if the obstacle are incentivizing some people, so that's also become the same structure.
I think there's a very good expression that goes, the obstacle is the way, and the obstacle is the opportunity. Because that's where you can innovate.
Yeah.
I mean, where organizations have obstacles, you have an opportunity to jump in that space and be competitive.
Thank you, Oscar. And that brings me to Asif. Asif, you have really, if you look at the Systems Limited is a great case study from Pakistan, a very successful organization. But we have got one Systems Limited. We don't have 10 Systems Limited in Pakistan. So what you have done differently within the same culture, structure, with the same people in the same country, where we have got Systems Limited, but how people can replicate that example and create the similar organizations?
Thanks, Ajit. I think I want to remove a myth today, which we all fall in, that Pakistan has a talent supply issue. I think I hear this every day, that we don't have enough talent, talent is leaving, we don't have good skills in technology, in finance, and everywhere. I think it's a myth, and let me just prove it, because it's been proven already. We at Systems Limited were able to hire 2,400 technology professionals just in 2021. This is 200 people a month. Now, they all came from Pakistan. They all came from the universities and the organizations here in Pakistan. And we continue in the first half of 2022, we've added another 1,000 people. Now, where did they all come from? We became a company which was 1,500 people probably in 2019 to 5,500 people right now as we speak in the mid-2022. Yes, not everybody is a superstar. So to Indian companies, everybody is a superstar, everybody is a rock star. We all come from organizations. Do you have everybody who's a rock star and a superstar? So I always say we have this tendency, and I'll link it back to innovation, of looking at the glass half empty. We've got to start looking at the glass half full. And many of us have worked with Eastern European colleagues in technology, Indian colleagues in technology, and I'll cover technology more because that's my background. I find the Pakistani skills to be at par or sometimes even better. Why are we always saying we have a supply issue? Why are we not replicating what some of us have been able to do in this country? And when I make this case, I'm making it with real numbers to all of you. Yes, HEC is HEC, like any other organization in other countries as well. We have curriculums to follow. But why isn't large-scale training institutes being set up around Polytechnique? HCL and Wipro in India run 16 to 20 Polytechnique centers every year. HCL enrolls 16,000 to 20,000 people every year for a 3 to 6 months curriculum. And then they join HCL or other companies. They are trained in technology and non-technology. We always say, oh, government is not giving us enough supply, government is not putting enough students. So I had this discussion with LIIBS, and I asked them, how many computer science graduates join LIIBS every year? And the answer was 150. 150. It may have changed now, but this is a year or 2 years back. Is that enough for us? The answer is no. Is that enough for us? The answer is no, because we are in that scale discussion which is limiting us from a mindset perspective. Innovation is all mindset. We have a 40% new company every year. Iteration, hiring. Look at what happened to that culture. So 4 out of 10 people are new every year. You can't even know who they are. But that's how the scale comes. So you build the organizational processes, which we are probably halfway into that journey. But you do it through innovative things, which includes technology. You got to put digitization in, you got to put systems in, but it includes putting the leadership in place that is able to do that. Now, your final point that you made, why don't we have 10 systems? And I'd like us to have 100 of them. It's that scale fear, I call it, that the state has. They are fearing the scale because the control loses. The CEO doesn't know 5,500 people. They don't even know who's going to get hired tomorrow.
No, very true.
our mindset is limited because we want to keep scale. Sorry.
No, I think that's the punchline.
मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट होगी प्लीज पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो पीछे हैं कि सीट्स अवेलेबल हैं इन द मिडल ऑफ द टेबल्स, तो प्लीज आप लोग आगे आके ज्वाइन कर लें. थैंक यू.
On the fear of scale, and I think that's an important element which we need to highlight. Do we have that fear in this room as well? Because we are a very representative of the current culture and society and the businesses in this one. I think that's one of a takeaway. But interestingly, you picked up on that innovation. Processing 200 hiring in a month itself require innovation and standardization and the processings and the criteria, and most importantly, the empowerment to really hire those kind of people.
Indian companies are doing 1,000 a month.
Yep.
5,000 a month. They're the same people.
No, very true. Very true.
If we haven't seen that, we're missing something. So, again, this is not climbing Mount Everest, by the way. This is getting it right at the brow. Is it perfect? No. 20% may not be the best. So what?
No, thanks. I think I'll build upon something which Shahid Saab picked up in a very initial stage, that for innovation from an infrastructure perspective, we are talking about the bandwidth and the processing power. There's another area which is very important. It's affordable energy and availability of that energy. So Naz, if we look at, from your perspective, how this energy or innovation within the energy around the world, and how you compare that with Pakistan at this stage?
So before we just do that, let me just comment on what Asif was saying. Just a couple of things. When he's talking about that there isn't any dearth of talent, and I completely agree with that. I think what there is there is a dearth of leadership, because you have the talent available, but it needs to be guided, it needs to be honed, and you need the leadership to be able to pick this talent up. You know, it's the uncut diamond. You need to know that this is it, and you need to be able to take it forward. That we are, I feel that's something that we lack. When you speak about energy and innovation, I think that's probably one of the sectors where you've seen the most amount of innovation. Actually, you're seeing customer preferences changing. You're seeing people move towards renewable. You're seeing technology disruptions within the sector, and because of that, even utility models have been disrupted globally. In Pakistan alone, although we have a sector where KE is the only private sector company, and the rest is all still government. So it's a very heavily government vested and controlled sector. But where you're seeing, for example, on the affordability side, with the progress in PVs and on the wind side, and you're seeing prices come down within 10 years, they've dropped significantly, so that now renewables, solar and wind has become a real option. If I look at net metering within Pakistan now, the regulator allowed this. Do you know that there are now over 500 megawatts worth of net metering in the country? This is net metering. And net metering is just those people who can do net metering are 1 megawatt and under. Anything above that is beyond, people that may have put up solar or wind. So 500 megawatts, and it is constantly coming in, because as grid prices continue to increase and subsidies are eliminated, this price of electricity is going to continue to go up, but you have renewable resources and they're indigenous and they're cheap now. So this has become a no-brainer. So that's one place where you're seeing innovation really play in. And the same thing you will start seeing towards the grid side. You know that the government is also looking at adding in a lot of renewables, including hydel within our power system and our energy system. So I think they're looking at close to, by 2030, we should be getting to close to 60% in terms of renewables. That includes hydel as well, which is huge. Today, I mean, if I look at solar and wind and bagasse in Pakistan, the total installed capacity is probably 3 to 4% for Pakistan. which is really, really small. So, I mean, there's a lot of potential on this side, and that's one of the ways that you actually start bringing down the cost of electricity, which, as we know, continues to increase and will continue to increase, and it's imported. So you need to move towards this side. So that's one major area of innovation where in the energy sector.
Thank you, Nas. And if you look from, again, if we keep adding that, Abubakar, I'm coming to you now. So we have got bandwidth, if we get that, where the reference point which I drawn, the processing power, we have energy to really run and light up that infrastructure. Now we need to process transactions, the payment ecosystem, which can help us there to really capture that opportunity, or what are the constraints. So Abubakar, from your side, how you see the payment ecosystem within that innovation and how it can become an enabler or constraint for us?
I think the payment ecosystem is part of a larger context of financially including the masses of Pakistan, right? It's absolutely greatly valuable that all of us sitting in the room can use one of the payment service providers to make a payment online and pay for McDonald's. That's great. But the objective should be that we should empower the masses of Pakistan and financially include them. And I think for me, a payment integration or a lending interface or giving products to people that they can actually use to try and empower themselves should be priority number one. And I keep saying this for the SME sector. So for instance, now at Mobilink Bank, 40% of our portfolio is lending to the micro SME sector. And I was sitting with a commercial bank, I'm not going to name them, don't worry. I was sitting with a commercial bank where they said that, we have a portfolio of 1 billion rupees lending to the SME sector. And in all honesty, that's abysmal, right? 1 billion rupees to the SME sector. That's nothing, that's peanuts. And I think that's where we are trying to transform, and how do we reach the last mile? We cannot reach the last mile of Pakistanis and giving them access to finance that they need through just brick and mortar. It has to be through digital financial services. That's where we're partnering with digital distribution players. We're partnering with Daraz, Azfar, CBA to try and reach the masses. And I think we can't ignore another very important component on this, Ajit, when we talk about financial inclusion, is diversity. I really love the conversations when we all want to speak about the importance of diversity, but if we ask the same people, how many females do you have in your management team? Then the question will come, right, you know what, we're working on it. We will get there eventually. So if you say, how many females do you have in your board and in your leadership positions, they'll say, well, no, it's work in progress, we have to stay at it. So what we're trying to do in terms of financial inclusion, and we've seen this from Bangladesh, that women not only empower themselves when they're empowered with financial services, they empower society. And if we are able to do that, that's what we're trying to do by giving them subsidized smartphones, giving them training and upskilling. So not just having a transactional relationship, teaching them what they can do with their business. And so many of them now are running successful businesses on their phones. And I think this is something that we really have to encourage. I think the last point I'll make, Sajid, is that at Mobilink Bank and at a country level as well, I think the biggest opportunities and the biggest challenges when it comes to innovation is three things for me. One is ego. So when ego creeps in at a state level or at an organizational level, you're doomed. You don't see it immediately, but 2 to 3 years down the road, your organization will start seeing cracks. And ego means when we feel that, I cannot learn anything new. So I cannot get a new idea coming in from the wider organization or the wider economy. The other is fear. It's like religion. People fear something that they don't understand. So it's really important that we are able to put across our points according to the value we can create for Pakistan. And the third thing that I think Mobilink Bank, what we're trying to do is empower the masses. Financial inclusion cannot be about a niche segment. If we want the Uber and Careem drivers, if we want the Food Panda home chefs to flourish, our solutions must focus on them. And I think that has to be a priority when we sit in the public and private sector.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll take one recommendation from each and then we open for questions. So we will be coming back. Any one top recommendation how innovation can be embedded within the country or in the culture, or maybe what you feel is the top priority we should look at this stage? One, very quick one. Oscar.
Well, very broadly and generally, picking up on the need for education to inspire innovation. Education, to a large extent, is learning how to think, and how to think about innovation is being open to change, being open to diversity, and also, to a large extent, innovation is about discipline. It's not just about knowing what is the better way of doing something, but actually sticking to it, having incremental improvements over long periods of time. That requires stamina, and I think that comes down to education as well.
Education, based on yesterday's conversation, is not only the formal education, it's skilling, upskilling, reskilling, higher education, continuous learning. So that's the context. And taking responsibility for self-development, I think that's also one of a key area which identified yesterday. Shahid sir.
I would say that ground rules need to be set as when the state has to execute and encourage innovation, it should focus on infrastructure and let the private sector then utilize that infrastructure, and it has to be at a standard. You can't expect that you have an infrastructure that gives you 10 megabits when the norm in the fourth industrial revolution is 400 megabits per second is what you need to really start working. So if we get the state to focus on how they would provide the infrastructure, the rest will happen automatically.
So I think good thing is a standard and setting that expectation at a country level. So when we say we have a bandwidth, so everybody knows it's what bandwidth we are talking about, right? Asif.
So I think we have to start firstly recognizing innovation and incentivizing it. Currently, we don't do that. These are two things. So the 10x concept needs to start coming up. When somebody is coming with a normal idea versus an innovative idea, it has to have a weightage of 10x at all levels, not just government, private, schools, because it's that mindset and culture that needs to change. Unless we do recognize and incentivize, it's difficult. And the second thing I keep saying, innovation is not just technology. These are two things. If we can recognize, I think we are on the path.
10x mindset, and it's not technology, it's a mindset. Great.
I just think three things from my side. One is at overall country level, we really need a digital execution plan. Digital policies are great, but it's really time we join forces to say, how do we execute on the digital agenda? And I would love for a public and private collaboration where we're then following up progress on this every quarter. That's one. The second is invest in the youth. They will develop products and platforms for us that are more valuable than the total value of our IMF loan. And I think the third thing that I would say in terms of innovation is that if we are able to do more with less as a mindset, and I think we spoke about that at the start, and inculcate in our youth, in our leadership, in our organizations where we're not the victim, we have empowerment to decide our destinies. If that as a mindset we can inculcate in our behaviors, we will find solutions to the most difficult problems with very scarce resources as well.
Thank you.
So I think that I think at the educational level, I think we really need a rewrite of our curriculums. I think this whole rote learning, there's just content and knowledge. I think we really need to focus on critical thinking, which is how you're taught in many of the countries abroad as well. So the critical thinking element needs to be brought up. Your education system, and even outside the education system, you are not rewarded for failure. You are actually, it is treated as, it's really treated very, very negatively if you fail in something. And that should not be the case, right? So it's even something as simple as you want to take a gap year, you want to explore something. Exactly. If you haven't gotten from here to the next step, within this period of time, it's not the norm. And so this thinking needs to change. And finally, I think within the corporate sector, I think less regulation. really you need to keep government out, and there needs to be less regulation, and let the private sector just provide that enabling environment, and the sector will innovate and come up with solutions.
Thank you, Naz, and thank you, everyone. Now we can take some questions from the audience. If you can raise your hand. This gentleman at the back, somebody can bring. Please state your name and organization and who you want to address your question to.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Omar Zahid. I'm with S&P. A question for everyone. I mean, everyone's talked about innovation, what you're trying to do. But I was reading up on this a couple of days ago. Some of the biggest innovations in the world that I've seen, that has come through state-funded programs. I think when we talk about GPS, that was a US government-led program, and that was disseminated to everyone, and we now see the uses of it across the board. Be it on the private sector, be it, missiles, technology, army, whatever it is, GPS is at the core of it. What it seems like, there's a lot of work going on, but it's fragmented. The approach is being taken by organizations, it's fragmented with the approach.
Your question, please.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Coming to it, what are the plans? What is it that you guys, as leaders in Pakistan, looking to do in terms of collaborating with the state, with the governments, coming up with the programs, coming up with that innovation that can be utilized at a small scale, at a large scale, which can benefit the masses? Thank you.
So let me just say what we are doing at KE, right? You mentioned the word collaboration, and that I think is one of the key things for innovation as well. Your innovation is best done collaboratively. So while we are working on things internally, we wanted to know what it is that's happening within the energy sector across Pakistan and even outside. We launched an innovation challenge for the same purpose, to just see what it is that's happening within the energy sector. We went to universities, all the universities across the country, visited 20 plus, but went to, wrote to more to startups, researchers, and basically asked them, in 3 categories, and we asked them, you tell us what it is that you can do for us, and they were linked to SDG goals 7, 11, and which relate to energy and sustainable cities, because that's what's important, and it's important for the masses as well. And the plus was there for anything related to a utilities function, customer experience, etc. In addition, we gave challenge statements that we have as a utility, solve this problem for us. And very well received. The idea was that if we can get, and we want to see what people are doing, if we can get some idea, even one idea, that helps us deliver better to our customers, makes electricity cheaper, makes our processes better, or makes KE a better place, it actually, it's a business imperative, and you can embed that within the system. If a company like KE benefits, the entire power sector benefits, because there are so many other discos where you can replicate this. So and we are actually going through that process right now, and some very exciting, things that have come up from there. So that's what we are doing at our end.
Thank you, Das. Just one thing, just picking up on that question. From this forum, from Nutshell conferences, there are multiple times people have raised one recommendation for government, the change in the PEPRA rules, so it can include the SME sector and young organizations who do not have a restriction for 10-year history and the bank guarantees and all that. So once that spending start coming into that area, the SME, to the startups, I think that's also something which can fuel. So we can can also emphasize on that recommendation again, which can help the entire sector, that where it become more inclusive. Right now, the PEPRA rules are quite restrictive in terms of how we can support that. Question? Sir, please.
This is a question for that gentleman on the end there.
Oscar.
I believe that you are one of the organizers of GTEx in Dubai, and I was wanting to ask you what opportunities you felt could be innovators for growth for Pakistani executives and companies that might want to consider being at GTEx, which is a huge event. If you could perhaps just say what might be beneficial.
On what Naz was saying about collaboration, I think Dubai is such a great opportunity for Pakistan to find collaboration and opportunities across all sectors, and this is what GITEX is about, to work both with private companies and with governments across all of the Gulf and the wider MENA region, and not just in technology, but also in creative economies where we will, I think there's with technology as well, with entertainment, there's a lot of growth opportunities and of course a lot of innovation that spills over across all sectors.
Thank you, Oscar. We have a question from that side. Yep, if you can get a mic there.
Hi, my name is Aisha Sarvi. I'm the Public Affairs Director for Coca-Cola for Pakistan, Afghanistan. First of all, congratulations to Azfar for always keeping us on point with the ESG agenda, and to this esteemed panel for keeping the collaboration effort, at the center. I have a comment and a question. We built a plastic road in Islamabad on Ataturk Avenue with 10 tons of plastic, and would like to welcome that collaboration with private and public sector partners. I do feel that the government works better with private sector, and I think that I would kind of a little disagree that perhaps they need to speed up. I feel that sometimes governments are ahead of the game, particularly in things like recycle, rPET, and in a few things they need our support. So I think a forum like this is fantastic, and I think the question to the panel is, how do we do more practical things like 1 kilometer of plastic paved roads? We now need to scale it up across our national highways. Thank you.
You want to direct that question, or okay,
general initial response on work? I think it's also important for us, just taking on your point, as you alluded to, is how the private sector also interacts with the public sector. In all fairness, sometimes the private sector is very high-handed when approaching the public sector as well. We come in with our suits and ties, and we don't necessarily always work our way through the organizations that public sector leadership has. We go directly to the top and say, I want this done. So in all honesty, it's a bit of both. We've actually seen, and I'm very vocal, but we've actually seen a lot of success with State Bank of Pakistan. The banking on equality policy, I think, is a piece of guidance everyone in this room should read, and I hope all sectors implement that kind of diversity agenda, where they've mandated female representation on the board, on managements, creating products using design thinking that serve the diversity agenda. And we were able to do that with them collaboratively. They listened. I think so. There is also something from our side, from the private sector, that needs to be changed in our thinking, because in all honesty, it's human psyche. If we continue to just bash someone, well, you're not going to get through. That doesn't work. Of course, there's the other side of the coin as well. But I think collaboration is the key. No one organization is going to be able to do plastic roads or, across Pakistan. If we open our doors technologically through APIs and commercially through partnerships, and we are able to say to people, there is a business case of solving the problems of masses. The private sector companies who want to do that will make trillions, because this is a country of 220 million people. If you solve the problems of masses through innovation, there is an innate business case in it. And I think if we work on that agenda with public-private sectors, we will continue to see some progress.
Thank you. Thank you, Abu Bakr. We have a time for one question. Khatun, if we can go to that room. Back. Aapke piche.
जी सैयदा फिज़ा शकील CEO एक्ट मैनेजमेंट, आप सब हाउस की इजाज़त से मैं उर्दू में सवाल करना चाहूँगी ताकि जो सब सोए हुए वो ज़रा सा जाग जाए. सवाल मेरा ये है जनाब, हम SMEs की बात कर रहे हैं, हम बहुत सारी ऐसी बातें कर रहे हैं जो ग्राउंड पे हो रही होंगी, लेकिन मैं दास ने बेख्याल ओवर रेगुलेशन का जिक्र किया था गवर्नमेंट साइड से. इस इन्वायरमेंट में ख़वातीन की इंक्लूजन नहीं हो पा रही. बहुत सारी ख़वातीन जो कुछ करना भी चाहती हैं, वो एक बैंक अकाउंट 26 अथॉरिटीज़ की रैटिफिकेशन के बाद भी अगर ना खुलवा सकें तो बिज़नेस कैसे करेंगी? और इंक्लूजन जो मेरे ख्याल माशरे की लेवल पे या तरक्की की लेवल पे होनी चाहिए, वो कैसे होगी? शुक्रिया.
And your question is addressed to Nas.
Yep, and then.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's an appropriate question. You're right. It's really difficult. बहुत मुश्किल है. You know, I remember I used to previously be in the financial sector, and I used to ask also जब ये FATF का भी सब चल रहा था, and I used to wonder कि जिसके पास एक म्यूचुअल फंड अकाउंट है, जिसके पास 5 बैंक अकाउंट हैं, जिसके पास इंश्योरेंस का है, अब हर जगह आप जाके you're doing the same thing again and again and again, and I just wondered, why can you not have one central database and make it simple for everyone, right? And you control it, and it's much easier for you to report it to FATF. यहाँ पे हर जगह आपने लोग deploy किए हुए, लोगों के पास लोग हैं नहीं to do this, and everyone is doing it at different levels, and you're auditing it, and some are failing it, and some are passing it. So all I can do is I can just agree with you on that. I just feel that's why I said that I think that it just needs to be facilitated a lot more, particularly on the financial side.
Okay, you want to add?
Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say कि अब थोड़ी सी हमारे पे भी जिम्मेदारी ये लागू होती है कि हम अवेयरनेस दें. अब आपका जो आसान डिजिटल अकाउंट है, आपको बैंक ब्रांच विजिट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है अकाउंट खोलने के लिए. आपका जो रास्त आईडी है, आपका फ़ोन नंबर है, आपको बैंक ब्रांच विजिट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है अकाउंट खोलने के लिए. अब हम मर्द हजरात पे भी ये लागू होता है कि ख़वातीन को अपने नाम पे अकाउंट खोलने दें, कुछ नहीं होता. फ़ोन रखने दें सब्सक्रिप्शन उनके नाम पे, कुछ नहीं होता. दूसरों के लिए और सोचते हैं, लेकिन फिर हमें जो अपनी बेटियों से सबसे ज़्यादा प्यार होता है. मेरी 6 साल की बेटी, आई वॉन्टेड टू हैव द बेस्ट लाइफ पॉसिबल नाउ. सो नाउ दोज टूल्स आर अवेलेबल, एंड आई थिंक इट्स, वो जिससे कहते हैं ना कि अगर ख़वातीन को इनेबल करना है, एम्पावर करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. उसमें जो आपको मेल चैम्पियंस चाहिए ना, दैट बिकम्स अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टूल. अब हमारे पास फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के लिए बैंक अकाउंट खोलने के लिए आसानियाँ दस्तयाब हैं. अब हम सब का काम है कि हम उसकी अवेयरनेस करें और वो पार्टनरशिप्स करें जिसके ज़रिए ये मैसेज हम दूर तक पहुंचा सकें.
I just want to add one thing. एक तो awareness वाली बात, I wanted to just echo what you said, Abu Bakr, is very important. But एक तो बैंक अकाउंट खोलना है, दूसरा वर्कफोर्स में भी उनको वापस लेके आना है. जैसे हम लोगों ने एक रीइग्नाइट प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट किया जिसके अंदर जो women घर वापस गई because of marriage, because of family reason, because of child birth and all that, they have to take care of the family. उनको वर्क फ्रॉम होम एंड फ्लेक्सिबल आवर्स की फैसिलिटी दी जाए, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी अब अवेलेबल है, सबके पास अवेलेबल है और घरों में भी अवेलेबल है. एंड आई थिंक दैट इज़ समथिंग वी नीड टू ब्रिंग बैक इनटू दिस कल्चर. इज दैट आई वाज रीडिंग एन आर्टिकल, एंड इट कुड बी रॉन्ग, इन पंजाब 23% of the medical graduate women doctors go into practice. 77 don't go. Could be wrong data, but that's directional.
Yep. No,
and
thank you.
It's a huge thing. So bringing back the workforce through flexibility is the second thing, which we've started at Systems of many other organizations doing. Banks need to do it. Other organizations need to do it.
Thank you, Asif. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for wonderful perspectives and conversation, and audience, thank you very much for that.
Is it possible the last quick question here?
Please, Moin. Very quick.
Very quick. Moin Bartley. जी. तो देखें जी, key infrastructure, telecom and electricity, Nas Khan and then PTCL से Khurram Shiraz साहब. So this is not, our energy sector is not viable. And we don't seem to have a 10-year government plan to make it viable. And even on the telecom side, the investment that is needed is not happening, and the edge we have, we seem to be losing it. So if the government is not moving ahead with making these sectors viable and having a good structure in place, what can the companies do to try and make that happen?
Shahid, you want to pick up? It's a very difficult choice to make. On one hand, we always frown when the IMF structure comes in or the discussion on IMF come in. I think what we really need to do is revisit the financial models and see what we have been doing in the past 75 years and what technology now allows you to do vis-a-vis these infrastructures. So if a country like Philippines can earn from freelancing $30 billion US, and we as Pakistanis can only earn 3, we need to understand if India can do $153 billion US, they are doing it from the same infrastructure that we are talking about. We have the basic infrastructure is in play. Now the question is, do we allow that infrastructure to be in the control of foreign entities? Because then comes the question of cyber sovereignty and who is actually using and profiling your human data and utilizing it in which form. It was shocking for me to see during COVID that 47% of Pakistan's bandwidth was being consumed in watching Netflix. Now, this in itself tells you where we need to fix what. So it's a collective effort, and we, if we want to be, and we are, and we believe that we can be this proud nation, we just need to revisit and sit across the table and allow the public sector to understand what will that infrastructure. It's always been a debate. So we have my dear friend here in the audience. Every time the tax department wanted to tax, it was always the mobile phones. Okay, and whatever calculations we did, this is Paktel, the good old mobiling days, we would say, why do you tax it? Ask us how much revenue do you want the people to generate using the tool, and then look at that tax. But nobody looked at the other tax, always looked at this tax. So we need to structure it right, because technology today allows you to move in that fashion, where if you do not use the resource that we have, which is the youth and the educational resource that we have, and train them to be the, in the metaverse or augmented reality world, if you have the speed and this, you have enough resources in this country to generate the billions of dollars that we will require. I think systems is one very classic example. If they are hiring 200 people a month, this nation has the capacity to produce people if you get them allowed and connected with the right energy. Energy meaning you cannot run IT without electricity. So if the electricity is sufficient and cost effective, bandwidth is there, these kids have the capacity, and this is the beauty of this nation. The intelligence is there to be able to be the avatars of the whole world, and that will earn enough enough money for us to build that infrastructure.
Thank you.
So it's a dialogue that we have to keep.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I'm just going to add over there on the electricity part. When it's not an unsolvable problem. All I will say is that you have one privatized, you have about 10 or 11 government discos. All you need to do is privatize them. And what will it take to privatize them? That will tell you what it is you need to have a business here that flourishes as well, and that things work well. So, and are you willing to take those steps?
Thank you, Naz. I think the government and the public sector and the corporate, when we talk about, these are the reflection of the behaviors as a society we really demonstrate in everyday's dealing. So we cannot really segregate the government separate than the people, right? So it's the same people when they are sitting in a corporate side or a government side. So something which we need to fix, like Shahid picked up, is our own behavior. The first accountability starts with us. So just to close that and summarize it, so from an infrastructure perspective, if we are looking for innovation for growth, so we are talking about the bandwidth availability at the standard, the processing power, the energy availability and affordability, and the payment transaction. These are the 4 key pillars which we picked up here. From a culture perspective and from an execution perspective, there's a question around the discipline, the structure, prioritization as well, and the fear of scale. I think that's something which Asif highlighted. So these are the things which we need to really address if we are looking for the innovation and if we are looking for growth. But everything boils down to that optimism which we bring to the table, because the incentive for anybody to innovate or move or do something that's the optimism that there's a hope at the end, there's an incentive at the end. So I think that's the important element which we have to really collaborate and make sure that optimism, that awareness exists out there, and the collective action to fix something which is not fixed today. So thank you very much, and big round of applause for everybody. Thank you.
So that was a power-packed session. Thank you very much to all our distinguished panelists. Thank you, Sajid. I will invite Azfar to please join us on the stage. And in order to present small tokens of appreciation, I would like to invite one of my favorite people, Mr. Zuhair Khalik, former president and CEO Mobilink. He's a telecom veteran. Everybody in the room knows him. He's currently the founder and general partner, Team Up Ventures. Please, a round of applause for Zuhair Saab. So first of all, I'd request Oscar to please come and collect this book on Pakistan. It will remind you of your time with us. Next up, Dr. Shahid Mahmood, Chairman and CEO Interactive Group. I think we can do a little bit better with the clapping. Come on. That's better. We have to infuse energy. We still have a very high-powered session coming up, which is the closing session. So please have your tea, coffee, and wake up, everybody. All right, Asif Akram Saab, Chief Operating Officer, Systems Limited. One of the most dynamic female leaders in the country, Naz Khan, Chief Strategy Officer, K Electric. Let's hear it for her, please. Sardar Abu Bakr, Chief Finance and Digital Officer, Mobilink Microfinance Bank. And our friend, an amazing moderator, Sajid Aslam, Regional Lead Public Affairs, Asia Pacific ACCA. I think, Sajid bhai, you're going to have 2 books this time. Yes. Wonderful. Let's get together for a group photograph. So I think another souvenir presentation is in order. I'd request Azfar to please present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Zuhair Khalik. Thank you very much, Sir Zuhair. So we very often save the best for last. This is applicable to so many different areas. It often refers to my food. It also refers to a number of other things, including this closing session, which is going to be one of the most powerful sessions of this summit. This session is going to be on charting the course Pakistan 2047. So a very futuristic, a very forward-looking session, and completely in line with the overall theme, Imagineering the Future. For this session, I'd like to request our speakers to please join us on the stage. Sufyan Yusufi, Principal, Deloitte US Government and Public Services. Sufyan, please take your place on the stage. Join us. Thank you. Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman, Chief Executive, Strategic Engagements Nutshell Group, and Pakistan's Chief of Air Staff, 2015 to 2018. We're going to be joined. So you have a very long life, mashallah. I was just going to say we are going to be joined, and now we are joined by Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik, Minister of State, Petroleum Division. Let's hear it for our worthy speakers. No problem. Assalamu alaikum. Good. Mr. Introduce. All right, so the first speaker of our closing session is Sufyan Yusufi. He serves as the Global Deloitte Risk and Financial Advisory Leader for USAID. He also serves as the Risk and Financial Advisory Leader for Deloitte's International Development Organizations practice, which includes clients like USAID, IMF, United Nations, and the US International Development Finance Corporation. Sufyan has a keen interest in everything space, and he serves as Deloitte's lead business partner for NASA. With 17 and more years of experience at Deloitte, Sufyan has served diverse commercial and government clients, including NASA, the World Bank Group, IMF, American Express, and the Blackstone Group, helping them transform their organizations to better execute missions and utilize technologies. Sufyan is a Deloitte Blockchain Fellow, a certified information systems auditor, and a project management professional. I call upon Sufyan to please deliver his talk. Better with the clapping, everybody. A little more. Thank you.
Dignitaries, corporate leaders, ladies and gentlemen, hello and assalamu alaikum. And a very happy 75th independence to Pakistan. Over the next few minutes, let's suspend the reality of here and now. We're going to take a journey. We're going to time travel into 2047. Let's imagine that today is 14th of August. It's a Wednesday. The year is 2047, and Pakistan is celebrating its 100 years of independence. In 2047, Pakistan is a prosperous nation. Over the last quarter century, it has become known for its breakthrough efforts in modernizing itself through its sustainable development and focus on successfully navigating a difficult era of climate change. Pakistan's population continues to grow, but the nation has shown progress in managing its population growth to more sustainable levels. In 2047, Pakistan's youth are an educated, highly skilled, effective part of its society. A society that honors its citizens, their rights, provides equal opportunity to women and men, and citizens understand and recognize their responsibility as taxpayers and woke citizens. Pakistanis now have access to libraries, to schools, to parks and hospitals, right here at home, because we can afford it. We afford it because we now pay taxes. Our revenue collection system is fully digitized. Green passports are now welcome anywhere in the world. We are free to travel without worrying about visa rejections. It's common to see Pakistani girls and boys leading in sporting events. The likes of Arshad Nadeem and Samina Beg are now running world-class athletics academies everywhere in the country. It's common to see women whizzing around in mopeds. Pakistan is a different country. In 2047, we have a strong culture of inclusion, tolerance, and acceptance. And extremism has no place in this Pakistan. There are no militant groups, no convoys of private militias or security guards, no entourages for government ministers. I'm sorry about that, Honorable Minister. It's common to run into senior public officials in mass transportation in Pakistan. It is now considered amongst world's top 20 economies. It's easy to start a business and to run it. There are no lines at the government offices to register a business, no massive red tapes to navigate. It takes a few clicks and a few seconds to register a new business, not months, and no wheels to grease either. There is an abundance of highly skilled talent as well. So you might wonder, how did Pakistan get to this place? In 2022, present time, as Pakistan celebrated its 75th independence, amongst the political and economic turmoil at the time, it was pushed to the brink. Something changed. All of a sudden, the prospect of Pakistan's potential insolvency became too real, too quick. All of a sudden, Pakistan was faced with a choice. The choice to take immediate action was no longer a choice. It had to be done. It was clear that the same old cannot continue. The same old brought the nation to the edge. The same old had to go. The nation demanded change. Its leadership seized this opportunity to not just respond, but to shape the future. In 2022, Pakistan developed a common national vision, a national development plan for itself as a nation and for its place in the world. This included specific areas that Pakistan's leadership, irrespective of who was in the government, committed to and agreed upon and executed to. More importantly, the National Development Plan also defined the things that Pakistan is just simply not going to do. Because like individuals, we are a product of where we spend our time and our resources. Although the National Development Plan had many different elements to it, wide spectrum of initiatives, today I'm going to talk to you about 5 key areas. The first one is related to quality education and upskilling. Look, when I sit in conversations in Washington, one theme often comes up, which is, what does Pakistan actually produce? What does it want to be known as? What do we export, both in terms of products as well as services? And what's the brand of the nation? You know, I truly believe that Pakistan's focus on STEM is critical. It's critical because we have to find our place in the world. With a focus on STEM and preparing world-class talent, Pakistan sought the help of nations leading in education to assemble a team of multidisciplinary experts to develop world-class programs across particular focus. But if we don't bring quality education from the inception of life, so K through 12, or in Pakistan's case, grade 1 through grade 10th, it's just not going to produce the talent that we need. The second area is around global value chain. We talk a lot about entrepreneurship and developing opportunities for Pakistani businesses, but the main focus needs to be on creating opportunities for businesses which are part of the global value chain. In 2022, Pakistan began a journey to disrupt itself. It inspected, introspected on the global value chain and focused on the 2 A's, attainability and attractiveness, as its key entry point into the global market. Not only did that guide our commerce policy, but also our foreign policy and interior policy. With that guiding principle, Pakistan started developing regulations, policies, procedures, and operating model to develop skills, technical capabilities, interconnectedness, and trade with a focus on being additive and accretive to the global value chains. The third thing I want to talk to you about is health and well-being. Look, we know that the first 3 years of any child's life are the fastest growth period of their brain. It's a fact. If we don't pay special attention to mothers and children at that age, the rest is not going to look too good. So Pakistan in 2022 started this journey to provide global health, primary health, to all of its citizens, because health enables you to do greater, better things in life. The fourth thing I want to talk to you about are women. Women are half of our population. We cannot imagine a future that does not include women meaningfully and equally. No nation can progress if women are left behind. In Pakistan of 2022, opportunity and wage gap for women is harrowing. It's real and it's growing. In 2047, women are in leadership roles in every organization, closing the wage gap, running their businesses, raising their standards of living, safety and dignity. And by the way, in 2047, I expect more than half of this room to be women. The fifth and the last item is around energy, food, and climate. In 2047, climate action is not just a choice, but part of the design of everything we do. It includes our investments in renewable energy, our infrastructure, our net zero footprint, and leading us to a more sustainable way of life as a nation. Everything from agri-tech to recycling is built into how we live, prosper, and thrive. There are no mega zamindars holding the resources, no super elites capturing every ounce of opportunity. But there are lots of aspiring, inspiring, first-generation entrepreneurs, people who didn't come from anything, but became everything because they had the opportunity to do so. In conclusion, look, in a world of almost 8 billion people, many of us live an entire life without having the ability to even build a home for ourselves. We have a nation to our name. We have a country. That's a really special thing. We are free to live here. We are not in any direct conflict, not being invaded by foreign forces, not dealing with a natural disaster. We have a lot going for us in Pakistan. Years ago, somebody asked me if I'm a glass half empty or a glass half full kind of a person. And I said, look, in both situations I have a glass. Life is pretty good. Look, I actually believe that if we decided to put our hearts and souls in making Pakistan a world-class nation, it's a matter of a few years and decades. It's not a matter of centuries. We have plenty of other examples to look at. We can reap the benefits of this in our lifetime. Sure, there are a number of challenges, economy being just one of them, but nothing that we face is insurmountable. Our future is not preordained. It's up to us. Like many things in life, we have choices to make. Our choices, our decisions, our actions determine what follows next. We are the masters of our fate. I hope today is not just another day. I hope this conference, this summit is not just another summit for you. I hope today begins the change that we all want to see. I hope today we become the change that we want to be. Look, a lot can change in one generation, and I hope it starts with this generation. Thank you very much. Jashan Azadi Mubarak. Pakistan Paindabad.
Thank you very much, Sufyan. So the next speaker is going to be Chief Executive Strategic Engagements of Nutshell Group and former Chief of Air Staff of the Pakistan Air Force, Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman. Let me just say a few words about him before I invite him to the podium. Everybody knows of Sir Sohail Aman's dynamic and very well-respected and very celebrated career in the Pakistan Air Force. He took a number of steps that I dare say have not been taken before in the Air Force. He is credited with the orchestration and actualization of the Air Force's modernization plan. He is a true believer in education for all, and this is something that we see him doing to this date. He introduced various scholarship schemes for deserving children during his tenure as Chief of Air Staff. He established 2 medical colleges and 3 air university campuses across Pakistan. He has also pioneered initiatives for the welfare of persons with special needs. Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman, retired, has several awards to his credit, which include Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, Sitara-e-Imtiaz Military, and Tamgha-e-Imtiaz Military. Yes, you can clap. And he is also the recipient of the Legion of Merit of the Turkish Armed Forces, the King Abdulaziz Medal of Excellence by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United States Legion of Merit. This is the highest military award of the US Armed Forces awarded to any foreign military official. This calls for a very large round of applause, please. So, sir, we're very grateful that you're joining this session, and we're very honored that you're here. I would also like to add one more thing. He was the architect of the counter-terrorism operation, which was known as Zarb-e-Azb. And all of us are witness to the fact that Zarb-e-Azb brought lasting peace to the country. So with this, I would request Sir Sohail Aman to please come and share his thoughts on the topic. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon. What a great pleasure. What Sufyan said, I truly believe from my heart that's going to happen, inshallah, for sure. My effort would be, I have a difficulty. End of a seminar, all wisdom has been spoken, and to speak anything wiser is so difficult. So what I'll do is that I'll try and marry it up with a few stories about the leadership, about, and more importantly, whatever we have talked about in the last 2 days, what is the track that we follow where Sufyan wanted this country to be? So that's the track that I would like to talk about, share, and let's go on. But one more point. I think the very interesting speech which will wake you up really will be, of course, Musaddiq Bhai is a true orator, and he is known subjects, especially now when it's the government, he'll bring it another very good perspective. Personally, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here as a very content and a satisfied man for one reason. 5 years before, when we began with this future summits and Leader Islamabad conferences, I was in uniform, but I was so attracted with this concept. And all hats off to Nutshell, Azfar, God bless his soul, Javed Akhai Saab, and now his son Ali, who envisioned this. And why I say I'm so happy and satisfied, I see the difference 5 years before and now. You are the people who are going to make this difference of Sufyan's 2047 Pakistan. We are the people who are going to do it. But then what happened about talking these buzzwords? Slowly, we saw the transformation, digitalization, new norm. COVID was a time for not layoffs, but for building relationship with your subordinates. And so many other things which were talked from these leaders. Everybody understood technology is a mean, and technology is not a destination. The actual destination rests here in the minds of the leader. And I thought that during all these seminars, discussions, we were moving step by step. Probably could have been faster, but then we are moving in the right direction. And my theme point here is that in Pakistan, we are on track. And I'll prove that when we go on and we talk. We possibly need a complete support from the government, and public sector has potential which is absolutely immense. CEOs who are 35 to, I initially thought I'd say 40, but 35 to 50 here are absolutely relevant, because even those who are 50, they should be what, 75. And 75 is a pretty good age to contribute. In fact, you contribute till the time the God calls you back. So I think we are important, you are important, and your own silos, you're going to build your organizations and let that cumulative and integrated effect take Pakistan to Sufyan's Pakistan. I retired about 4 years ago, and following my noble father's tradition. And remember, your children will not do what you tell them. They will do what you exhibit. And I saw him till his last day work for the betterment of Pakistan. I learned from that great man, and I'm trying my every second to be spent for Pakistan, whether it was in uniform or till the time I go away from this world. For the leaders who are here, predicting future is so difficult, so vague. We talked about geostrategic environment, we talked about the policies, and we talked about the digitalization, and so much. But then remember, something beautiful came up yesterday when there was a blind climber, and he was behind the man. We talked about this yesterday. And when he was asked, you're climbing the mountains thousands of feet high, are you not scared? And he said, each one of us is blind. You put your hand there, hoping that you'll grab the handle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all about leadership. You will never see the whole staircase. Take the first step in faith. And when you take the first step in faith, you'll move on. And that's how your organization will read your spirit, your body language, and they'll follow you. So you may not see the whole staircase. Take the first step in faith. You're incredibly lucky to be the leaders. You make a dent in this universe, as Steve Jobs possibly said. You make that difference in your organizations, in your governments, in your whatever sector that you are. And the best thing is, you make a difference in the people's lives. Having spent about 40 years in the Air Force, I think all those moments where we made the difference in the people's lives are remembered, and they're very close to the heart. I remember, and there goes the first story. I remember one of our strategic aeroplanes, the air-to-air refuelers, were banned for an overhaul. And we couldn't get them overall from anywhere because of the political reasons. We could have gotten them from some country, but then everybody stopped. And one day we decided, the handle in the dark, we'll do it ourselves. A lot of people thought that we're crazy. How can we do this? Because we do not have the inside of the aeroplane. Alhamdulillah, the project was done quite a bit. And I used to visit this aircraft, and one day when I was coming out, one of our senior JCO, he said, "Sir, my wife sends you the regards." And I said, "Thank you, but what is it like?" He said, "I have 2 special children, and the Air Force policies," and ladies and gentlemen, the leaders here, you'll find so much relevance when you talk of your own organizations. And he said, "We have 2 special children who couldn't hear, and the policies that the Air Force adopted, both the children hear, and they're going to the normal school." I hugged him and walked out. And now when I'm walking to the helicopter, what does the base commander tell me? So he's the man who's the architect of developing the entire overall. He comes here 7 o'clock in the morning, and we push him out at 11 at night. And not only him, but that's the eco effect he created with the team and everybody. While a lot of you may be talking of economics, it was a $16.5 million overall, and the Air Force accomplished it in less than $500,000. This man. You look after your people. My God. You look after your people, and honestly, then you will start to realize that's about, and I was happy that we're not putting that foreign currency into somebody else's hand, but more important for me was this huge eco effect within the organization, and the organization changes. But then be a man who stands in front of his people in a time of crisis. And we did talk about it that in the morning as well. The leadership is like a tea bag. The quality of it will only be known when put in the hot waters. So simple. NASA 75, 76, a spaceship being sent, crashes into the sea, and the leader goes to the media and says, "It's my fault, I'm responsible, I'll fix it." 2 years down the line, same thing is done, successful. You know what does this guy do? He pushes the project manager to the media, and he says, "He's the guy who does it," walks out of that place. That is what is leadership all about. When the going is tough, tough gets going. We just talked about it. Let me give you, and that will be the last on the leadership, and then I'll move on to the Pakistan thing. This is a story that a few of you might have heard, and I'm sorry for the repetition. But to my mind, this is all about leadership. There's one story, and you have 12 attributes come in one by one, and you'll see those coming in. I'll try and point out if I miss them out, get them structured in your mind. 20 years of terrorism, and this country was subjected to huge crisis. One of our bases got hit, there was a big fight, and two of our very important war-winning machines received substantial damage. And I'm talking of SAB AVEX aeroplane. AVEX are war-winning machines. You stand high, you look at what's happening on the other side, and you guide the entire battle. That's what it's all about. We looked at the aeroplane, we contacted the OEM, the SAB, they came in, they spoke to us. I clearly remember $378 million bill, and you can't fly this aeroplane, bin them, because you cannot certify, the SAB will not certify. And I said, if you don't certify the aeroplanes, what use is that repair for? And I quickly changed the topic because I knew they're not going to do it. And I said, how's Luncheon? I remember flying the SAB ribbons there, and we moved out. And my subordinate said, who is going to do it, sir? You let the OEM go. And I said, this. I said, we'll do it. This was the leadership and the relationship out there within, and I think few of them sit here today as very silent heroes who did that. There's an intellectual team which began looking at the PhDs, how to repair the aircraft, Pakistanis, we're talking about the talent. Only one officer put to look at what the certification agency is. He's an Air Vice Marshal, retired now. And we said we need to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, only 1 year down the line, Pakistan became the 5th aviation certification agency of the world. That's where we are. 1.25 years down, the first aeroplane was recovered. We talked about incentives, the leaders here. I went the day the aeroplane was supposed to be flying. I didn't tell them, but I was there. And I said, how could you fly this aeroplane without me? Everybody with an aeroplane which was completely damaged with the wings and tail and everything gone, and everybody was jumping to the aeroplane. No, we'd fly this aircraft because we'd done it ourselves. That's where the success was. We went into the aeroplane, we flew the aircraft, we came back, it was all done. The man who was silently doing everything had reached his top rank limit, and I was keeping his ranks in my pocket. We flew, it was all done. I called him over, gave him the next rank, and it was all absolute jubilation there. Ladies and gentlemen, two things here. You innovate, you can do it yourself. You make a decision, yes, you have to grope in the dark to make that decision, let it go. You need to give that environment to the people and that comfort, that incentive, that this can be done. I'm not an IT man, I'm not a technology, I'm not an engineer, but I had that faith that it can be done, it can be done. And what about the challenges or opportunities? So the challenge was huge. I mean, we lost 75% of our looking across capability, but this is all done. So from the challenges, you bring out that great opportunity. Look at the teamwork that you generate. We did talk about different forces working together, and of course the technology put in use, everything being done. And I very clearly remember the figure, $25.5 million as compared to 387. That's the achievement in case you decide to do it yourself, and your all organizations can do it all by themselves. But then it was not $287 million saving. It was important that the organization change that day. We can do it ourselves. All right, if we can do this ourselves, why can't we make the most sophisticated weapons, the precision-guided weapons? 1 year, and our hands were not like this. On these special weapons, our hands were like this. We've now exported those weapons. And you know what is the weapon cost? We're paying $50,000 for one weapon, which is just about 4 feet, but then of course it is as devastating in the night. It can go and pinpoint through a window. Instead of importing those, we began exporting those weapons. Look at how these small things, and I call them small because they ultimately rest in your mind and not in the total technology. Empower. I think these are all buzzwords that we were talking yesterday. You empower people, you can do it. And your guys will come up with strange things and they'll bring it out and they will make that happen. And even today morning at the coffee, one of those boys was telling, since you left last 4 years, we've gone to the missile technology, we've gone to this regime, we've gone to this regime, and this happens. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, when all this was happening, the leadership in the Air Force thought, why not put all this together? Why not put the university and the industry together? We did talk about it yesterday. Now, under one roof, you put the university, you put the industry, marry them together, put a certification agency on top and a design center, and the birth of Aviation City happened exactly 5 years from now. We went through this in 2 years, got onto the Aviation City, and today, Aviation City, one of the gentlemen sitting here, Naeem Zimadar, I remember one of the seminars saying, Aviation City alone in the next 5 years can produce $20 billion if done properly. That is how the small reflections can make hugely big difference. And I'm very grateful to God Almighty who made all this happen. Another institution came up besides the Aviation City was the Aviation Research, and they brought Indigenization Development Center. And we changed the word I from indigenization to innovation. And I think the previous panel did talk about it. My point here is to the leaders here. ये मत सोचें कि ये क्या करेगा, गवर्नमेंट क्या करेगी, वो क्या करेगा. See what can you do. Get your organization to that level and all that bits and pieces will make that difference. And I'll tell you what Pakistan has done even in your realms. Technology we talked about. And digitalization is something a huge buzzword. Now moving on slowly to coming to the corporate world and talking about a few of the technologies. It's just a week ago, two of my daughters, one coming from Australia and one coming from UK, were sitting down and they both opened the accounts in Pakistan. And I was sitting aside, the conversation was, wow, I'm doing my internet banking and I can see the account number as well as the name of the person that I'm shifting money to. And I said, yeah, what's the big deal about it? Even at the age of 62, I believe that was so big about it. And she said, no, in Australia, you don't get the name. So if you put it a wrong digit, your money is gone. It's gone to a process. And the girl from the UK said, you don't get the account number when you transfer the money. Our digital track is right. It needs to expand, it more needs to integrate into a bigger system, and more importantly, we need to bring the financial digitalization into practice to plug those gaps on corruption, to plug those gaps where the money can go anywhere else. So I think we've not done a bad job there at all. A quick 30-second on the geostrategic environment. Then I come down particularly to Pakistan. We talked about it a lot. Let me summarize to say the history has its cycles. 100 years before, 1920s, Britain was a great power. With the Anglo-Afghan wars and all this happened, we all are aware. And then were the world wars and the Germans and the Americans, and then is the splintering of the great British Empire. And then we get to a place in 1991 where there's a superpower after the Cold War era disintegrates, splinters away, internally more to say. And then the unipolar world, I think I say it very clearly, that in the history it will be remembered that the 30 years of unipolar world brought what to this earth? Massive destruction, talk of the Middle East, talk of the Arab Springs, talk of other areas. But then I think that's where the unipolar world was. But then status will not stay the same. A lot of other power centers have come in, Russia, China, and of course China being a little behind the Americans. But that's the construct, and least to say on this is, it's going to be turbulent. And why is that important to us? It's going to be turbulent. You will have to find your way through, navigate your way through. There's no giving up, there's no second option. But the world will be turbulent. And there will be challenges. The war in Ukraine, look at the fuel prices rocketing up. And of course, the nature playing its own tricks out there. So you will have to manage your organizations, and you'll have to manage this Pakistan with a lot of adroitness, with a lot of strength, with a lot of skill to make sure that you reach where Sufyan wants us to reach. What's going to happen to food? 2030, 9 billion people. Earth does not have that kind of resource. So there is a food crisis, which is most likely in 2030. It's actually not too far away. Future ke baare mein, I remember Musaddiq Bhai making a statement few days back in a seminar, and he talked about what the future is likely to be, and he gave example of Star Trek in our days, that he would put his hand there and the coffee would start to boil, and he would just point at the TV screen and this guy would appear and they would converse. All this happened. So whatever is going to happen about the future in the next 25 years is not a story. 2030, there's a food crisis just coming. So don't we need to gear up now? And that I will address when I come to Pakistan. And you know what is going to be the superpower on the globe, on the food? Russia. The Siberian prairie, that's where the food supplies and everything will eventually hold on to. On health, something very terrific, and health is something on which there's a lot of focus, a lot of research. There are small tags which will be attached, the chips attached to the body, which will monitor the body, and it's happening. The researchers are pretty much on, and they will understand the hypertension level and all those, and adequate transmissions of medicines will carry on. So average lives you're talking of about 100 plus years. Now that's where the technology is going. But then nanosciences is something, and the neurosciences is something which is something amazing, which is coming up. There will be no keyboards, and your mind with a small bit of surgery will get linked up to the computers. But then it's not about the computers. It's honestly not about the capacity also. It's about the processing and the decision making that your minds will get into augmentation. The HIV/AIDS virus, the vaccine is very much on the cards. So those will all be eradicated. The quantum computing, the clouds that we talk about, the Facebook and the Apple have already gone to cloud capitalization. So whatever your companies are pushing the data in, that will be floating out there. We talked about the cyber security. So anybody who pays will have an access. And when that access is granted, it is the amount that you pay that you get the speed and your access. Oil is another myth. Fossil oil is not going anywhere. At this time, we are about 80% of energy through the fossil. We talked of a lot of renewables, but only 1%. IEA, it talks about 35% increase in the energy in next 25 years. 24% of that will be again from the fossil fuel. And the capacity is only about 15%. So where are the alternate sources of energy that we're really going to tap in? And I'm making these points, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 25 years, this is going to happen. So would the small little tidbits, house solar system that we are doing, will they serve the purpose, or will we have to look at something much more strategic? Is that the food that we are talking about is pretty okay with 240 billion people going to 300 billion by 2025? Now these are the real challenges. और मैं ये बड़े दिल से आपसे कहना चाह रहा हूँ, ये चीज़ें होने वाली हैं. These things are on the cards and they're going to happen. We better look at these very, very seriously to reach what the Sufyan has really said. Now let me get to last 5 minutes of my presentation, and that's about Pakistan 2047. And I divide it quickly into security, stability, and prosperity. You get these two right and you get this right. If your country is secure, you get stable, and you bring prosperity to the people. Well, that's a very clear equation. There are no two ways about it. We stand at a very good place in terms of security. I think in 2018, after we have done away with all this terrorism business, this country lost 80,000 people, $120 billion. I mean, gosh, and something like 18,000 people who lost their limbs. This is not a number. Look at the magnitude. हम वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने अपने हाथों से लाशें नहीं टुकड़े उठाए हैं. And we understand the pain. When there is terrorism going on in the country, nobody thinks of an education policy. Then you're firefighting. My request to the government is that this is a huge patch. Don't let it remerge at all. Because when that happens, your stability and prosperity have gone for a 6. Therefore, get this window of opportunity of security, don't miss it. And any resurgence should come up with a heavy hand and of course with a lot of diplomacy. And I would not really talk of the force here, I'll talk of the smart policy. We put the dialogue and the hard power if required together. I think that's what the Jonai finally said that needs to be done. So that's for the security. On the stability, if the engine doesn't work, and I'm talking of the political system and the government, the train can't run. It's so simple. And when you get the system right, democracy is the solution, perfect. But the democracy is not a one-fit-all solution for everybody. I've been to Ghana where you have a very different democracy model, but the country becomes prosperous and they're running fine. We need to have a political system fixed up so the engine starts running in the right direction and the governance becomes the top priority. And that will lead to the whole thing. You might think that I'll talk of economy next, but it's not economy, it's the population. 2.4% is insane. We need to put a full stop to it, and somehow we didn't talk about it in the last 2 days. We have to take war-footing measures to control this, and I think from the religious point of view, we need to utilize those people like few of the other countries have done. If that being the fear, no, that's not. Islam is the most modern and most enterprising religion. We need to bridge the gap and make them understand, so that's the voice will be heard with the people. But we talked of exports, huge human resource that you have. You're talking of what, 60% people under 30, but then how do you train them? There's a large gap in the West, there's a large gap elsewhere. Couldn't we train good nurses, good dairy, good farmers? And I've just listed 3, but then we were talking about it yesterday, that there's a large appetite in the West to absorb these people. I don't want my country to be known for the taxi drivers in the West. You need to bring this. And now the point is, how do you train them? And that's the responsibility of the corporate. And we were talking about it yesterday. Let's not blame the universities. Let's not blame government. Let's not blame anybody. It is the corporate responsibility to make sure that you participate what happens in Boston. The universities, they all have the corporates sit on their boards. They determine the curriculums. You need those people. You need to determine what kind of quality these people need to have so that you get it there. So when you get the university graduates, you don't have to work for them for next 3 years and get them enabled. They better be coming out with the right education. A mindset has to change as a country. And this mindset is that I can get away with 4 hours works and 6-hour works and 8 hours works. No. The work is commensurate to productivity and what you do. And that mindset has to change right from the public sector to down everybody. In the private and the corporate, it is easier, but in the public sector, people have to be taken to task if they don't do this. And I see this pandemic coming up. This civic sense, we talked about civic sense is good teaching at school and that is fine, but talk of neither's land. Can you make a lawn which is not appropriate? Your neighbor will sue you. Can you put your garbage into the neighbor's lawn or even in your lawn in a wrong way? Your neighbor will take you to the court. We need to have a legislation where we make sure that people get into the right kind of civic sense where Sufyan wants us to be. Academia industry is something very, very pivotal, and I think like Finance Minister said yesterday, increase the exports. So human resource is one that you export, but then till the time you don't put the academia industry together under one roof, even virtual. You saw the aviation city example. You cannot add value, and if you can't add value, you can't add exports. But are we teaching the right things? Are we talking of the energy solutions, the food security, the nano and the neurosciences, bionic technology, AI, robotic, 3D printing? पढ़ा रहे हैं हम सब कुछ, पढ़ा भी रहे हो तो integrate करें इसको corporate world के साथ. That's the right way to do. Do privatize, there's no problem with that, but put the workers' stakes into that privatization, the Chinese model. That will work. The women empowerment is something which is absolutely talked about a lot. Our girls working in the rural areas get paid 1/10 of what the market price is. Why can't entrepreneurship and the connectivity and the digitalization of the finances bring them into the field? We had a very pleasant experience in the Air Force about the girls. Our girls fly the fighter jets, and I think they're no lesser. They put our entire logistics centers in place. They have that organizing ability, and I think if we miss out on that segment, we'll miss out a lot on the nation building. That's important. My last 2 points are build and strengthen institutions and not individuals. The day I left Air Force, I was very happy because the team behind me was fully capable of taking the charge and taking them forward. And last point, and the story. Is one of the Singapore bank which did beautiful progress, and they were going to the board, and their figures were going high, 3 times the yesteryear, and they were very confident to get a pat on the back. And the board said, "How have you done it?" And of course they explained. I said, "But hold on, you compromised on the minor shareholders' rights to bring profit to the bank." And they said, "But we did this for our bank." I said, "That's not our value system." The CEO, the deputy CEO, the CFO, 3 guys got fired in that meeting. You have to hold a value system to progress. So my message here is that any progress on numbers is not important if it is not backed by the value. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and let's greet 2047 Pakistan, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Sohail. So it's been a very interesting sneak peek into what 2047 should look like for Pakistan. Where should we be in terms of technology, economy, women empowerment, as Sir Sohail mentioned, innovation, knowledge economy, regional connectivity, what should our society look like. So I think the cherry on top will be the last speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik, Minister of State Petroleum Division. Dr. Malik has a vast experience in the power sector in both public and private sector organizations, including Pakistan State Oil, Pakistan LNG Limited, Lahore Electric Supply Company Limited, and in health and economic sector organizations, including CRA International and Arthur D. Little. He has expertise in public policy, energy strategy, power sector turnaround, economic and industrial transformation, innovation, research, national health, and education programs, as well as labor reform. So I think he's the most suitable speaker, as it is the culmination of everything that we've been discussing in this summit up to now. So I think everybody has been waiting to hear from Dr. Musaddiq Malik about his views on charting the course Pakistan 2047. Dr. Musaddiq.
Thank you very much. I think most of what I wanted to say has already been said, so I should go. There's not a whole lot left to say. I think this has been a fantastic conference, and especially the vision has been created, and what it would take to get to that vision has also been articulated. So you guys pretty much know what we need to know. Where to end up and how to get there, both have been discussed. The first speaker, Sufyan, he spoke about where to get. And the Air Marshal, like he always has, built the building blocks and showed us how to get there. I would only venture out to say that there are two ways of building up a nation. One is to look at what we have and then ask ourselves, what can we do? And a bunch of things that we've been talking about in terms of where we want to end up and how we get there is a bit of that journey. That if we do these kinds of reforms in education and these kinds of reforms in liberties and freedoms and women's rights and minority rights, then we would build this up to get to a country that we would like to see in 2047. That's a good way of looking at it. But there's another way of looking at Pakistan, and that is to imagine a Pakistan in 2047. It is almost akin to taking a position in the history of future, imagining a future, and in that future imagining an ideal country, which has all the components that were spoken about, and then some more. And then ask ourselves a different question. Not what we can do, but what would it take? And I promise you, if you ask these two questions, you would get starkly different answers. When you say, what can I do? It's almost like being constrained by your resources, by your human capital, by your geography. It's like being in prison, being chained, and asking yourself that, given that I have this, I have a weak arm, and I'm been trashed, and I'm chained, where can I go? Where can I put my next step? And that's a reasonable way of looking at Pakistan and building it up from ground up. But you can also say, what would it take? What would it take to build a country? Some aspects of which have been described, and some aspects of which I leave to your imagination. Because after all, who's been able to look into the future? Who's been able to know what it carries for you? And this conference is all about imagineering. So without imagination, you would not be able to develop the contours of a country called Pakistan 2047. And at best, we'd be able to say we'd have better education, we'd have better rights, we'd have better this, we'll have better that, perhaps better freedoms, and then continue to build up on it. When it would be amiss after the Air Marshal mentioning Star Trek, because that's my favorite story, not to share it since you mentioned. I was fascinated when I was growing up with this program called Star Trek, the first one, Spock and Captain Kirk and all of those characters. It predates most of you. But I remember that we used to go there and we'd be fascinated. Space, the ultimate frontier. And God knows where no man would dare to go, or things like that. And while we were still watching Star Trek second season or third season, all of those things that were in Star Trek, they became reality. That's the power of imagineering, or the power of imagination. That is the power of future walking backwards rather than the present walking forwards. And that little transponder, while Star Trek was still on, became the first generation of cell phones. And it's impossible for me to tell my kids or convince them that there was a time when there were no cell phones. Try telling it to your kids, especially if they're 17, 18-year-olds, and mine are 20, 21, and 16-year-olds. It's impossible. I mean, I tell them, and they don't believe me, that there was a world in which there were no cell phones. And I remember people not having phones. I remember, aunties from the neighborhood coming to one's house because you had a phone. And people would call and say, कि जी आपकी call आ रही है, थोड़ी देर में phone करेंगे, neighborhood से बुला दें. And this auntie would come stumbling for that phone, कि मेरा phone आ रहा है. And it was fantastic. I mean, and you see how fast the world has changed. It was just the power of imagination. And I remember as a kid asking myself, how could there be a phone if there's no wire? What would happen? There's no wire. So how does it go? And where would it go? And then it went all over. Now when I walk into the room, my nephew, my children, they're playing very crazy, very violent games with kids in Denmark. How do you even connect? I didn't even know where Denmark was. And how did you connect with these kids in Denmark? And what are you guys talking about with these little headphones and, yeah, kill him, kill him. How did all this, he's behind you. How did all this happen? It's all power of imagination. And that's what we need to celebrate the most. And if you remember that little food generator, where they would go and press a button and coffee would come out, that became microwave. And space, the ultimate frontier. Now for $1 million you can take space tours, actual commercial space tours. I mean, there are people who fund campaigns by more than $1 million. So people in Pakistan, many people in Pakistan, can now take commercial and visits to space for fun, for vacation, for the heck of it, just for going up in the air. So much for the frontiers. So all of these frontiers crumble in the wake of imagination. As we imagine and as we articulate, we continue to break these barriers of possible, not possible. What is that Shaw's little phrase that people look at things the way they are and ask, why? I imagine what is not and ask, why not? And I think that basically are the two different ways, and I have quoted it wrong, but that's what it was about. But that's how it works out. And it was just, I believe, in 1895 when Lord Kelvin said, how can something heavier than the air ever take off? And this is for the Air Marshal who was just telling you what he's been able to do and people who've gone into the space. Just 100 years ago, people couldn't imagine something that is heavier than air. How can it fly? And this was the leading physicist and the mathematician in the United Kingdom at that time. And just in, I believe, 1947, I believe Thomas Watson said, there's probably a market of 5 computers in this world. And how many now you count on a table? And then I think Digital, the largest computer company, they in 1977 said that, there's no need for individuals to have computers. No need for individuals to have computers. I can't even take notes. I carry this little thing. I was sitting there fumbling, dropping pen and then coffee and then water bottles because I was trying to take down notes for this conference. And it's all, so future is anything but a linear projection of the present. If there is anything we know in this room, is that what you can be certain about is discontinuity. So preparing for that discontinuity, I believe, is where I would try to leave Pakistan in 2047. And what kind of discontinuities can come about? There's so many of them. Some of them have been mentioned. But I think the contours of the future would be defined by 4 key things that are happening right now. I think the future would be defined by nanotechnology. I think this whole journey of building atom up to material, and a material which has zero waste, and a material which miniaturizes everything, that I think is going to be a fantastic future. And I'm talking about 2047, I'm not going farther down. These are the things that are actually going to happen because you've already begun to see 3D printing. There's no rocket science there. I think the future is also going to be defined by biotechnology. I think at some point in time, as I always say, jokingly perhaps, that death would be looked upon as an illness. Because we've decoded the genome. We know what this is all about. We're already creating organs in our Petri dishes. If we're already creating organs in the Petri dishes, how long would it take for us to erect these organs again? We're already taking undifferentiated cells and we are programming them to become the liver and the heart and this and that. We haven't gotten into the complexity of brain, but all of these things are happening. The little tapeworm is already living 7 times its natural age in the lab. So why would your children not live for 200 or 300 years? It's beyond me. At the rate at which technology commercializes, the rate at which technology has commercialized, I ponder, I ask myself, why would it not happen? It won't happen to me. It probably wouldn't happen to you or some of you. But why wouldn't it happen to your grandchildren? I mean, things that you're doing now, 10, 20 years ago, you weren't expressing monoclonal antibodies in crops. Now you are. In mice, ovary lines, now you are. So if you're expressing human proteins, if you're expressing human organs in labs and various systems, what is going to stop you? And are you prepared for that? I mean, right now, when people are already kind of in the Western world, they have designer babies. You can program to have a certain color of eyes and so on and so forth. So this entire the pictures that you see on television and movies, the pictures about these robots taking over the world, that's not going to happen. Sorry, I mean, I had to break your heart. It's you who's going to take over the world. Once you're programmed, how are you going to tell? What part of you is a robot? What part of you is science that has programmed you? And what part of you is left that is the original human? So that cyborg, the world that would have cyborgs, not robots. Who would be human and who would be half human? Who would be a programmed kid? And what level of programming would you lose human? All of these things are already happening. All of these things are happening in the lab. Now the question is, when does it come about and start to enter our lives? And that is the future that we are talking about, because that is what is getting commercialized right now. So I think the world is going to be defined by this platform. I think the world is also going to be defined by cognitive sciences. I mean, I was watching this specially abled people's Olympics on YouTube. And there were these people who had illnesses that had paralyzed them, neck below. And then you see them in that Olympic getting up. You see no exoskeleton. You don't see anything. You don't see any wires coming out. You don't see anything. They just think of something, and somehow the other, whatever they think, gets into the support system that they have, whatever they put around them. And then they get up, and they run, and they kick the ball. Now, how does this happen? In order for their thought to become an action, one would have needed a wire, a cable that comes out of the brain and gets into the arm and tells the arm to move it forward, but it doesn't happen. So this entire thing about cognition, human intelligence, translating itself into certain kinds of actions, that is the future. And information is the future. You're already seeing bits and bytes already becoming virtual reality. You're already seeing that. Now you put all of these things together, this intelligence that you can tap into, without wires, without cables, without putting anything, with any implants. You put that with bits and bytes becoming virtual reality. And you build all of this up with nanotechnology, with miniaturization. And you have these little implants, which are nano, because they come from nanomaterials. And you would be unable to tell what part of you, with this programmed intelligence and programmed bits and bytes and programmed biology, is still human as we know of it. So my question is that with all of those things actually happening in commercialization, should we not do what happened with copper and wireless? Countries that did not have copper, they found it faster to jump over the copper and go straight to wireless. So in order for me to imagine Pakistan 2047, I ask myself, we certainly don't have the copper. We're still talking about primary health care. We're still talking about basic education. We're still talking about things that the world has taken for granted. And we still today, in 2022, my friends and myself, we are talking about what if women had some rights or equal rights. We're talking about this in 2022. We're talking about having decent education for children in 2022, and primary health care, and infant mortality, and child mortality, and all of those things. That's what we are talking about now. That's the copper that we don't have. And the world that I've laid out in front of you is that wireless world that we can jump to. The question is, do we have the willingness, do we have the political will, and do we have the faith and belief that yes, we can? Because if we do, then we have to ask ourselves, what would it take, rather than what can we do? I mean, I think the bunch of things are going to come about, some of which have been mentioned. On top of these trends that I'm talking about, these basic building blocks or competence blocks or sciences or platforms or whatever you want to call it, I think the world of energy is going to change. And it's not, I think the world of energy is going to be green. I think the future of energy is going to be sustainable, it's going to be green, it's going to be renewable, it's going to be decentralized, it's going to be efficient. And at some point in time, we can possibly have zero energy smart cities, or zero energy homes, or zero energy countries. Now that's already happening. And it's happening in our neighborhood. In Abu Dhabi, they have a city which they're calling zero energy. So I'm not talking about some rocket science thing that may or may not come about. I think the world is going to get more and more globalized. I think we're going to have virtualization of production systems, of innovation systems. People are going to tap across boundaries into these teams that sit everywhere. You've already seen it in this COVID epidemic, even in Pakistan. Look at how seamlessly, how fast people were to adapt, and how fast people were to kind of begin to use whatever those little, Zooms, and I don't want to advertise anything, but Zoom has become Xerox in our life now. So, how fast people zoomed. Did you see that? So I see that happening. I see borderlessness in terms of production systems, virtualization of teams, putting arms together, hands together, and building up things that previously could not be built. I see in technology convergence. I don't think you can build up a retina if you don't have the materials, which is engineering. That material has to speak to biology, so I can't see how it can happen without an understanding of biology. So I not only see miniaturization, but I also see convergence of sciences, convergence of technologies. And I think this information thing, the bits and bytes that I spoke about, I think it's already doing that, but it would create the democratization of information. And that would change the way we educate ourselves. That would change the way our entire conception of school and university is going to change with this democratization of information and the availability of information and what I call the enfranchisement of people, because people living in our part of the world have been completely disenfranchised. And that is because of the copper thing. And with this wireless thing, and I'm using this as a metaphor, that because of the copper limitations we couldn't, and because of this wireless we can jump. We can jump and get there faster and hopefully successfully. And these things are already happening. All of the elements, I mean, you've seen Tesla, and that is now, not in 2047. You've seen smart cities, and that's now, not in 2047. You've seen this big store in San Francisco where you have a virtual wallet, and if you pick up something from the shelf, it basically takes the money off your account. And if you look at it and you don't like it and put it back, it puts the money back. This is already happening, and there is no employee. So clearly, these things are now, here and now. These are not things of the future. So I think what we need to do, rather than pegging myself to, I would hope that 2047 is not just about the things that we discussed. I think those are the building blocks. Without freedoms, without rights, without education, without health, and if I may add my bias, without rights for people of Pakistan to decide what they want for their children, how to take the dreams from a poor woman, the dreams that the poor woman has in her eyes for her daughter, how to take those dreams and give them in public custody through democracy. I don't see all of this happening. No wise men in a discontinuous world can get together in a smoke-filled room and figure out what Pakistan should be. You'll have to have faith. You'll have to believe in the people of Pakistan. You'll have to believe that they would be able to make, with all of the errors of judgment and decisions and idols of perception, much like all of the people who are in the West, they will also thrive. A mother knows what is best for her daughter, and we'll have to believe that. I think with little foresight, things that we've been talking about, and with a lot of insight, things that we need to do, and a cloud of imagination, we'll get there. Have faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musaddiq Malik. We're going to have, we'll be able to take a few questions. So if the volunteers are ready with the mics, the audience can pose questions to the panel.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I really do appreciate the optimism for 2047, and I hope we all
Please introduce yourself also.
Sure, I'm Raid, I'm from S&P Global. My question is, I mean, the optimism is amazing, but then according to UNDP, Pakistan is ranked 146 out of 147 on the HDI index, which basically measures your health, your education, and your standard of living. We did talk about technology, we did talk about innovation in the previous sessions. We did talk about the poor linkage of academia and industry. We did talk about how the curriculum needs to be revisited, changed completely in order for people to take on those opportunities. So my question to you is, what is it that we can do from a government perspective, from an industry perspective, in order to change so that our children are still not studying the same thing that we studied probably 30 years ago, 20 years ago?
All right. मैं बोल दूँ कुछ? Okay. I have a bit of difficulty with these statistics, honestly speaking, with all these STIs and everything being done here. Having spent my last 4 years into health, education, and those areas, believe you me, the kind of facilities, the health facilities, looking at our economy and so many other things, the government hospitals are almost free. And you've got best of the professors working there. And the number of charity hospitals that operate are fantastic. I'm not saying that we are good. Most of the children living abroad, they come to Pakistan to get the quick appointments. When we're talking of the treatments in the West, if you have to take an appointment on an ultrasound or something a little, which is not life-threatening, it takes time. You get it on the third day. So I think we need to really do much better from the government perspective, and the government does it, but then look at the kitty that you have, and you have to put that, majority of it goes to the debt servicing, and whatever the remaining is, it goes out to these areas. We need to do a lot more, but I have difficulty with these statistics, looking at what really happens in the country. Musaddiq, in case you want
to. I don't have any problems with these statistics. I think the reality may actually be worse. I think there are over 50% or roughly 50% of the people of Pakistan who are functionally illiterate after 75 years. And I think if you don't understand the problem or don't embrace the problem, then we'll never be able to get to the right answer. Everything that you have said is accurate from my perspective. And I think a lot needs to be done. I think you need to have a very detailed session on those elements. But I am of firm belief that first you need to get the fundamentals right. You need to understand what are the basically 3 or 4 organizing principles around which you're going to build this country. And is rights and freedoms one of them? Because with the rights of freedoms, you have the right to education, you have right to life, you have right to liberty, you have right to health, you have right to aging, you have right to housing, you have right to environment. But if you don't have rights, and if you don't believe in freedoms, then nothing would come about. So I think we need to at least get an agreement in the society. Around what 2 or 3 or 4 values are we going to build a country called Pakistan 2047? I also think that we need to be given what we've been discussing, we need to rethink, and as I said, jump the copper, and ask ourselves what kind of educational system do we need moving forward? Not how can we fix the broken educational system that we have? So I personally think that education is a right, and I think it's primarily the responsibility of the public sector. Is the failure of public sector that we are talking about all the great work that organizations such as the ones that A. Marshall Saab runs, they're doing in health and in education. I look at this as a failure. In my imagination, people should line up. People should line up to get into public school, good public school education. And in order for us to do that, we'll have to imagine it. And we should not fix what we have. At some point in time, we'll have to abandon this healthcare system which leads to the kind of infant and maternal mortality that we have. At some point in time, we need to abandon this judicial system that leads to basically people's rights getting trampled. And at some point in time, we'll have to imagine, and then we'll have to rebuild from ground up a whole new system. I take your criticism. I take your criticism in good spirit. I think you're absolutely on the ball. I recognize that. I look at this as a failure. And for the time that we have small pieces of responsibilities, we're committed to fixing it.
Assalamu alaikum, Moeen Bartley here. Dr. Musaddiq Malik, fascinated by your approach that you mentioned, which is to imagine what we could be in 2047, and then what would it take. But I have a slight I'm a little disappointed that what you presented was sort of a global outlook. Globally, what's happening and what's the world getting towards, and then, how could we get there? I request you to imagine specifically Pakistan 2047. You can take liberties with imagining whatever you want to imagine. What could it actually be in 2047, and what could be the 2 or 3 steps that we would at least need to start thinking about to get there?
Ji Bartle Saab, I actually imagined Pakistan. It didn't cross your imagination that I was imagining Pakistan. And maybe the discontinuity that I imagined was a bit too much. But if I were to imagine a country for my daughter, and I have 2 sons and a daughter, but I always talk about my daughter because she's the weaker link in this country. I imagined the country for my daughter. And that's what I basically articulated when I stood around the podium. That is what I'm committed to. If I were to imagine, I would imagine no less. And if I were to build, I would build exactly what I stated. That is the imagination for Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, assalamu alaikum. My name is Shahid from S&P Global. Sir, my question is about, it's related to the innovations, but as we are famous being innovative people in the world, more like Jugaadi, but if we study, we are more lazy people. That's why we are Jugaadi. We make a Jugaad because we are very lazy. I quote this statement that from last 1 or 2 decades, we have PSC camera. Sir Sohail Aman, when he knows that. The PSC camera industry is producing aircraft, the fighter jets, JF-17 third around 52% shares with China. So how come a country who can produce a fighter jet cannot produce a simple bike and a car like Mehran for the country people? We are still importing from Japan. That's the main issues. When we will start producing? I personally visit in 2016 to the JF-17 Thunder factory, and I realized the capacity and the capability of that factory that can produce a lot of things, a lot of goods, like cars, luxury bikes, and so many other things. But when we will take a start, if it's almost 20 years, we didn't produce a single car, when we will start? Innovations comes later. First, we need to take a start. That's my question.
All right. Thank you. First of all, the percentage is 58%. And why this is remembered so clearly is that for every decimal of a percentage, we had to rub ourselves a lot to get it from the Chinese. And I think Marshal Farhat is here, who's the CPD of the program, and he can explain that better over to you. The issue here is that transfer of technology is not easy to come. When you produce this kind of high-end machine, you bring in a lot of resources here. And then when it is the Pakistan Aeronautical Complex, I think I made a lot of chambers of commerce and industry, and everybody visit that place. But the issue is of economy of scales. When you talk of export, if you're talking of really the private sector to come in, it gets very hard for them. And of course, expecting PAC to start producing motorcycles and all the cars is not right. But the model that is there, and that's what I was trying to explain and giving various examples, model aapke samne hai, it can be done. You need to put the research and you need to put the industry together, and you need to put a certification agency and let them roll on. But then this model should be replicated for anything. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, we import every bit of a car's part here, assemble it and roll it off at price which is unimaginable. Now that's not right. But start ye hai कि आप different industries को लें और उनको research, I mean research is expensive. I remember the boys talking to me today and they said, we used to take so much of money from you on this project, but then these have found fruition after 10 years. But that's perfectly all right. 10 years on research is not an issue. The problem with us is that we are not lazy. Our leaders do not vision the things properly. They go and study in the Harvard and everything. They don't bring it back here in the real sense. I'm not criticizing, but what I'm saying is that you need to follow those roadmaps which are already there. What's the big rocket science here? And I remember when I was giving them that kind of money, a lot of people criticized. They'll waste this money. Research is nonsense. And I said, no. That's the only path that you do. And you have seen that with that research, slowly and gradually, where do they move? We need to do that all across our country. We need to add value through research. We need to put the academia into industry. And on that, I think industry has to take a step forward and get into HEC and make the... HEC has made some policies on this, but they're still not very robust. But it has to be handshake. We start to produce, but it's not far away. I mean, it can be done. It's not something, I've seen that happen very quickly. So we're not lazy people. If there is an organization which has lazy people, the leader need to speak on that.
I think Jugaad is a little bit in our national character. I think you're right. I mean, even in our politics, we celebrate Jugaad more than a fundamental kind of shift of thought. And people we celebrate are the biggest Jugaadis. They can duck, they can dodge, they can go through the maze, and they can work things out. And I think that's generally a poor man's response to state failure. Jugaad is a patch on a failing state, or a state that has not been able to deliver on its promise. And probably that's why people celebrate Jugaads. I personally think that you need to first of all build up the absorptive in terms of everything that Air Marshal Saab was saying, and he's absolutely right. What you need to do is build absorptive capacity. It is not about a piece of equipment that you can learn how to make in Pakistan. It is about your actual innovation capacity. It's about innovation excellence. It's about the system investing in innovation. I mean, if you look at your graduate school versus undergraduate school education, that's a very good proxy or a very good indicator for your absorptive capacity. If you look at the number of world-class PhDs, world-class PhDs, not basically, unfortunately, we tried to build up innovation capacity and it went stray because we began to produce PhDs in bulk, but of mixed quality. And that's not how it works. So I think if you were to look at the ratios between the graduate school and undergraduate students and graduate students, you would start to see what the absorptive capacity of the nation is in the way of innovation. You would begin to understand that. I think if you look at the percentage of your GDP or your educational spending that goes into research, you'd begin to see your absorptive capacity. I think if you begin to look at the kind and number of patents and publications and citation indices, you would begin to see the innovation or absorptive capacity of innovation in the country. There is no nanotechnology, none, without physics. There is no biotechnology, none, without biology. And therefore, if you're not producing biologists, and if you're not producing chemists, and if you're not producing physicists, if you don't have the fundamental foundations laid down in the ground with a lot of thought and a lot of care, then what you're going to end up having is a Jugaad. And that's basically what we need to do. We need to build this absorptive capacity. We need to lay down the foundations of the basic building blocks and get them right rather than focusing on biotechnology. You wouldn't be able to do it. If you do not get your biology right, no one will get you to biotech. If you don't get your physics right, nothing is going to get you to nanotech, because those are the foundations. So we need to build the foundations. I think we need to invest in our innovation ecology. And then all of those things about diffusion of innovation, the demonstration, in fact. We right now almost have criminalized someone becoming rich in Pakistan. The first thing that we do when we look at a rich man is, I don't even want to use the word that most people use. And I ask why? Why are you not celebrating rags to riches like everyone else celebrates? Why are you not celebrating people who actually make it? Why are they not inspiring you? Why are you looking at them with a condemning eye? Unless you begin to celebrate innovation, unless you begin to celebrate success, unless you begin to celebrate entrepreneurship, unless you open yourself up to multinational corporations, which then train people, and you have the building blocks that I've spoken about to absorb what comes your way and innovate on that, then that would be an innovation grounded in science and technology and diffusion of innovation systems. Otherwise, my friend, it would be a jugaad.
Okay, so I wanted to add can you hear me? I wanted to add two things to this conversation. First is, just because we could do something doesn't mean that we should. So when you were asking, why don't we build more cars, I was wondering, why do we need to build more cars? And I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Look, there's this concept of global value chains. Too many times in developing nations, there are experimentation around industry that they may not ever get very competitive at. So sometimes we have to pause, think about where do we want our industry to go? Where is our place in the global value chain system? Chinese did a very interesting experiment. I think it was in Xinjiang, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago. They decided that they wanted to bring down their carbon emissions, and they said one of the biggest polluter was daily commute traffic. So they did a battery exchange program. So essentially they created these motorcycles, but they were battery run. And it was a mandatory thing, so in China you can get away with that. And the exchange was for a certain period of time. So bring in your CD70 equivalent motorcycle and take back a Chinese manufactured electric motorcycle with a small little battery. It's about this big. And you go in, when you go home, you just take it with you, you charge your battery just like your phone, come back in the morning, put it in, you do your daily commute, and you're done. So they didn't create more motorcycles with the combustion engine. Same thing with Pakistan. I don't think the answer in your example is having more vehicles on the road. I think it's opposite of that. How do we create an infrastructure where we can actually get people to and from work in a different manner, if assuming that they actually have to go in to work, right? This 9 to 5, Monday through Friday is a gift of the industrial era. I don't know if we need that anymore. And I haven't been to my office since March of 2020, not once. And I'm in client service. So things can be done differently. The second point is, we've been talking about where we are and where we are going. So I do a lot of work in development space, and we've worked with a number of countries. And the first thing we do now, when we go in to kind of look at their track record of spend, is literally look at their budget. Where are they spending their time and money? If you hear this conversation today and what you talked about, Minister Saab, and if you look at Pakistan's budget, past 20 years, it tells a very different story. We're not spending on things that we need the most. At a minimum, it's just a prioritization of the things that we want to spend on. As an individual, if you are in bad habits, right, if you smoke, if you don't exercise, if you eat junk food, your health would go in a certain direction. Countries are no different. Countries are really no different. If you look at where Pakistan has been spending its capital, there is a huge course correction opportunity. Now, what can you do as an individual? Show up, vote, raise your voice, write to your right? And this is my last point. When was the last time there was a mass protest for something that people did not agree with? And I'm not making a political statement. I'm making a fiscal statement. If there was something in your policy, in your land reforms, in your health, whatever you need, when was the last time somebody said, enough is enough, I'm going to get up and fight for my rights? Politics is considered a dirty word in this country. It shouldn't be. Politics is about policies, regulations, laws. As citizens of this country, you should be at the table. Because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, मैं ताहिरा आज़म हूँ। सून वैली डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम एक माइक्रो फाइनेंस कंपनी है, उसके CEO हूँ। मैं उर्दू में ही अपना क्वेश्चन करूँगी। क्वेश्चन रादर कमेंट है कि जो हमारे पास एग्जिस्टिंग रिसोर्स है, क्या हम सब बिजनेस कम्युनिटी, पब्लिक सेक्टर, गवर्नमेंट, एवरीबॉडी, आर वी रियली प्लानिंग टू यूटिलाइज दैट रिसोर्स? फॉर एग्जांपल, जो 2019 का फिगर्स हैं उसके मुताबिक हमारे कोई 32.5 मिलियन स्मार्टफोन यूज़र्स हैं, लेकिन जिस एरिया में मैं काम कर रही हूँ वहाँ पे अभी भी 40 to 50 किलोमीटर्स ऐसे एरियाज़ हैं जहाँ पे सिग्नल्स ही अवेलेबल नहीं होते। सो इफ़ आई वांट टू एंगेज द यूथ टू डू समथिंग डिजिटली, हाउ आई कैन डू दैट? सो बहुत सारी ग्राउंड चैलेंजेस हैं। हम यहाँ जो इस्लामाबाद में बात कर रहे हैं, जो मुसद्दिक साहब ने बात की और बाकी सारे स्पीकर्स ने, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, आई एम फीलिंग इन टू अ यूटोपियन वर्ल्ड, बिकॉज व्हेन आई गो टू द खुशाब, इन टू द वेरी रिमोट एरिया, so there is a hell of difference in the reality of the life and the life in Islamabad or in Chicago or America. So I want to request to all the business leaders that first of all, please request to the government to make internet accessible to each and every part of the world. I'm talking about the area where I'm working in Punjab, and it's a central Punjab. It's not Balochistan, it's not prohibited area. So please, this is one of the, I think nowadays is a basic right. If we want to engage our youth to do something productive and positive, we need access to internet, and we need government supported institutions to do certain services just free of cost with us. To be honest, I promise you, we don't need heavy infrastructures, we don't need heavy buildings for the hospitals if we have only this simple thing, access to internet and connectivity to each and every person who is having a smartphone. Thank you.
जी, मैं तो आपसे बिल्कुल मुत्तफ़िक हूँ। आई थिंक ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है। मुझे तो, क्योंकि आपने आज कहा पाकिस्तान 2047 का, तो मैंने कुछ नक्शा खींचने की कोशिश की। अगर आप मुझे बुलाते पाकिस्तान 2025 का या पाकिस्तान 2022 में, तो मैं आपकी तमाम बातें जो हैं उन पर ज़रूर फोकस करता। इसी वजह से मैंने अपनी तकरीर में भी कहा कि आपने मुझे कहा कि आप 100 साल पाकिस्तान 2047 पे क्या देखना चाहते हैं, तो उसके कॉन्टूर्स तो मुख्तलिफ हैं। जितनी चीज़ें मैंने कही हैं, क्या उनमें से कोई एक भी हो सकती है ग्लोबल क्लाउड ऑफ डिजिटाइजेशन के बग़ैर? मैं तो किसी और दुनिया की बात कर रहा हूँ, और मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि आपके और हमारे बच्चों के लिए वो दुनिया कंस्ट्रक्ट हो सके। इस वजह से ये जितनी आपका जो क्रिटिसिज्म है, ये बरहक है। ये मैंने तो पहले कहा, हमारे दोस्त जिन्होंने पहले तस्करा किया और पाकिस्तान की इंडिसेस और इंडिकेटर्स का जिक्र किया, उस पर भी मैंने यही कहा कि आपकी बात 100% ठीक है, और एक्चुअली इट्स मच वर्स दैन व्हाट यू आर सेइंग। अभी तो आप आदि का दास्तान सुना रहे हैं। जब आप हुकूमत में काम करना शुरू करते हैं तो आपको बाकी दास्तान आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आपके सामने आनी शुरू हो जाती है। आप 100% ठीक बात कर रही हैं, मगर वो दुनिया जिसका नक्शा हम खींच रहे थे, जो हमारे दोस्तों ने खींचा, वो दुनिया तो इन बुनियादी चीज़ों के बग़ैर आ ही नहीं सकती। इन बुनियादी चीज़ों को अगर हमने बढ़ने के लिए एक मैप बनाना है, तो शुरू तो हमें वहीं से करना होगा। जब हम ये कहते हैं कि we would ask ourselves what it would take rather than what we can do, we still have to begin from where we are. We can't imagine a country that we are not and try to get to a country that we want. The only thing in policy that changes is the fundamental question, not just what can I do, but what would it take? And once you start to ask that question, all of your allocation problems become visible to you. I've often wondered, for a country that has the missile systems, that is building up aircrafts that has the nuclear technology. Why did it not cross our mind in 75 years that a child should be able to go and open our tap and drink a glass of water? We used to drink a glass of water when we were growing up. My children don't. So I wonder about children who cannot afford not to drink the tap water. Are we making them drink poison? And why? And why did it not cross our mind over 75 years? So all the things that you're talking about, if we couldn't imagine clean water, if we couldn't imagine maternal to date, a woman in the process of giving birth to life dies herself. How can you have tolerance for that? So I think the building blocks have to begin from our current reality. Just because we've imagined something, as I said earlier, I did imagine Pakistan. Were I to imagine, if you would ask me again, I would give you the same answer. But I would begin from where we are. That was not the topic. If they assign me that topic and call me tomorrow, I'd spend all day with you, setting those building blocks together.
So, I think we have time for 2 more questions, please, before we move on to the next phase. 2 more questions, please.
Okay, 3 more. 1 here and here. Very good. Lady, please. And introduce yourself, please.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. My name is Sara Jamali. I am from Balochistan. I have a specific question from Dr. Musaddiq Malik. Sir, I understand for the Pakistan Vision 2047, we need to focus on education, health, economy, and infrastructure, etc. But at the same time, I believe we need to focus on our shortcomings too. So every year our country drowns. We are faced with the urban flooding, which has become common. So I just wanted to know that why are we not proactively planning about it? Why are we always have a reactive approach? Why can't we even save the rainwater when we know that we are going to face severe water crisis in the future? Thank you.
Ms. Jamali, it's crazy that you asked this question, because I asked this question yesterday. I've only been in this job for about 3.5, 4 months. And yesterday I was asking my team, every year we have monsoon, and every year we drown. And how difficult is it to figure out how the water flows? It doesn't take any rocket science. Even if they're illegal encroachments, we still know from the past years of flooding and drowning. We know exactly how the water moves through Karachi. We know exactly how it moves through Balochistan. We know exactly what happens when it comes into Ravi. And I've asked myself that if a grade 18 officer was appointed simply to plan and say, you have 1 year, and next year plus minus 2 to 3 weeks we're going to have monsoon again, why would we drown? Why would our children die? I mean, given whatever those obstructions are, why can't we have flood whatever those drainage pipes or drainage systems? What does it take? We've been able to send a missile in the air. We have aircrafts in the air. Why can't we build a little hole in the ground through which the water can go to where it belongs rather than flooding our homes and destroying our livelihoods and our children? So it's uncanny that you asked that question, because I myself struggle with this question. And it should not take much. We do a lot of efforts, don't read me wrong. In Karachi, we did a lot of those encroachments were removed, and it's become slightly better. But still, every year it happens. Every year we say, ab zara aa jayein ji, logon ki madad karen. Every year. But, yeah, very apt question.
All right. 2 points. One, मैम आपने जो सवाल किया था वो बिल्कुल ठीक है. हम भी रूरल एरियाज़ में कुछ ऑपरेट करने की कोशिश करते हैं. There's a big problem there. Or there is no question that without the digital connectivity you can impart education, you can connect them for entrepreneurship or so many other things. I mean, it's a good realization which has come in last 5 years that we are at a place where we all have a consensus it should be done. But I was just wondering about the resources. Eventually practical bhi dekhna chahiye kuch. I'm saying what you said is absolutely correct and this should be done. But I think it's about a year before that United States of America has held a special commission to, and now what they're calling is a digital divide. And digital divide has come in because they found that in the COVID, they could not really communicate in their rural areas. And it's been $28 billion which have been allocated to do that right. So I think even the country with such huge GDP struggles with it, and we have a large population in those. I'm not mitigating it, but I'm saying it should be done and our eyes should be there. But then this is a crisis that a lot of countries face. Coming down this side, हमारा human value जो है life वो बहुत कम है. We think lives can be wasted, and that's kind of all right, which the mindset has to get right. The policies that we talked about, the governance that we just said, I think a lot of people made that point. We have, I mean, does the defense policy change with the change of government? It doesn't. Because every service has their own plans and Joint Staff Headquarters goes through it, there's a streamlining. So X or Y government may change, but other policies change. And I think that's what Azfar also alluded in his inaugural address. The issue is that if we have continuation, stability in the political system, and when you have continuation in the policies, then you will think about these things. What is so big about conservation of water? There's nothing very big. And I think the minister is saying this. Now, why doesn't it happen? Because every 3 years we decide for jumping into the gun once again. We must bring consensus on few national issues on which nobody should be able to intervene, like defense. Talk about, there should be a charter of economy, and that's about it. Everybody follows it. I mean, opposition and the government are part of the same parliament, and they're part of the same political system, and they are all Pakistanis. They all need to build the country together. ये तो नहीं है कि हुकूमत ने country build करना है और दूसरों ने नहीं करना है. So I think they need to put the hands together. And I very slightly mentioned that get the political system in order the way it works for you, and that's okay. That's democracy. Put that in order, put few policies in place, human life. I mean, climate change you've talked about, and I'm very happy you brought this point. It's not coming, it has come, and I think the minister also talked about it, but then we are not prepared, we are not doing anything about it. But saying is not enough, doing is enough. But then we even don't know to put our narrative to the world or world bodies which have huge funding to do this. Can't we say we are in the first 10 hit countries, if not the first 5? And we're going to get it every year. It's going to happen. Kisi saal na hua na to wo miracle hai. It is going to happen every year. So we need to tap the international organization because it's all about money. Then get that money across, put it to the right funding, and then anybody, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, whosoever in the government, this cannot be changed. I don't know how difficult it is. I'm not into the political circle, but continuation of policies is something very, very pivotal. Thank you.
All right, so strictly 2 more questions, please. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Asman Rafat Khan. I am from energy sector. Since yesterday, we have been talking about different things. Finance Minister was here. He was saying that while expanding and looking at the capacity, we think only about the local consumption and not for exporting the things. We have ambitions to go by 2030. We have NEPRA chairman here. He is considered to go for renewables, 30% on renewables. What is the real challenge or constraint, either on the imaginations, we cannot consolidate the things, or why cannot we just go beyond the means? What do you think, Dr. Saab, what is the main constraint? Either there is a consolidation issues in our thoughts, the imaginations, or we are constrained by our own limitations and constraint. What is the main challenge, do you think?
I would, what have we failed at? What is it that we've set out to do and we were unable to do? I don't know of anything. Whatever we've set out to do, we've been able to do. It's always a matter of priorities. I mean, in the 60s, we imagined Mangla and Tarbela, and we built Mangla and Tarbela. In 5 years that previously we were in government, we imagined 11,000 megawatts of electricity, and we injected 11,000 megawatts of electricity. Benazir imagined the Lady Healthcare Workers Program, and she imagined the BISP program, and today you have BISP, and you still have Lady Healthcare Workers Program and LHV's program. So I sometimes just wonder, what have we failed at? It's just not in our imagination. I mean, whatever you have imagined, you imagined a nuclear state, you are one. How many countries are there in the world of 190 some odd countries that have nuclear capabilities? You imagined a missile program, you have it. You imagined an aircraft program, you imagined BISP, you imagined LHV, we imagined the 11,000 megawatts. We knew there was a deficit of 2 billion cubic feet of gas. We imagined an influx of gas. We got 1.2 billion cubic feet of gas. All in 4 years, 5 years, 4 years actually. So how could you basically have 11,000 megawatts of electricity and 1.2 billion cubic feet of gas? Regasification plants with the contracts, with everything in place, flowing through the pipelines, enhancement of pipelines, all in 4 years. It comes in your imagination, you commit yourself, you allocate resources, you get it done. I have a slightly different way of moving forward. I think our politics is patchy, so therefore there is no continuity. I personally am of the opinion that I play the same role on the treasury benches as I play in the opposition. My role doesn't change at all. Whoever is in the government, they bring policies in public interest, public good policies in public interest, they bring to the fore. It is my job not to agree with it. It's my job to threadbare read every single line and say, this can be made better, this can be made sharper, in public, towards public good, in public interest. It is basically like the marketplace. Democracy is the marketplace, it's the competition, it's the competitive marketplace of opinions, of policies. Just the way private sector always delivers better than large public sector enterprises. Similarly, democracy would always deliver better in terms of the sharpness, in terms of the competition, in terms of the fight, the gruesome fight, so long as the fight is on policies. We have polarized, at a certain level, because of so many disjunctive interventions, we've not learned to be democratic. So whenever we make a go at each other, it's not on policies, it's on personalities. We call each other names, we do all kinds of things. But there are times when there's very sharp debate on policies. If you come to some of the, not all, but if you come to some of these committee discussions, they're very sharp. And the gloves are off, and everyone is reads through the bill, and you begin to see that marketplace for policy, in which everyone sits there and says, no, you prove to me that this is in public interest, show me that this is not bootlegged by an interest group. Because the journalists are also sitting there. So the freedom of journalism, freedom of expression is important, independence of journalism is important, independence of judiciary is important, the marketplace for opinions and policy making is important, and I think we should make a go at it and improve ourselves. And I would say, I mean, if you want to specifically talk about the energy policies, I'm available after this. We have a very clear view now on what we would like to achieve in 1 year. And I'm willing to speak with you, but I don't think that was your question, and I don't want to waste the time of everyone talking about energy policy. But anyone who wants to talk about where we're taking the energy market in the next 1 year, what are we going to do to upstream? What are we going to do to basically the marketplace of LNG? What are we going to do to the pipelines? How are we going to work on the UFG or the loss of gas? We have, at a high level, plans in place, we have a policy in place, and our renewable policy would be announced in a week, not more than that. In a week it would be announced. So you'd begin to see what we are setting out to do again in this 1 year and change.
The last question. Now there's a tie. So let me choose the green and white of the Pakistan flag since we are talking about Pakistan 2047. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you. Respected Dr. Musaddiq Saab, let me appreciate your vocabulary, your concepts, your knowledge, and your wisdom. Really, I felt a lot of pleasure that our politician has so much good orientation with modern sciences and technologies. The roadmap and bridge between 22 to 47 is automation and digitalization of Pakistan's. If we shall digitalize and modernize and will bring on automation to all our different institutes, education, health, technology, everything. Bit and slowly, generation of 2047. इसके ज़रूरी है कि शिकवे जुल्मत शब से तो कहीं बेहतर था, अपने हिस्से की शम्मे ही जलाते जाते.
Is there a question there? Ji? There was another gentleman first. I'm sorry. If we are taking more questions, then we'll have to respect the...
Thank you very much. Hello? Yeah. My question is to Dr. Musaddiq Malik Sahab. My name is Tariq Sultan and I manage a PropCo in Karachi. You talked about the reasons of, getting to the Pakistan of 2047 that Sufyan talked about. One of the requirements or the things needed was political will. So my question to you is, what are your views on how to improve the political will, strengthen the political will to get to the Pakistan of 2047 that everybody talked about, and improve the governance system of Pakistan to make that happen? Because if we see the history, it did not happen in 3/4 of a century. How would it happen in just the next quarter of century? If we look at various things, the financial economy situation of Pakistan, or the health sector or the education sector, it appears that we have, instead of progressing, deteriorated over the last 75 years. So how will we get to the ideal Pakistan of 2047 if the political will is not there? So what are your views on how the governance system and the system of the working of the government and the political will can be improved? Because that is what will help us or enable us to get there. I see a lot of will in the private sector. I think if the political will is there, the science and the private sector will take care of the rest. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, as I said, we have not failed at anything. I mean, at one point in time, one of our leaders said कि हम nuclear technology बनाएंगे चाहे हमें घास खाना पड़े. दोनों चीजें हो गई, एक भी नहीं रह गई. तो बम भी बना लिया और घास भी खा रहे हैं. इस वजह से जो हमने इमेजिन किया वो तो हमने कर डाला. तो मैं तो आपसे यही कहूँगा कि मेरे पास तो उसका जवाब सिंपलिस्टिक है. मैं आपको एक ऑर्थोडॉक्स सा जवाब दे सकता हूँ कि वी नीड टू हैव अ शेयर्ड दिस एंड शेयर्ड दैट. आई बिलीव इन द मार्केट प्लेस, इन अ कंपैरेटिव मार्केट प्लेस फॉर पब्लिक पॉलिसी. And why do I believe in the competitive marketplace for public policy? Because I believe in freedoms and rights. I want my daughter to have the same rights that any other kid, any other young woman would have anywhere in the world. I want her to define her destiny. I want her to participate in figuring out what the aspiration for the country should be in 2047. And therefore I would like her opinion to be paramount in this debate. You take all of the daughters in Pakistan and take their opinion,
and the minorities, and the mainstream people, and the conservatives, and you create a marketplace of public policy, where we are all informed people who choose or elect themselves in public service. They're informed by that marketplace. And if they want to continue to be in public service, they would have no option but to respond to those aspirations. That aspiration, not that I build in a smoke-filled room. That aspiration that my daughter has walking some university corridor or some university lawn, the country that she would like to build for herself and for her children in times to come. And therefore, I very firmly believe that there has to be a marketplace. We have to compete for public opinion, for public goodwill. And the publics have to decide what they want for their future. So therefore, more competitive this landscape gets, just like private sector. Every single freaking industry in Pakistan that we've protected has become lazy and useless. We've given protection to so many sectors and gotten nothing out of it. And from nowhere, sectors have proliferated that we didn't even imagine because we stayed out of that. And we let the competition define who's going to have the edge, who's going to be more productive, who's going to be more innovative. We need to do exactly the same thing for our public policy, for our politics. So my only message would be, for political will, would be to get out of its way and let it find its way. And have faith that you'll get there.
So this is something very important to me, so if I may add two things. One is, you said, what can you do? So I'll give you the same advice that President Obama gave to the American people when election time was approaching. He said, nag your politicians, call them, make some noise about the issues you actually care about. It will never become a priority for the political parties, politicians, policy makers, lawmakers, unless it's a priority for you. We continue to have debate on television about useless things all the time. I don't hear anybody coming and saying, look, I need primary health for my children, for myself, at any cost. We need to make it a national priority. Same thing about energy policy, same thing about climate, same thing about there's so many things, but how do you make it relevant and important for a politician and for the government? You show up, you nag them, you bring up, I mean, how many things do we share on social media? Generally useless stuff. But you can make a trend out of it on Twitter. You can really create some noise to get the attention it needs. If it's a priority for you, eventually it'll become a priority for them as well.
And just to strengthen that, when you talk about the marketplace, you're talking about the sophistication and the intensity of demand function. Because just the way you want to get your market share, we also want to get our market share. And just the way you figure out in the private sector what the needs are and how the demand is articulated, if the uninterrupted demand of the people of Pakistan continues to voice itself like Sufyan is saying, the politicians, you don't need a something called political will. That is the will. That is the will of the people. And as it gets articulated, by God, everyone would respond.
So there was that gentleman who had raised his hand earlier, like, okay, so if everybody agrees, can this be the absolute last question, please? Please go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, I think I missed your risen hand a little earlier. Please kijiye sawal. And please let us know your name and also who you're asking the question.
मेरा नाम आमिर जहांगीर है. मैं political economy का student हूँ. So thank you very much for all the leaders for their vision for Pakistan in 2047. What sort of, और ये मेरा सवाल सबसे है, what sort of value system do you see emerging for Pakistan of 2047? और उस value system में सबसे important currency of respect क्या होगी?
Who is this question directed at?
ये सबके लिए जी.
So I think, Musaddiq Saab, would you like to take that first?
Sure. मुझे एक दफ़ा I was invited to a talk and I said, Pakistan doesn't have a fundamental problem. Pakistan has the problem of fundamentals. Every society in the world is built around a set of values. Just a handful, no more than 2 or 3. So for example, the United States is built around freedoms. And if you went to some bar, because there are many there, and you say something after hours against freedom, you'll get your teeth knocked out. And the Nordic region is built around social justice and equity. And it is not an accident that there are no billionaires or not a lot of billionaires. They're equally smart people. They have chosen and elected a political economy which is different from the US economy. Because the entire society is grounded in that idea of social justice and equity. Whereas the US celebrates the polarization, the winner and the loser, the rich and the poor. And in that polarity, the marketplace, the freedom to move from rags to riches is what informs the United States. And that just society, a fair society, where no one goes too high up and no one falls through the cliffs, through the cracks, is what the Nordic region is about. And I can go on, and I can tell you about the fraternity, the idea of fraternity in France, which doesn't exist outside of France. Every society that you pick up is going to have fundamental 2 or 3 values around which the entire society is built, the entire culture is built, and everything, the healthcare system, the educational system, everything is informed by that. I can go on, and I can show you through that mission differentiated university system where there are community colleges and there are teaching universities and there are research universities and there are elite universities, and no university is allowed mission drift in the United States. And there's no such thing in Germany. If I asked you, what is the Harvard of Germany, you wouldn't be able to answer, because there's none. They've decided to distribute education like they have distributed wealth in a certain way. Very different from the US. Now, if I ask the question of what are the 2 or 3 values around which we have built our nation, the fundamental values, the fundamentals as I call them, you'd struggle all night and not be able to answer the question. And after a lot of struggle, because this is not an interactive debate, I've done this many times, the only value that you would find out that people uphold is the value of opportunism. And this opportunism is such a dark value that it has to eat every other value for it to prevail. And that's the problem. I can't tell you what that value would be, but I can tell you, for the kind of vision that we have for Pakistan, a valueless society cannot build it. That I can tell you. I can also tell you that value is not something that you create. Value is something that you discover. It's a process of discovery. Because if you try to come up with these nice adjectives and call them values, it creates cynicism. So avoid cynicism. Look into your own hearts and society and figure out what is that one thing that you would like to uphold. And value is not something that benefits you. Value is something for which you're willing to take a loss. Ask yourself, what is that one thing for which you're willing to take the loss? And you'd get all the answers in place.
Right, Amir, Rabia, can I just, all right, Amir, my last, before I left the podium was that this is what you should do for 2047. But do you remember the bank example that I gave, that you compromised, the management compromised the people's at large interest and added those profit to the bank, and the entire management was fired. That was a value. And I think that bank and the other banks in Singapore would never ever do that, because they understand that this is what the elders have decided that to happen. This jugaad thing that we're talking about is again a cultural issue that we need to understand. But then look at the, somehow unfortunately or fortunately, I'm a very optimist man. if we are looking at the West and we are talking of all the value system, then let's hold on there. Then look at flaws in their value systems as well. There are major strategic areas that you can always debate, but we're not here to say compare between the two, and we of course have large gaps into our value system. But the silos that you have that we need to really understand. Your children will not do what you tell them, they will do what they will see you doing. Now that is the value system that I need to put in my home. Then in your organization, then you need to put that. I mean, Coca-Cola wanted to put their CEO in, and the earlier CEO died or went off, and the number 2 man was the next man to be in. And you know what the question asked to him by the management was, what's the name of the man who brings you up and down the lift every day? And this guy was there for 23 years. And he said, why do you want me to know this? You should be discussing the business policies. And this man was not taken up as the CEO. They determined a value that you have to take care of your subordinates, you have to know them, you have to know their well-being. So therefore, I think, well, such a great group sits here of the leadership, pledge that we will put the right value into our system, rather than me asking you to put a value system. जब हम सारे अपने अपने वैल्यू सिस्टम्स को अपने घरों में अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के अंदर ठीक कर लेंगे, वी डोंट हैव टू आस्क व्हाट्स द वैल्यू सिस्टम, गॉड हैज ऑलरेडी इंजेक्टेड दैट इनटू आवरसेल्फ. बेसिकली व्हाट यू डू राइट व्हेन नोबडी इज वाचिंग यू, दैट्स द वैल्यू सिस्टम. जब कोई नहीं आपको देख रहा है आप क्या कर रहे हैं, वो वैल्यू सिस्टम है. तो उस वैल्यू सिस्टम को लेके एज इंडिविजुअल्स, एज लीडर्स, वी हैव टू टेक दैट अप, एंड देन द सोसाइटी विल ट्रांसफॉर्म. इट वोंट हैपन इन अ डे, बट दैट्स द कल्चर दैट वी नीड टू फॉलो. थैंक यू.
So, thank you to the gentleman who asked that question, because in essence you captured the core of this entire session. So thanks for doing that. I don't have a great response to what you said, because of many different reasons, and I explained 2 of them. One is, if you were to ask 10 different people what our core value system is, we would have lots of different responses. So because we really don't have one yet, I think. But I do think that any system, any value system that does not protect the most vulnerable in any society, including Pakistan, should not exist. And I also think that, you know, we talked a lot about what our society can do, what individuals can do. Look, in any organization, in any country, the system is created by the leadership. It is not created by tens of thousands of people on the street protesting. It is the responsibility actually of this group and people like us to come up with that for the masses. And without any sort of accountability, a system will continue to benefit those who designed it for themselves. So I would really ponder on what you've said, and encourage all of us to kind of think about what would a future prosperous Pakistan look like for us. And I hope it has room for minorities, it has room for women, it has room for people who are different than us, and it has room for every single individual. Thanks.
I think first of all we should clap for you, the audience. So this last session, Charting the Course Pakistan 2047, has actually encapsulated the entire summit of Imagineering. So what we've done here is, we've imagined what kind of Pakistan we would like. This imagining has been done by the speakers, and this has been done by you, because sitting here you've had your own ideals, you've had your own desires, you've had your own aspirations that you have pointed out to the speakers and amongst yourselves. So I think what we've done here is we have collectively imagined what we would like our country to be in 2047, and now the next step is to engineer that imagination. And this is exactly why we kept this theme as Imagineering. So this is very similar to the example of the Cheshire Cat that I gave. You need to know where you want to be at, That is the imagining part. And then you need to figure out which route you're going to take to get there. That is the engineering part. So on that note, I think I'd like to thank all our speakers. I'd like to thank the audience. After this Q&A session, everybody must be craving for a cup of tea now. But before we get to that stage, we're going to do the customary presentation of souvenirs. So are the teams ready with the books? Please, if you could bring the books. Now, I would request everybody to please rise for the presentation of the books. I would request Dr. Musaddiq Malik to please present the souvenirs amongst the other two speakers. Sufyan, first of all, we'd request you to please collect your souvenir. This is a book that will continue to remind you of this session. And it is very aptly also about Pakistan. Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman, sir, please. Sufyan, please come into the frame. We'd like you to come into the frame, please. All right, and now I'd request Mohammad Azfar, founder and CEO Nutshell Group, to please present a souvenir to Dr. Musaddiq Malik. And the other two speakers to please join them. Become part of the frame, please. May vote of thanks ke liye. May vote of thanks ke liye.
Before my vote of thanks, I want to acknowledge the efforts and brilliant moderation by our Director and Chief Operating Officer, Rabia. And my request to Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik to present the book to Rabia also. Please.
Back to doing my job. So now what is left is a vote of thanks. The formal vote of thanks will be delivered by Mohammad Azfar, and I've repeated his resignation so many times, everybody knows it by heart. So Azfar, please say thank you to everybody who deserves gratitude, please.
Thank you, Rabia. Thanks again to our speakers, my brother, Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik, my teacher, Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman, my very dear friend, Sufyan Yuswi. He's a self-made person from Karachi, and now, mashallah, he's doing amazing work for Pakistan and for his consulting firm Deloitte. I'm grateful to all our foreign speakers on behalf of the Management Committee of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. I'm grateful to all our Pakistani speakers. Since last 2 days, they shared their wisdom with us on different topics, important topics. I'm grateful to all the speakers who are here since last 2 days. I'm especially grateful to all the worthy participants, our delegates from all over Pakistan. I'm really grateful to you on behalf of our managing committee. I'm grateful to all the sponsors, all the partners of this summit, this annual summit. They are actually not the sponsors, they are the contributors. They are partnering with us since last 5 editions, and their objective is to showcase Pakistan's positive image also to the world community. And my request to our foreign friends to please share the positive stories of Pakistan and bridge the gap between the world community, the global community, and the Pakistani business houses. Engage the investors here in Pakistan, and we will facilitate all of them and showcase Pakistan, the true potential of Pakistan, to the foreign nationals. I'm also very grateful to my Nutshell team. I don't want to mention their names, but all the members, each one of you contributed, and also very grateful to all the volunteers of NUST and Air University and other universities who are here. And please clap for all the volunteers. We tried our best to facilitate all of you. And I'm also grateful to the hotel management, Serena Hotel Management, for their hospitality, wonderful hospitality. But in case of any lackings, any problems, I feel sorry on behalf of the management committee. Our sixth edition dates are March 15 and 16, 2023, in the same hall with much bigger audience from Pakistan and abroad. And see you, inshallah ta'ala, in the mid of March. March is the best month, by the way, for Islamabad, and Pakistan Zindabad.
Last but not the least, the group photo. I'd like to request Chairman NEPRA, Mr. Tausif Farooqi, to please join us for the group photo.